Good morning, everybody. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. My friends. So let's start our Dhamma discourse today. I know let's say something quietly. So when we have this feeling of I am thinking, we usually imagine that there is a person, an entity, or that and thoughts appear somewhere inside that person. That's how we feel. That's how we used to believe. So that's how we assign this I am thinking. But something more subtle is happening here. Perhaps thoughts do not seem realized. Perhaps thoughts create the world in which they later seems to exist. A thought appears, then another thought recognizes it, then another thought remembers it. Then another thought is, I have had this thought many times before. Slowly continuity appears. Then the identity appears. Ownership appears. Eventually, there is a self, an outsider. And now it's my life, my story, my fear, my past, myself. But perhaps all of these are made from the same material, thought. Recognizing thought, naming thought, remembering thought, and believing the thought. So today we will investigate this carefully. So when a thought appears, does it announce itself as a thought? Do you get a feeling as it's a thought, which means something not real, something big, something created, something appearing and disappearing? No. When a thought appears, we feel it. We feel it as something, we still feel it as something strong. Yeah. It realizes him merely a temporary mental event. We shouldn't take it too seriously. Instead, it gives us a feeling of this is the reality, the exact reality. And this is not something that's been created. This is something that's already existing, solid object thing out there in that outside world. This is how things are. This person is dangerous. You are this kind of person. This will happen, this happened. So, and because it speaks with confidence, we listen. Not because it has proven itself, but because it feels familiar. Because it sounds like us. Because it appears in our own inner voice. And familiarity becomes mistaken for truth, for ultimate reality, for nature, for solidness. So, why does these thoughts feel so strong? Imagine standing in a valley. You shout once, and the valley, it replies again, again, again. Soon the echoes over. Eventually, it becomes difficult to know which sound came first. So thoughts behave similarly. One thought appears, I am worried. Then another thought appears, I have always been worried. Then another thought appears, and another thought. So, like the valley, was there any sound stored in that valley to come back to us, for us to hear? Hmm. So how did that happen? When the right conditions are met, that sound got created there at that moment. And that's what happens in our each and every time when the conditions met, the sound gets created. It's not we store it anyway. That valley can't keep sound. There's no storage for sounds there. Like it's waiting for us to make that sound and give it to store sound. That's not how it works. When conditions met, somehow sound occurs there. Likewise, when the conditions met, somehow a thought appears. It's not we have stored a thought. And did the valley have the sound before? So what was there? Nothing. There was nothing. It was empty. Nothing was there. But then, when the conditions met, there was occurrence of a sound. And once it's over, then again the emptiness. But was there a sound actually? Or did the conditions align to make occur that sound in that valley? Wasn't this emptiness was always there? The thoughts are just like that. There's no thought here. But when the conditions are met, the thought occurs and it disappears. But the thing is, it happens non-stop, one after another, and it repeats again and again, which creates this illusion of continuous solid, and we get used to it. People say I keep having the same thought. Let's investigate that. Was the previous thought preserved somewhere? Is it sitting inside the mind waiting to return? Or, like we said, is something else happening? Like we said, perhaps the right conditions are met, and then suddenly those conditions align to thought to, and that's how I thought of it. Just like the lyrics, there were no sounds in the room. There's no store there. Nothing was there. But when the sound of when the conditions are met, that sound occurred there. And when the conditions are gone, there's no sound. Same thing happens with the mind. There's no stored thoughts. But when the conditions met, thought appears. And that thought, it doesn't stay. It appears and at the same time it disappears. So likewise, thoughts appear each and every time. But the thing is, we have this feeling of familiarity. We feel this is the exact previous. This is the same situation I'm thinking right now. This is the same chair, same person, same metals, anything, anything that feels same. So it creates an illusion of solidness, a continuum world. If a thought appears and disappears each and every time, how can that same thought comes to this exact moment unless something similar, something identical to that thought occurs? And that's what exactly the previous thought, it appeared and disappeared at that time. It was long gone. It's not even living. And this thought, it appears right now. Yet it's identical for that previous thought. So we mistaken it as the same thought itself. We think this is not as a new thought, but as that same previous thought is somehow came to him, like it was stored somewhere and now came out. That's how we feel it. We are unable to say if there are 100 thoughts of the same thought that gives us the feeling of the same thought. Those are 100 different thoughts, but that look identical. And because of their identical, we skip the part that there are 100 different thoughts and we feel it as one simple, one thought. This is the same thought appearing again and same exact. That's how we feel it. So when each and every time when a thought appears and new thought appears and because it resembles the previous thought, we mistaken it as we know this is familiar, this is the same. It is familiar, but this familiarity does not necessarily mean same, same thing. Two leaves of a tree can resemble each other, yet They are not the same thing. They are identical, yet they are not the same thing, but links that look like they truly. That's what happened. But we mistaken it as something real, found it and as a one thing. So two thoughts may resemble each other, but they are two different thoughts. So now observe a tree. Before thought speaks, there is color, movement, and texture. Any of those sense could be the vision, or the smell, or the taste, or the touch, or the sound. This suddenly thought arises, meaning change, a thought change, an object, a thing. When it becomes a thing, it's not good, simple, but it's heavy, it's three-dimensional, it's so strong. One word gathers countless experiences. It doesn't have simple object feeling. It has more stories, more data, more things, more information linked to it. So now the truth is giving than the real sense of contact. Yet none of those information came from or came within that sense of contact. If it's a vision, it's just only the vision, the sponge of colors, nothing else. So this rest of this interpretation was appeared as thought, and we thought, like we said, it was not stored anywhere else. Those conditions were made to figure that thought, that dream. And when that thought appeared, that dream was born. But the thing we mistaken it as it's already there, even without the thought appearing. But there has to be a thought of truth to that dream to exist. But the illusion is even without us thinking that thought, without the birth of that free thought, we blindly believe the thought. The dream is always there. So let's say the first thought appears and it's gone. And after a while, that thought appears again and it disappears. But between these thoughts, there are nothing. Yet when the second appears, we assume all the time the thing was there. This is the illusion. It always creates an illusion. It always mistakes something, wrongly assume things. So now the dream, one would gather countless experiences. The mind compresses complicity into itself. Well, the thought is used to communicate, but it is not the reality. There's a difference in that. We can use thoughts, but taking them as the reality is not true. Thoughts create symbols. We forget their symbols. Eventually, we interact more with those symbols, those concepts, and believe it is the reality. And we forget direct experience. Now we live among those labels, those symbols, those mental formations, those mirrors, not the phenomena. And we don't even know we are trapped in those thoughts. Just imagine, just try to experience. You are sitting somewhere. What is in front of just some occurring, a vision occurring, that's it. The name, the label, the details, interpretation, value, anything that we give, even taking it as an object or person or living thing, everything is done by this mind. None of those things happen in reality. In reality, what happens is just some colors occurring, just some movement happening because of this speed. That's it. Nothing else. That's what eyes can do. Eyes can't perceive information. It just only can give a vision. That's it. And when that vision is occurring, it is the simplest state of the simple vision. The vision is the real experience, yet it doesn't stay as it is. We separate each and things, each and elements in this vision, make them things, objects, people, and then we don't stop them. We give them definitions, interpretations, value, how strong they are, how solid they are. We can give countless interpretations, stories for that information. And the thing is, they are not even same. from person to person. One person can give a different interpretation, another can give another different. So, as you can see, people are always stuck in their own mind, own interpretation. They can't see it as an interpretation principle, interpretation of the directed speaking. Instead, they see it as this is the real information, the truth about these occurrences, these objects. That's how they feel. That's why when something happens, we feel sad, mad, angry, fear. Because know that interpretations are not simply interpretations, they have become the reality. That's why it feels real. Now it's not just a thought, a built up concept, but a reality that exists out there. Now, because we taken it as the reality, we start to suffer because now we are afraid to use it. Now we are afraid. Now we feel so happy or greed or greed or hatred. Any of those things appear because we have trapped in with those, because we have taken the interpretation as something that exists outside and as some real, not as an interpretation. That's why people are driven by thoughts, not just simply taking it as reality, but after we start to feel greedy, angry, hatred, and happy for those, and with that suffering follows. Because people are thinking they're interacting with the reality when they are always doing is interpreting something and believing it as real. But this is the true nature of the mind. The reality, the outside that we believe real, that we believe as solid, as the truth. They are all a mirage. Mirage that does not exist at all. Yet when the conditions are met, that appear. That's what happens. So, like I said, whatever we believe in, we all thoughts. So, there's another thought that feels me so strong. It is the time is time. The present moment right now is simple. A sound, a breathing, a temperature. Insensible. That's what then happens. Nothing else. Just observe a sound of one vision or smell, a taste, a touch. But it doesn't mean that suddenly a thought appears. And it creates an illusion of the object that exists out there. We feel it as real something that exists out there. And the thing is, it feels strong and it feels like it has a time because this continuity gives it plotting based on this time. Without past, there is no continuity because then it's only present. So this continuity was given because it existed in the past and now it exists in the present. So I think I think about our past, old memories, old situations, or we're thinking about future, my worries, my goals, my plans. And these, as usual, our mind being there, the inhabits decades now. But what happened right now, right at this moment, right in this thought, this one thought, yet all that feels like decades, all that actually exists in this moment of thinking, but we don't feel it immediately. We feel like we have like traveled through decades, years, like thought waves, mental objects, things. It creates mental time. This power of this thought creates an illusion of real time. So we feel like the time is real. That's how you feel like anything about the past situation feels like leading to that moment. It's like we exactly living in that moment, like we are trying to travel, but they are unable to see it, experience it as something that's not there. They have no, this is not the past. This is the thought that appears when there are conditions that appear right now. But like we assign the object to outside, the self inside, we assign this time, this moment, this situation, this thought, the past. Yet it was created, born, appeared, and disappeared right now, right at this moment. We mentally assign it to that past time. That's why we said thought creates mental time, but there's no time in reality. This is the moment right now. These thoughts get created. It didn't come from the past to this moment. When the conditions met, the thought got created right now. That's what happened. But that thought was similar to previous moment. This thought is similar to previous moment. Because of that, we mentally immediately take it and assign it to past. Because of this, it's easy to assign it to past. So now it doesn't come as a thought that occurred right now. It comes as we are experiencing the past right now, as if we went to past and experienced it. This is the illusion of the mind, of this thought. It mentally creates a timeline, just like thoughts assign objects to outside. This thought also assigned to a past timeline, just like the outside was imagined, not real, something fake, illusional. This past also created something more, something illusion, something fake. Now we have assigned the thought the past. And the thing is, this illusion has become so strong to the point it doesn't feel like there's no past. It feels like there's exactly past, just like the outside world. Just like how we feel there's exactly a real outside world there, we feel there's exact real past is there. So now we believe the past, and there's this situation of the past, this whole jumbled up thoughts and emotions that we have kept. But did we really go to the past? No, it is always inside this mind that occurred. It's a occurrence. It appeared and disappeared right now. That simple thought was assigned to a past and believed as the past thought. This whole interpretation of illusion and mirage, a fake reality. Look how it happens. Observe it yourself. Try to take a past thought, a situation that happened to you. Try to observe. Am I really experienced that past exact moment right now? Or am I just thinking, creating something similar to that and experiencing it? That experience gives us the feeling of we really experiencing the past itself, but we are not. And if we go to the past, or is it just a thought that we're feeling right now that gives us a feeling of the past? Try to experience. So, like the past, the future is also believed like that. The thought of future is a thought that appears right now, not that we went to future. It's a thought of future that appears right now, at this moment. This mind created it. It just created based on some information, thoughts it has. But thing is, we don't feel something created. We feel as this is the excellent future. And because we taken it as something real, if it's bad, we start to suffer, we get sad, we get anxious, we get afraid, everything. Yet, we never know how we feel. We never feel it as this. We feel it as this is the extra future. Yet, it is the thought that we create of right now, right at this moment. But that gives us a feeling, because thoughts always feels like the reality, no matter how fake it is. It always gives the feeling of reality. That's why the best example is this future. Even though the thought of future was created right at this moment, still we experience it as something real, something that's really happening. It feels like we're trying to avoid the future. That's how it gives us this strong feeling. That's why people are afraid. That's why people suffer. Because they think it has the future, not as a thought that appears right now. So, if you can imagine, if you can say this, even something that imagined feels as reality, it is a thought, it is not a reality. So, we imagine things like the thought is not real, it's not the future yet, it feels as real. So, it's nothing to say. When thought right now occurs feels as real, even something that is not existing is feeling real. So right now it feels real, even more feels real, because that's the illusion of mind. That's how we are trapped in this situation. So like we said, with that outside world comes another thought, a duality. One side there is a thought, an object, on the other side there is this self, this thinker, a person who's dreaming, affected by the wound or wanting. It comes in different forms, but the same thought, same power, same sense. A sense of self, not existing self, but sense of existing self. So it means the self is not real, but it gives a sense of self. So like thoughts created outside objects, outside world, this time and inside assigned things, thoughts created the illusion of a thinker. It gives this feeling of this in the self is doing everything. This self is the center, and everything happens surrounding, based on it, around it. It can comes in different ways. I am thinking, I am affected by it, I am doing this, I want that, I'm scared, different forms. So, who is this I? This thing? Can it be found within, or is it another thought? A thought about ownership, a thought about being, a thought about experience. It's always direct experience, sensation, sensor contacts appearing, and likewise, that outside objects got created, itself is created. But the thing is, when the outside objects are assigned to outside the self, and to inside, but does it assign physically? No, it's assigned mentally, mentally formed thought, assigned mentally different locations. It's like we mentally assign a thought that appears right now to the past or to the future. The self is assigned to the inside, imaginary inside, as not real something formed inside. So now, whatever happens, it is always revolve around the self. The self is doing everything. Self is affected by everything. The self is doing the thinking in emotion, beyond the walking, speaking, breathing. It feels like the self is doing, even the self itself is another thought. But like this illusion gives us a feeling of existential and consciousness throughout our entire lifetime. We used to see this way. We used to believe this way. So because of that, now it has become strong to the point it comes naturally, automatically, way more faster, because that's what we used to, that's what we practiced happen. So now the ownership appears, identity, a self, a thinker, owner appears. But this thinker itself is another thought, another construction, another appearance. Not that existence is appearing like conditions only, and the thought of self appears. There's no self existing, there's no self to appear, but it appears and gives us a feeling of self. So this self is of another thought that feels like real. That's also a thought. No matter how strong it feels, how strong real it feels, it is just another thought that feels real, that gives a feeling of real entity. So these are all thoughts that our mind is stuck in those thoughts, in its own creations. But when you see this truth, when you start to see it as an illusion, its true creation, with that deep understanding comes liberation from this mind, from this faith building emotion. Rest then gently. We'll end up in morning from this course for today. I don't send everybody.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahasa at his feet. Tirvasana Aryan Mahasa. May all our Dhamma friends be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So just now, uh, our Dhamma friend concluded her session, and this is the continuation of the same series of Buddothpado PeoTV English sermons. Uh, so, what we are trying to do is convey something that we heard and what something that we understood uh, from the Deshana and the explanations done by our noble friend Aryan Hanse. These facts have been originally disclosed by Lord Buddha nearly 2,600 years ago, which is a long period. And there have been ups and downs in this Dhamma in Buddhism. There were periods that were it was the Buddhist the religion was really significantly affected due to invasion of different powerful armies, and also there was a lot of mixing up with the other religions. So at this stage, nearly 2,600 years later, we find it difficult to find exactly what was the true Dhamma that was preached by Lord Buddha. So it's something like finding a gem in a place where there are lots of pebbles. So the person whose eyes are trained enough or the eyes are sharp enough, the gem can be picked up. So nowadays we have a similar experience actually. There are so many teachings, so many preachings, so many discussions with the label of Buddhism. So they are like pebbles. So we have to find out what is the truth, uh, what is the truth, or the what is the gem among these pebbles, which is not easy. And Lord Buddha himself said that don't believe what you hear, don't believe what you see, even in the books, what is written, but see whether you can match it with the Dharma and Vinaya. So, this fact we have mentioned even earlier, if I uh, recollect it, the ධර්මයට සහ විනයට ගැලපීම. What is meant by that is that is it compatible with the dharma and is it compatible with the vinaya? What is meant by compatible with dharma? It's no other than the cause and effect phenomenon. So can the incident or your stimulus or thought is be matched, or is it compatible with the cause and effect phenomenon, which is the unique thing to Lord Buddha's teaching? And what is meant by Vinaya? Vinaya is that whether the defilements are fading off, whether your killis or defilements are fading off. So, whatever the Dhamma you hear, if it is compatible with Dharma and Vinaya, that means again, if I say it, whether it is compatible with the Buddha teaching, which is the cause and effect phenomenon, and also whether the self itself is feeling that the own defilements are fading. So, if those two criteria are fulfilled, then it should be the true Dhamma that has been disclosed by Lord Buddha nearly 2600 years ago. So it's up to the person then. That is why it is said that come and see this Dhamma and you yourself will realize. Ehipasiko and the Sandittika, those two words we are mentioning very often because they are very important. None of the other religions would say, come and see it yourself and you yourself will understand, isn't it? Generally, the other religions, they say, come, believe us, come, follow us. But Lord Buddha did not say anything like that. And Lord Buddha did not uh, introduce himself as a super person, a person with a superpower. But we know that his wisdom was at the it is a super wisdom. It is not something matchable to any other person's wisdom. So therefore, we as followers, we know that Lord Buddha has the super wisdom. He doesn't talk about his superpowers, but of course, from the Buddhist history, uh, we can find enough examples to show that he had superpowers, but he didn't want to exhibit them. And even the arhants who had some of these abilities, he never uh, approved them, using those abilities to the public uh, as a mean of giving the Dhamma to another person to get the people rallied around them. So he never approved. He said not to do those things, not to do such things, except in just in a very handful of situations. We don't hear of showing any kind of miraculous abilities to the public. Lord Buddha has shown that just in a very, very limited situations. So therefore, what he praised or what he promoted was that let the people understand themselves, let the people come forward, taste it, experience it, and see whether it is compatible with the Dharma and Vinaya. We know that the cause and effect phenomenon is described only in Buddhism. When there is a cause, the effect is there. When the cause is not there, effect is not there. When the cause arises, the effect arises. And when the cause is ceased to have, the effect also will cease to have. So these are the four main sentences that explains the cause and effect phenomenon. Wherever the Dhamma is explained, this is what you can see, whether it is Paticca Samuppada or uh, the dependent origination. Throughout this, it is the cause and effect which is explained. And we know that one of the beautiful metaphors given by Aryan Mahansi is the burning oil lamp. Sorry. So when the wick, the oil, and the lamp, and of course the air, the four causes meet together, there's a burning oil lamp. But if one of them is missing, you can't talk about the burning oil lamp. So when the causes aren't there, you can't talk about an effect. And if one of the causes is not there, then again you can't see a burning oil lamp. So always for everything, he explained that this is the mechanism. And we know that if the cause and effect is the uh, phenomenon, then you can't talk about an existing outside world. If a system or a person believes about an existing outside world, that is where the karma and karma pala or the action and effect phenomenon is taking place. So you can't say that there is no karma also. For the believer, for the believer of the outside world, the karmic effects are definitely going to be there. And we know, according to that, the people who do good things will have the good karmic effects. That is the belief. People who do bad things will have the bad karmic effects. And it's like invariably it is happening. That is how it is explained in most of the religions. So therefore, people are more sort of encouraged to do good things, hoping that uh, good karmic effects will inevitably follow, which is not the case actually, because you can't have it like a fixed deposit. You do not have that assurance or guarantee because you have been doing all good things throughout this life. It all depends actually thought. The last thought, if it is burning with anger, whatever the merits that you are having in your fixed deposit will not immediately jump forward to save you. So that is the risk. If you can have a guaranteed good uh, future, of course you can encourage the people to go on doing good things, go on doing meritorious work as much as possible. We know two of the stories from the Buddha's time. One is the queen called Mallika. Uh, she did massive types of arms Uh, One is explained as Asiddhisidhana, which is something that no one else has done by that time, and no one else has done afterwards also, because she has spent so much. Uh, and I mean, there's no point of telling the details about these arms, but what I wanted to point out was that the that type of arms no one else is capable of doing, and no one else has done it thereafter also. Uh, so that sort of arms was given by this queen, but in the history it says that something has probably gone wrong at the time of the death. Some sort of uh, angry thought or sad thought or something has happened. So she was born as an insect or an animal. That lifespan was a short period, of course, but Lord Buddha could foresee these things, and Lord Buddha avoided answering the question of the king to find out where she was born, because he expected that she will be born in heaven because she had done so much of meritorious things. And also another story is this: the Emperor Ashoka, who lived much later, but according to the Arhants who were living at that time, he was also born as a serpent for a short period. Uh, so he did such a massive service to the whole India by spreading this Buddhism throughout the continent, subcontinent, and not only that, he even uh, helped us to receive the Buddhism to this country. So, in spite of all those good things, and he also had a lifetime as an animal. So, what does these examples say? What these examples says is that always what matters is this moment only. You can't collect the things like you are depositing money in the bank and expect that everything will go smoothly and nicely. So that is the nature of the action and effect or the karma pala phenomenon. So Lord Buddha didn't agree with that, because that is what is explained in all the other religions. But Lord Buddha said that if you believe about the outside world, if you do not identify that this is just a mechanism, a system is functioning, but instead of that, if you have the belief that it is the outside world and I'm also part of that world, then of course you are in that uh, karmic world. So therefore, you are expected to experience, or you are expected to receive the effects of what what is happening, what is being done. So when Lord Buddha very first, when he did the very first Dhamma sermon, he said this is something unique, because the five of his colleagues who was actually helping him to do the meditation at the latter part of his life as a hermit, they were disappointed because Lord Buddha stopped starving himself, because he did the starving as a trial, and he felt that by giving a lot of suffering to this physical body, it might help him to reach the understand the nirvana. But he realized that this is not the way. And when he gave up starving, the five of his colleagues actually left him, because he thought that he has given up his determination to reach nirvana. So when Lord Buddha finally when he realized this truth, and when he received this, when he achieved this Buddha state, uh, they were the five people to whom he did the very first sermon. And when Lord Buddha was coming back, when they saw him uh, from the distance, they felt that he is coming back asking for some help. But when Lord Buddha said that, listen, this is something different, this is something unique, not what you and me have been practicing before, then they were prepared to listen to him. So that unique Dhamma is the one which explained about this cause and effect phenomenon. So actually, it's there are two paths. If you completely on the Pruthakjana side, that means if you are completely in the mundane world, believing the external world, believing an existing world, you definitely you are definitely following that karmic pathway. So you believe about karma, and you expect that good things and bad things will come depending on what I am doing. But when you understand this true Dhamma, and when you understand that this is not something to do with the karma, but this is the world, so called world, is not something really existing. The so called world is simply a creation of the senses, then and there. That is the most important thing. Everything is happening at this moment. If you talk about the past, present, far away, close by, good, bad, rude and fine. If you give specifications like that, you are definitely in that mundane world. And that is where the karma phala, or the action and effect phenomenon, is taking place. But if you understand this Dhamma very clearly, if you have that deep realization, then your path is different. That is the path that Lord Buddha was trying to show us. And then for that person, there is nothing called cause, action, and effect. Then you are definitely following the path that Lord Buddha showed us, which has the cause and effect phenomenon. So therefore, even a person like Angulimala had a, a, he had an escape from what was done. We know that if he was in that karmic side, if he was to undergo all the karmic effects of what he has been doing, he will never ever be able to understand or reach this arhathood. He will be definitely burning in that fire of what he has been doing, and he will be suffering mentally all the time. He's, it's such a current that is always burning, and the self who has done so much, so many killings, will be directly born in a lower realm. And timely, Lord Buddha understood the situation, and then he got him to enter as a monk. And because of that, he was excused by the king also for what he has done so far. And not only that, the Lord Buddha's guidance helped him to come to the uh, end of this samsaric journey. So, if he was a person who was going to believe about this karmic effect, as I said, there's no escape. And because of Lord Buddha's kind uh, kindness and the tactful way of handling his situation, everything came up to a very uh, satisfying ending at the end. There are many stories like this actually. So, if they believed about this karmic effect, they would never have been able to achieve what they uh, finally reached actually. There were so many people who did all kinds of wrong things, uh, who became arhants at the end of it, with the guidance of Lord Buddha. So this cause and effect thing always, as I talk, it is at this moment, now and here. And uh, the cause and effect phenomenon, the main thing is the dependent origination of or the paticca samuppada. And we know that paticca samuppada is one of the very frequently talked topics in our Buddhist sermons. And I think a handful of people only knows it in a simple way. Most of us knew it as 12 things which we rattled down as one after the other, one after the other. It was like a string of sequences. We thought that after this is happening, after this is happening. So, like that. That was the impression we had. And as school children, we could remember these 12 steps because it was a frequently asked question in Buddhism also. But the most important part of this has gone under the cover because Lord Buddha did not expect the lay people or the monks just to remember these 12 steps and just leave it aside. The basic meaning of this is the most important thing, which is not picked up even by most of our monks, because the knowledge from the books is completely different in Buddhism. It has to be an understanding. And more you read the books and more you have a book knowledge, it actually closes the pathway because the knowledge itself uh, makes the ego much stronger. The self becomes quite strong in a person who has got a book knowledge. Actually, this is what is happening today, even among the monks. That is an unfortunate situation. There's a huge syllabus that they have to by heart everything, and uh, and this syllabus means that they have to study hard and they have to go through some studying for several years sometimes, and they have to pass the exams. Once they pass the exams, they are given various titles. So, more titles means more knowledge. In other words, actually, more titles and more knowledge means uh, the ego or the pride or the manaya in Sinhalese. Manaya is more because it strengthens the self we. I'm so and so, I have this much of qualifications, and I'm expecting a kind of respect, and I expect that I should be given the priority. So, definitely, these things will actually obscure the pathway. We know that the history about the Velivita Sri Saranankara Pharaoh, who lived at the time of the English people. Uh, he has done so much to save this Buddhism during that time, because the invasion of different from different countries actually had a great effect, great threat to the Buddhism. Uh, and at one point, they felt that they want to appoint a leader, so that they can have some control of the Buddhist monks in the country. So they offered a title to this Velivita Sri Saranankara Thero. And what he did was he put up a small notice on the on the door frame of his room. It means it says in Sinhala Udangu Nova Mahana. It says that the monk do not do not be proud. So it was something that he did it to remind him quite often whenever he see it, that he shouldn't be proud or kind of big headed with that title that he received. So, what Lord Buddha said was that humbleness is one of the essential criteria of the monks. So, as I said, what happens today is more studies, more titles, more qualifications, always, uh, always step on this humbleness. The humbleness is thrown away, and the pride and the ego is the one which uh, predominate, which is not what Lord Buddha was saying. We know that Lord Buddha was from the highest caste in India at that time, and he decided to be born in the highest caste because those days the discrimination for the lower castes were there in a very heavy manner. And Lord Buddha felt that if somebody born from a lower caste, if he tries to tell this Dhamma to the world, no one will believe. That was the setup in India at that time. And also we know that he was a prince, but what he did was he walked for alms. Whatever is offered, whatever the amount which is given, and whoever is offering, he accepted. And he didn't want to sort of separate it out in his alms bowl. Everything was accepted to the same alms bowl. And sometimes he will sit and eat under a tree, sometimes on a small rock by the side of the road. So he didn't need the house to sit and have his alms. On the other hand, there were invitations to the royal palace, to the very rich people's houses. There, the alms were provided in the best possible way, in the best, with the best taste, with the best selection. So that did not make any difference to him. So he was humble enough to accept whatever is offered. So these are the qualities that has to be inculcated among the monks as the sons of Lord Buddha or the Buddha Putra. But just wonder whether these things are happening nowadays, which is very unfortunate. We know that the monks from the monasteries quite often have a different setup where they are having this down to earth type of simple lifestyle, which is not there in most of the temples nowadays. So I'm actually not criticizing these things, but with the change of the society, the things are changing. But the monks have a very major role to play in this one, even though the societies are changing. That cannot be considered as an excuse for them to have a comfortable and kind of lifestyle which is not much different from the layperson's lifestyle. So, what Lord Buddha said was that with all these, uh, with all these understandings, the most important thing is that understanding the basic truth of the Dhamma, what was explained. And uh, the truth means it is common to everybody, whether it is a king or a queen or the poorest of poor of the society, the truth is going to be the same. The Paticca means how the thoughts are formed and how the thought is felt as real. Simply, it is what is explained in that. Even though there are 12 steps and we are trying to by heart the 12 steps in that, it is something that is happening instantly. So, automatically, or as a part of this system, within a fraction of a second, the thought is experienced and the thought is felt as real. So that is the anuloma of the Paticca or the dependent origination, which means the Paticca is moving forward in the normal or the uh, common pathway, which is the case that is happening in almost all the instances. So anuloma means the Paticca where the thought is formed, thought is felt as real, and as a result, the suffering occurs. So, isn't this what is happening in almost always for you and me? The thoughts are experienced, and instantly the thought is felt as real. That is, along with the thought, is instantly coming that it is a real thought. Real thought means that is where the self is born. So the self, birth of the self is also instantly occurring at that time. Wherever there is a birth, there is a death invariably. So instantly there is a death also, which leads to the suffering, sadness, weeping, crying, all kinds of things. So that is the nature of the anuloma. And pratiloma was opposite. This is what Lord Buddha found out. This is what Lord Buddha found out, and Lord Buddha wanted to investigate and find out how is this thought becoming real? How is this thought felt as real? So that is the investigation he did. So he started from the basic level, which is the experience of the uh, suffering. And he went backwards. What is the cause for this? What is the cause for this? So he went backwards and finally found out that the, the ignorance or the avijja is the one which is covering throughout this process. And because there is some construct or sankhara, that is the uh, main reason why a thought is felt as real. Sakasvima or the construct means something is happening very fast and it looks as if it is really there. It's something like you can talk something like you are packing into packs. Uh, now, uh, something which is not very obvious, when it is packed as larger packs, it becomes more obvious. So it is felt as true, isn't it? So there are many other things that can be applied to this moment right now at this moment. So, me mohota, Lord Buddha always said that it is only in this instance and now and here only. So, you might ask, can't you think about the past or the present? You can, But you have to understand what is this happening here. Now, definitely, you have to think about the past. You have to think about the future also if you are going to live in the society. But what you have to understand is that thinking about the past is a thought at this moment. Not that past thought is being dragged here. Not that the past thought was stored somewhere and coming up here. It is coming as a fresh thought. And if you are planning something, it is a fresh thought about the future coming up to this moment. So there's no way out of this moment and uh, uh, this now and here. That is the main thing. So you can certainly plan about the future, but knowing that it is simply a thought at this moment. What happens is future thought, whatever your plan, is synchronizing to this moment. It is interpreted uh, or telepathized to this moment. Similarly, about the past, now, past incidents, whatever happened, that thought is being reproduced again here. But this is a new thought. That reproduction or that synchronization or telepathization is occurring without anybody's uh, support. So there is the most important thing here is that to understand this is just a mechanism, this is just a symptom that is occurring, and there is no person called myself. Our noble friend Aryan Mahasi has been talking about this point again and again over the last uh, couple of weeks because he goes around the country explaining this Dhamma to different forums. In each and every forum, he will ask, what did you recognize as self? So, self, we have various interpretations about the self. Some might say that this is the body, or some might say that the appearance, the rupa, what you see, is the self. Or another person might say that it is a mind, is the self. Some will attribute it less commonly that some of the habits that we are having is a self. So, like that, there are so many explanations to this self, but really speaking, none of them can be labeled as a self. What Aryan Mahasi very clearly explains us is that the self is that current or the power underneath each and every thought, which is actually something new. But when you uh, see the Lord Buddha's teachings, which has been done, it beautifully matches to that teaching. And Lord Buddha says that the, there's nothing called mind also. Mind is again another process, a series of thoughts. So it is a thought that we have to analyze here. We are not talking in detail about the physical body because physical body is something that is seen and obviously uh, understood by any person. So changing of this physical body is something which is obvious. You don't need a person with the wisdom to explain about the physical body. Obviously, a person with a physical body will observe the changes occurring in that physical body, the aging, illnesses, and death at the end. So, that is not something that you need any extra wisdom to recognize. What you have to study is about this mind and the thoughts. But again, I'm just reminding you the mind is not I, the myself. So, mind means a flow of thoughts. Each fraction of second, new thought is formed, and the thoughts are occurring in a series. There's no planned way of having thoughts. Uh, Now, I'm sure you have experienced that. See how the mind or the thoughts are jumping from one topic to the other. Is it something that can be organized into a particular pattern? Is it something that you can stop or control? No. Thoughts are happenings that occurs with no control. There's no authority to this system. It is like a machine where when the raw materials are put in, the final product is coming. So depending on the raw materials that is put into the machine, the outcome will be different. What are the raw materials? The raw materials are the functions of the five senses: seeing, hearing, tasting, smell, and of course the skin sensations. So these are the raw materials. Different combinations of this will form different types of thoughts. And the thoughts, uh, sometimes the thought itself can occur without the other five right now, but it's always at some point thought is a product of the five senses. So the outcome is not something that the machine can decide. That is how the machine is programmed. Whatever the raw materials are put, and depending on how the machine is programmed, the outcome will be there. So the outcomes can be labeled as different emotions, even happiness, sadness, anger, jealousy, hatred, craving. Last, uh, what else? I mean, you can think of so many products, so many products at the end. So this is not something that you can control. If you could control this process, then you can say that the mind is me. Because there are many things that you don't want to happen or you don't want to think. These are the ways that we explain generally. I don't want to think of that thing. I want to stop thinking about it, or I want to remember everything that I studied right now. But does it happen in that way? No, it doesn't happen. So it is just simply a process. And particularly the mind sensor, it is a bit difficult to understand because it is so complicated. Mind sensor is the product of the combination of the five senses, or in other words, a thought. Thought is the combination, combined product, or the ultimate product of the five senses, which which is which is the ultimate product of the system function. So when you talk about these thoughts, as I said, the mind is not yourself. This process is not understood as a system, the thoughts which are formed become stronger and stronger. They become more live, isn't it? They We call it abhisankarana, or we call it the volitional formation. Anything that happens repeatedly, it is felt as real. Now, one of the examples given by Aryan says that when you hear a song again and again and again, it becomes something that you will mutter it whenever you are alone. Without your realization, automatically that song will be coming out of your lips. So it's something like that. The thoughts, when you do not realize that this is just an automatic machine, the thoughts become very strong. Thoughts are very powerful. And when the thought is powerful, we call it, it's really there. It is real, it is alive. This is what is called itta or the perception of existence. You feel as if that thought is real. So anything that you look around, anything that you hear, anything you taste, smell, or the skin sensation, it is felt as real. So that is your itta sanya. Itta sanya means always that is a self is there. So with this self, when it is felt as real, always there's a power or a current underneath. That power or the current is the defilement or yourself. That current is the one which is felt as self. I'm sure this sentence may have been repeated so many times again and again, but it is something very important to get into the hard disk of your computer. Always, if there is a thing, if the stimulus is a thing, or if the stimulus is real, felt as real, always the self is also real. I am there. I am related to all these things. I am the one who is experiencing these things. So you may know, you might say that I'm not using the word myself very often, but it doesn't make any difference whether you use the word myself or not, whether you use the word I, me or not, is not the important fact here. The feeling that self is there in everywhere. That is the important thing. Even Lord Buddha used the word me, myself, but we know that there was no current, no power underneath the thoughts. That means very clearly, as a deep understanding, Lord Buddha knew that there is no one called myself here. But when we use the words in these languages, sometimes there is a bit of a confusion when we are talking. So you have to be careful with that understanding. Do not try to just pick one corner of these talkings and say that this word was used to explain that. Take the essence underneath rather than going by words, because you need to use words to explain certain things. So as we said, actually the body is not me. We didn't have this concept of body is myself as a small child. We were given that concept. That concept was forcibly uh, put in with all kinds of teaching at home and even at the school, that this body is myself. So that is something that you have to see now. Basically, most people will say, is a body yourself? A lot of people will straightforward say, yes, body is myself. And two things we have to talk here. One thing is, as a baby, did you know that this body is myself? No, that concept wasn't there. And it was the adults at home. who will put this concept little by little during this process called teaching. This body is me. So, showing the different parts of the body, the child will have a kind of ownership to this body. So, the body, baby child will have that misconception that this body is myself. But if you remove part of the bodies, part by part, then you can't say that is me. You will say it is mine. And we know that the different parts of the body can be replaced nowadays with the advanced medical sciences. And a person who lost a limb will be fitted with an prosthetic limb. So then the part of you has gone and a new part has come. So then can you say that part is me? So like this various from various angles you have to work out this and see whether this body is myself. And also we know that Lord Buddha's meditations, the Kayanupassana meditation, uh, assuming that there is something called body, uh, he divided this body into so many parts under four main categories: the Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayo. Patavi means solid ones, Apo means a liquid types, Tejo is a temperature, and Vayo is the uh, Vayo is the airiness. So under these groups, four groups, uh, he divided the body to different parts and said, can you call each of these part is me? So when you actually dissect out, none of them you can say that it is me. And also the other important thing is these four natures, the Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayo. Those four are not what you see as solid, what you see as liquid, what you see as temperature changes, or what you see as air, nature of the air. Of course, the air is not something that you can see, but the effects of the air you can see. Temperature is again not something that you can see, but the effects of the temperature you can see. All of them are the four different ways that the skin can feel. The human skin, we are talking about the human skin. So, the human skin, because we have an organ called skin, and the qualities of that skin is such that those four qualities can be recognized the way that it is felt. So this misunderstanding has to be cleared because a lot of people have the understanding. If you say Patavi, what you see as the wall, what you see as the table, what you see as earth, what you feel see as the teeth, bones, hair, all those things are taken as Patavi. But actually speaking, what Lord Buddha said was that what is felt as firm or soft are labeled as Patavi. So, not something that you see as solid, but something that is felt as solid or firm or soft is called Patavi. Similarly, Apo is not something that you see as a waterfall, uh, or milk or tea or blood or whatever. Apo is something that the skin is felt as if something liquid like nature, something flowing. So the skin has that ability to feel it in a different way, uh, as a liquid nature. That is called Apo. Uh, Tejo is another thing. So the temperature changes are felt by the skin, isn't it? So, something that we feel as temperature changes is explained as tejo. Vayo. Now, when the wind is blowing, you can feel the wind, windy nature. So, that is what is explained as vayo. So, these are again, I'm just reminding you, nature's how the skin or the body sensor is experiencing. And those four are actually, as R.N. Mahansi also beautifully explains, they are all kinds of vibrations or waves. But in a solid nature, the waves are occurring densely, very close to each other. So it is felt as solid. And the Apo nature, the waves are a little looser. So therefore, you feel it as something liquid. Vayo means the waves are even loosely packed so that it is felt as air. And the tejo or the temperature waves are yet another different type of a wave. So they are all waves or vibrations and felt by the skin in different ways. So, uh, going back to the body story, so the what R.N. Mahasi explains is that see it from different angles. As a little baby, we didn't have that concept that body is myself. That is one point. And also, when you dissect the body parts into different parts, you can't find myself. You can't find a particular piece to say that this is myself. They belong to me, but the me seems to be different. They are separate there. And of course, Aaron Hansi says that certain parts can be replaced. Transplants are occurring and prosthetic parts are fitted to the body. So this body can be changed. Then you can't say that this body is me. The appearance, can you say appearance is myself? No, the appearance will change. Appearance can change if you want, isn't it? Using various plastic surgeries, the appearance can change. And also, the appearance will change anyway with the uh, natural changes, with the aging. The photograph of yours at the age of 5 years is completely different from the photograph at the age of 30 years. And it's yet further changed by the age of 70 years. So the rupa or the appearance also can change. Then you can't say that that is permanently myself. It's a changing thing. Then also he asked, is the name myself? These are very basic things, but we haven't thought about them, isn't it? The name or the description can be changed. Nowadays, we know that the names are being changed. When you make a request to the government, you get that permission to change your name. So the name also you can't say myself. And we talked about the mind already. The mind has an ever changing pattern, and there's no way of controlling that mind either. So, in that case, you can't call the mind is myself. So, further, he explains the habits. There are people who are doing things as habits, maybe with their profession, or maybe with the way that they are being brought up. So now we know that story about the two uh, parrot chicks whose nest was destroyed by a strong wind, and the two of them fell into two places. One was a monastery, where that parrot always heard the nice and kind and welcoming words. whereas the other one fell into a place where there were thieves. They were always using the rough and rude words. They were always talking about the killing and hurting the people, stealing, all kinds of bad words were there. So we know that the parrots can imitate. And in this story, it says that the parrot who fell into the monastery was always using very kind words, whereas the other one, as a habit, what it heard was always some bad words. So he was using very unruly and unkind words. So this shows that the habits can change the person's nature. So then you have to say that habit itself is not myself. That is the kind of the environmental influence to that person or that system. So habits again cannot be labeled as myself. So also RNRC adds another point where due to these hormonal changes in the body, sometimes you get changes in your feelings and changes in your emotions. A person might get too angry due to the effect of these hormones. So then you can't label it as myself again. So there are so many factors like this that you can exclude safely. Because in all such instances, a guilty feeling sometimes comes, particularly for a person who is listening to this Dhamma. A guilty feeling can come saying that I got angry and it shouldn't have happened to me like this because I am listening to Dhamma so much I couldn't control myself. So these are very frequently heard uh, lamenting words from different people in our Zoom discussions. So what is important to know is that there never was a person here. There never was a self here. And there is no self here. And there is not going to have any self in the future either. So what is felt as this self is a question. I'm sure you may have listened to this type of explanations often if you are listening to these Buddothpado, the PeoTV sessions, or if you are a person who is listening to the English Zooms also, Singlish Zoom discussions. This is being explained again and again and again by Avar and Marse, our noble friend. So this sometimes uh, this has to be explained by a noble friend. This is not yourself. This is not the self. Each and everything, when you come out with something, is this myself? Is this myself? Each and every time, what we have to say is that there is no self here. There is no self. You are trying to find a self, create a self, and then try to understand that there is no self. So, this is actually a wrong concept. There never a self existed. This is a no self Dhamma. There never a self existed, but the feel of that thought, the feel is underneath part of the iceberg. The iceberg is your thought. Underneath that, you have the feel, and feel is the one which is explained as myself. Feel or that current or that power is the one which is explained as myself. So, these things actually don't believe simply because you hear them. Try to understand this field. try to understand this heaviness which is coming up with the thoughts. The heaviness varies with different thoughts. Now, the heaviness which comes with the thought of son or your spouse is much heavier than the heaviness which comes with the thought about a child that you are seeing on the TV for the first time, isn't it? Because it depends on the degree of abhisankarana or the degree of volitional formation in relation to that thought, which means if that same thought has been coming again and again over a long time, the current affiliated to that thought is much heavier. You can call it defilements. That heaviness or the current also can be labeled as defilements. That current is the one that you are interpreting as self. So, this formation of the current is a part of this machine work. As I said, the raw materials, when the raw materials are provided, a product is coming out. That product has as a part that current also. Now, when you do not realize that this is a function of a machine which has been programmed, or you can also say that this is a programmed robot. So, when you do not realize that this is a function of a programmed machine, the current that is produced along with that product is also stronger. But when you realize that this is simply a machine which is producing various things, that associated current starts going down. But the product will be there, whether you want a cup or a plate or a mug or a bowl, whatever the outcome, the thought will be coming up. But that current which is associated with that is the one which is going to disappear when you understand that this is simply a function of a machine or a function of a system. So sometimes if the raw materials are only the seeing and hearing, the product will be something different. But if the raw materials are seeing, hearing, feeling the taste, feeling the smell, and skin sensation, if all five raw materials are there, the product will be something different. So the thoughts, that is how the thoughts are varying depending on the type of the senses which combine. And the thought, simply the thought is not the product alone. If you do not understand that this is a machine work, the thought or the product is alive. Thought or the product is felt as really, really existing. And that is where the self is also born. So I'm trying to explain these things using different words and different angles. Most of these metaphors have been given by our noble friend R.N. Johansen. And actually, you have to do the rest of the uh, investigations by yourself because if you take simply the examples or the metaphors given by R.N. Johansen, it's not going to be a research, isn't it? You can apply these things to your own examples, your own stimuli, your own thoughts, and try to work it out. You will see it from different angles that there is no self here. Things are happening according to a program, isn't it? Now, take the fact preparing a cup of tea. Now, you didn't have that program as a baby. The program of making a cup of tea is now a mental picture. It's a thought. Mental picture means thought. So it is a thought now. The thought comes that I want to make a cup of tea. See how the senses are functioning thereafter, one after the other, one after the other. Do you have to think at each level? Now I have to lift my hand up, take the bottle of leaves, see it with the eye, and identify that it is a tea leaves, and feel the hardness, and mind recognizes it as the hardness of the spoon. Now, those things we used to practice some time back, quite a while back. Nowadays, actually, don't, our advances says that do not go to that primitive level because you know it already. So right now, when you had the thought called preparing a cup of tea, rest of the thoughts will come as a sequence, isn't it? You don't have to think of it. Automatically, you will be taking the tea leaves, putting water, leave it aside, kind of boiling water, and then putting the water and leaving it aside, and then straining it, adding sugar, mixing it, all kinds of things will happen as a part of the system, as a part of the sensor functions, one after the other, one after the other. Always only one sensor is functioning, but because of the speed they take over, jump from one to the other, we do not see that changing even. It happens as a continuous process. And during this process, the function occurs, and see whether you can recognize it's happening without a self, isn't it? The mechanically, as a part of the system, it is happening. So, can you say that I prepared a cup of tea? No. Where did you get that mental picture? Is something that you have to understand. As a child, you had no mental picture of preparing a cup of tea, isn't it? The mental picture is a collection of data. That data got collected step by step. You may have watched as a child how your mom was preparing a cup of tea. My mom may have told you, you have to do this first. You have to do that, this, like this. Don't do it this way. So there are all kinds of data that has been put to the system, and it's like putting data to the computer. So then the very first day that you are preparing yourself, you may have sometimes got more data. Your mom may have said, no, no, it is not the way. You have to do it this way. Let the water boil very well and carefully pour it like this. And also you get this all kinds of precautions also. It's hot. Touch it with a cloth and be careful, the steam will come to your face. So these are all part and parcel of that mental picture. And that mental picture just didn't come instantly. The mental picture got more and more new data time to time over the time. And you might even remember the day, very first day that you tried to prepare a cup of tea all by yourself. So you were trying to get the components of that mental picture that you had earlier. And right now you have an established mental picture of how to prepare a cup of tea. And the machine is working, isn't it? The system is functioning. You don't even have to think of it. And not only that, sometimes your mind may be somewhere else, but the sensors are functioning and sensors are taking over the role. and then finally the cup of tea is prepared, and your mind, which has flown somewhere else, has come back to taste it. And uh, the the word, the action mind or the kriyasita, is used to the thoughts which are not which are felt without any current, without any power. So that means that thought has not become a thing to you. So actually speaking, in the fourth step of four levels of contemplations that we are practicing with R.N. Maharse's guidance, that is what we are doing. If you are preparing the cup of tea with that action mind, the action is occurring. There's no power, there's no current with that. But of course, if your mind has flown somewhere else and you are thinking about your workplace or about your child who is in the class, then you can't call it a kriyasita. In such situations, also, we know that cup of tea can be prepared without any attention to this. Your mind may have been completely with your son, who was not very well today, but he went to the school. So you might wonder what may have happened to him, whether he was okay, whether he can listen to the lessons. That time, certainly it is not a kriyasita or action mind. Your mind has become that thought about your son has become a thing to you, even though the preparation of cup of tea happened in this time. So what is meant by kriyasita or the action mind is your focus is to this action, but you know that it is happening as a part of the system. You see it from that angle. It's not myself, it's not me preparing some tea. It's the system which is functioning, and there's no current or power in that action. That can be labeled as an action mind. So, as I said, wherever your mind uh, has been holding on, we say Basagani. In Sinhalese, we use the term Basagani, which means that that particular thought has become a thing to you. That stimulus is is having that stimulus is felt as something real. Uh, I don't know whether the way that the words I'm using give you that deep meaning of what I'm trying to say. It's a kind of a power that is felt by the system. So, uh, as I said, many things during the daytime happens according to this mental picture. And if you can, or if the system can experience that it is happening, the function is happening, but there is no myself here, then that is what you should actually concentrate on. That is how you should feel it. Because feel, there's no power in the field, there's no current in the field, but the action is happening. So, this is what Lord Buddha explained as the stimulus or the thought is not becoming real. If the stimulus or the thought is real, that is what is explained as jati or the birth of the self. Now, this has been mentioned in so many ways using different uh, words. Whatever is felt as real, whatever is felt, whoever is felt as real, whatever is felt as real, whatever gives rise to a kind of a burn or a current, uh, that is yourself, that is a self is there. So it is actually important to understand how this system is functioning. And as a thought, uh, as a thought, if you understand that this is only a system here, there's no self here, that is your turning point. The turning point means that is where the basic understanding comes. And always R.N. Maharshi explains that breaking this self weave is the turning point. Or you are very clear as a thought that everything, all the thoughts are creations. All the thoughts are creations. All the thoughts are fake. All the thoughts are not existing. All the thoughts are not real. So these are the ways that I can explain this. So that is the level where the self weave is broken. You know that what you are experiencing is simply a thought. What you see, what you hear, what you smell, what you taste, and what is felt at the skin level. They are simply all our thoughts. And the thoughts are not correct. Thoughts are wrong. Why do you say the thoughts are wrong? Thoughts are constructs. It's something like, uh, uh, how can I give the example? It's like a negative of a film roll. You know that negative is not something real. It is not this real picture. But from that, you can create something which looks like the real picture. So the thought is simply a creation of the five senses. If you talk about the five senses, the seeing is also not real. Hearing is also not real. Feeling the taste, feeling the smell, feeling the skin sensation, those are also not real. Then collective collection or combination of these non-real things cannot possibly give rise to a real thing, isn't it? So the combination of the non-real things will eventually give rise to a non-real thought. But what happens is that this is not understood as non-real. We don't see any non-reality even at the level of seeing, hearing, and uh, feeling sensations. Because even for the small baby, even if they experience only the seeing, hearing, and skin sensation, they feel that it is real, but it is not real. Why? Because of the speed, it is created as if it is real. If the speed is not there, you will not experiencing it as a real. So wherever we are talking, we talk about the speed, 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 speed everywhere. If the speed wasn't there, you can't talk about those five sensor functions. So then, can you talk about a real thought then? Because a real thought is a combination of the five senses. So if it is not real, it is something illusionary created. Taking it as real is going to give rise to serious consequences, isn't it? This is what has happened to the humans and the other living beings. things which is created at the level of the senses is taken as real. So this is a very serious issue, isn't it? Something which is not real but looking very real is taken as real, and the consequences of that occurs because of that. And the consequences are various types of emotions, defilements, whatever the label you can give. Now, if you understand that this is a mechanism, that this is a kind of a computer to which the data has been inserted, you know that if that data insertion did not occur, that outcome will not be there, isn't it? So, this inserting this data is not something that is happening under somebody's authority. It's again a natural process. So then you can't again talk about stopping a natural process. Stopping the natural process is not possible to do. In that case, the natural process will take place, the thoughts will form, and the thoughts will be repeatedly occurring, and the repeated occurrence of the thoughts will make it feel that the thought is real, and the thought is felt real means that is yourself. So all are creations, stage by stage, stage by day, stage. They are all creations, and the creations are taken as real. So I'm using the same words again and again just to reiterate the fact that things have been constructed from the zero level to look like huge uh, constructions. And this is what we are experiencing as the world. So everything in the world is a creation. The world includes myself also. So I am also a creation in these thoughts. And the thoughts are created when the senses are functioning. So as long as the breathing is there, the senses are functioning. And the senses will create the thoughts. Thoughts are felt as real. And when the thoughts are felt as real, there is always a current there, a burn. That current is the one which is interpreted as myself. So look at these things from different angles. You might sometimes listen to the same fact over and over again. All of a sudden, you might feel, this is the fact that they have been trying to explain. So you can call it sudden click. So sudden click can all of a sudden do a great change, isn't it? Like you have been staying near a barrier, thinking whether to jump over it or not, and all of a sudden you get the strength to jump over that, and then you might see, oh my gosh, how many times did I listen to the same sentence again and again? Only now I feel that this is the way it is happening. So Dhamma is actually something deep. On the other hand, you have to say that it is something simple also. But because this has been practicing uh, the the way that we are familiar with has been in practice not only in this life but throughout our journey. We have been practicing it in this way, downwards along the stream. But now you have realized that we have to swim upwards. This is not the direction. So, swimming upwards all of a sudden within a matter of few months or weeks sometimes is not possible. Anyway, don't get disheartened because there are people who have been listening to these sermons for over now 4 or 5 years. Still, quite a significant number of them are still struggling to understand what Aranhasi is trying to explain. So, this is not the end of everything. Simply because you don't understand, uh, do not discontinue or do not turn to something simpler that you can understand. That is an important message because many people we know, when they feel that the a particular Dhamma is not easy to understand, they will go for something better, so called better, or something simpler and something easier to understand. They might think of doing some physical activities, meritorious work as an alternative. No, Lord Buddha actually did not encourage this Amisha Puja or the meritorious acts like alms giving, offering various things, and helping people. He didn't say no to them, but what Lord Buddha said was that they shouldn't be the priority. They should not be the number one. Those things are actually easy to do, isn't it? They are easy to do, and you don't need to use your mind to understand those things. You can just follow whatever the people are doing. You can still see, even nowadays in the country, you can see that massive level offerings are being done, and people are changing these patterns also. Certain things that you never ever heard during the Lord Buddha's times are happening as this Amisha Puja. Uh, if Lord Buddha was alive here, you can just simply imagine what will be his reaction. So people try to go to the simpler versions, easier versions, and they want the shortcuts. That is the main thing. And people are impressed when large scale offerings are happening. People are really impressed. Oh, yes, this is done in a beautiful way. And there's competition also. They want to do the next one in a better way. They want to gather more people and do it in a more ceremonial way rather than the way that they have observed. Now, see the competition and where are they going? They are not certainly going to be in higher realms because there's always craving, isn't it? There's always craving and there's always competition, maybe trying to put the other person down and then overtake him. So, those are all kinds of defilements. You can give different names to those defilements, but the defilements means always the current generated within the system is higher. Whatever the meritorious work you are doing, even if it is a large scale offering that like the Mallika Devi's Asidisidane, people try to do the things in a better way than the other people and more frequently sometimes, spending more money. So by doing that, what do they expect? They are expecting something in return. They are craving to be born in a higher realm. They are having the tanha in the maximum level, isn't it? The tanha means there's always existence. Tanha means always the upadana and the bhava. Perception of existence means perception of self always. So tanha upadana invariably leads to bhava or the persistence. Persistence means it has become a thing to you. It has become a thing means always the self is there. So you are going down the stream. You are not trying to swim upwards by doing all these meritorious things. And you always want to be born in a higher realm. You want to be born in heaven and have all kinds of comforts for a long time. That is how we heard in these stories. And when you are born in the heaven, you can have a comfortable life with all kinds of luxuries and for a long, long, long time. That is what you are craving for. And does it mean that the current is low? No, the current and the power generated with these activities is more. The current is more means the burning is more. Burning is more means the defilements. Defilements means that the self is rising very strong. There are all so many words used to explain the same thing. But what is ultimately expected? Ultimately, what is expected is something better than now. But will you get that? No. When the craving or the tanhava is more, you are not certainly be going to be born in a higher realm. So this is the disaster nowadays that we see. We see that lots and lots of people are moving away from this real Dhamma path. They are having trying to do more competitive things. And when you see these things in the social media, you can you get motivated to do more things, which is actually very sad because the social media are using these facts to direct them to the wrong pathway. And it's not only the lay people, unfortunately, even the monks are directing the crowd to this direction. They may be expecting some sort of benefits by promoting these things uh, because among them also there is a competition to have more crowd around them. So these things were never observed in Lord Buddha's time or subsequently during the Arahant's time. Now, because our monks they themselves mostly do not have this expectation, their understanding is also not good. So what they are doing is uh, not the correct thing, but they do not realize that it is not the correct. So we are trying to uh, get these things corrected in whatever the way we can. And our noble friend R.N. Mahasi is trying to explain this Dhamma, putting his maximum efforts. And as a group, we are trying to spread this Dhamma message among the people in the country and also outside the country. So we have a huge network of people from so many countries in the world, and we are being connected via these Zoom discussions. And also, there are many books which are printed from sermons done by R.N. Vahansi. There are radios with the recordings of R.N. Vahansi's Deshana. Pen drives are there, and there is a monthly magazine which is being published. And there are lots of leaflets which gives all the information about the websites and also the Zoom discussions that we are conducting. We know that people who are listening who can understand Sinhalese language do have much more opportunities actually. But RN Hansi wanted to fill that gap uh, in some way. That is why he decided to start this English Zoom series, the PeoTV, Buddothpado PeoTV English Zoom channel. Um, so it may not be, I mean, proportion wise, it is a small attempt compared to the Zoom discussions that we are doing in singular medium, but it is something better than nothing. And the www.wisdomofasia.com uh, website is in English medium, and there are important sermons done by Avar and Mahasi also. So any person who is interested in finding out more details can go to these websites and then try to pick up the things from there. And we have a discussion session from uh, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. You can always join us. And if there are any questions, if there are any doubts, it's important to get them cleared right at the beginning, because uh, if you there are many pitfalls and many wrong paths in this Dhamma path. So it's always a noble friend who is going to help us to get back to the correct track. Uh, Lord Buddha says that the own mind should be a shepherd who is keeping a track of the cattle. So do not, I mean, not allowing the cattle to go to the side roads. So they using that stick that the shepherd is using. He should be able to direct to the correct path. So trying to understand the own mind, trying to understand how the thoughts are formed, and the fact that there is no person here is the most important thing. And this is just a mechanism, a system is functioning. When you actually understand the fact that there is no self, which means the breaking of the self will level, it's quite relaxing, because always, whatever happens, the habit is to put into my bucket. So as long as you have that bucket, whatever is happening is going there. I felt very bad about it. I felt angry at this time, and I was craving for that. So these are the things that our mothers who are listening to these Dhamma sermons, they are lamenting about those happenings. They feel guilty because they are listening to these Dhamma sermons, and still they say that I can't control these emotions. If you could control the emotions, there is no different, no problem at all, isn't it? Then there is nothing to worry. If you have such a control of your own mind, there's nothing to be worried at all. The problem is there is no such control. There's no way controlling like that. Then what do you have to do? What you have to do is to understand what is happening here. If you cannot control something, you get on with that. Instead, now we know that if the wind is blowing, are you going to complain? No, because you know that that is a natural law. The wind is blowing. Okay, you will make sure that your things are not flown away. You will appropriately close the doors and windows. You will make sure that nothing which can be blown away is kept outside. You will take precautions, isn't it? So, like that, if you know that this formation of the thoughts is simply a process where no one is responsible, Nothing can be done about it. what what should we do then? There's nothing to do, but you understand that this is a system. You understand that this is something not controllable. And when you understand, you have a smooth coexistence with that, isn't it? Even if the wind is strong, when you realize that you can't do anything about it, you will try to coexist with that. You have a kind of a peace with that. So, similarly, when you have the thoughts or when you have these emotions, when you have this power or the current which is strongly felt, if you do not take it as yours, if you understand it as just a part of the system, that is all you have to do. That is all you can do actually. So then only the fire which is created in each and thought will start coming down when you realize that there's nothing can be done. It is a part of the automatic system. When you understand, the automatically the fire will start coming down. So the first important thing is that get rid of this wrong thought. For that, you have to give repeated boosters because always up to now we were thinking it happened to me, I experienced it, this is my way. So always we went on that track. But now with repeated boosters, you have to give a reminder. There's no self here. There's no self here. This is just a sensor. There's no self. So each and every time, if that booster is given, and then only that helps you to get rid of that wrong thought. I'm talking about, I'm talking for a person who is just starting this Dhamma. This continuous thinking that there is no thought doesn't need to be continued right at the beginning. For a beginner it is useful. For a beginner, with each and every uh, feel, you can just give that booster. There is no self here. It is a seeing only. It's a thought only. There's no self. No one did it. So that sort of boosters are helpful at the beginning. And subsequently, you don't need to think like that. It automatically comes as a feel that there is no self. So that is the point that you are trying to achieve, where the feel is coming that there is no self here. It's something like that you feel that there is no one real in the reflection in the mirror. So the feel is something that is felt, not something explainable in a word. So always Aryan Maharaj says, go along the feel. Recognize your thoughts which are coming as a gush of uh, wind. The thoughts are always blocking or covering the feel. The feel is underneath. So feel is the one which has to be understood. Feel is the one which has to be recognized. And more you recognize the feel, it becomes more and more clearer. With each thought, the feel becomes more prominent. The place that the thought had becomes less and less. Significance that the thought was given becomes less and less. So that is your path. And you will feel that the current which was created coming down gradually. So this is the beauty of this Dhamma. And uh, I hope I could convey some message with these wordings. And we request you to continue to listen to the sermons and do your own research, do your own experimentation. You will find so many new metaphors or examples from your own life. And also, there are many instances that you can see how the Dhamma is coming to action. Every event in your life, there is a Dhamma aspect. Uh, so I will conclude the session from here. I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect, and I worship Aryan Vahase with all his guidance. I worship Aryan Vahase at your feet, and may our friends be blessed by Triple Gem. May all our helping friends, Dhamma friends who are helping with the technology, be blessed by Triple Gem. Thiruvaren Saranai.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thiruvaren Saranai Aryan Vahase. Thiruvaren Saranai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 48. You can call this a kind of meditation. When you receive a thought, you should look at the mind without the image. It is similar to looking at the theater screen without looking at the images on it. This scene is like nirvana. It is like seeing the truth. Realizing the truth is known as the awakening of the Dhammachakkusaya. Awakening of the Yathabhuta Jnana means you see the true nature of all things. You understand and realize how all things come together to form this illusion. Once you realize the truth, you will no longer be tricked by this illusion, by this film. The moment you realize the pure truth, you awaken the wisdom of Aloko Udapadi, Vidya Udapadi, Chakkun Udapadi, and Prajna Udapadi. Now you know how to see the you have to put a great effort to realize the illusion outside. You need to apply the 5 spiritual faculties Sattva, Virya, Sati, Samadhi, and Prajna to realize the illusion outside. Satta means you are willing to understand what the truth is. You know how to look at the screen and see through the images and be aware of the blank white screen. You are aware that what you see outside is only a film and that is not real. Sadhanusari is a person who sees the truth in this illusion. You have to develop an effort or virya to see the truth in this illusion. You have to see the truth in every thought you receive. Satya is when you practice being mindful to see the blank white screen at the background. Later, this Satya develops to a Samadhi. Therun everybody.
Sarana Shani. Thank you for reading the book for us and starting our session. We all pay our homage at Aryan Vahanse's feet, Theruvan Saranai Aryan Vahanse, and may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. And we warmly welcome to this English Zoom discussion from 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time until 4 p.m. And we also thank our technical team, our friends who are behind the screen, always helping us to conduct these Zoom discussions. So as usual, Shani read two pages from the book that we are following, The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2 book. So still we are at the beginning. We are still talking about the thoughts and what is meant by the world created by the sense of faculties. So we are still discussing the very basic facts. So little by little, some light is shed, and now we know that the world, what is called the world, or the materialistic world, is something created at the sensor level of different species, so the including the human beings. So the capacity of the sensor faculty will create something, and which is an illusion. Actually, what happens is due to the speedy vibration, something is created at the sensor level, and the functions of the sensor faculties will together form what's called the thought, which is another form of vibration. So everything is a thought basically. So thoughts are whatever you name, it's a thought. Uh, House, trees, daughter, son, mother, car, everything. Everything is a thought. So why we say that the thought is an illusion? It's simply because due to the speed, something is created by this sense of faculties, but due to the ignorance or avidya in Sinhala, it's assumed that it's what is there, it's really existing, but it's actually a picture created or a reflection created in the mind. It's a collective function of the sense of faculties then and there, which creates some form of picture. So we either get attached, clinging, or we reject, or we get feel averse to these uh, thoughts which we think is really outside there. So this is the basic teaching of Buddhist philosophy. Actually, Buddhism is not a religion. It's not another religion, but it's a kind of philosophy. So irrespective of the culture, irrespective of the original religion or the geographical situation, any person can study this and see the truth. Lord Buddha used to say, "Come and see." I mean, he never asked us to blindly believe what he said. He said, each of you can come and see this Dhamma and then understand it to yourself. What is meant by this Dhamma Chakshusha, which was mentioned by Shani, is that opening up of your wisdom. Actually, it is not the physical eye, but it's also, I mean, can be called as a third eye, where it's the wisdom which is used to understand this Buddha teaching. So I warmly welcome all our friends who have joined Dhamma discussion today. We can start the discussion on some topic or something that was read just now from the book. Teruvan Saranai, all of you. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Teruvan Saranai. Yeah, we can start a discussion if someone can actually bring up ideas. That's also fine. I think in the book reading, are we slowly going towards the field, or have we finished that bit? Yeah,
Still, I think we are just sort of halfway like of that. Still more to read on that topic.
Yeah. So either any one of you can bring up an idea.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Teruvan Saranai.
Friends in prayer, worship to our Mahansa. If our friend Joel doesn't have a question, I'd like to ask, maybe we can ask him to just interrupt and ask any question that he has during our conversation. But until such time, I was just wondering whether you can elaborate more on the mind consciousness and the feel, and the thing that we say, happiness without happiness and sadness without sadness, the distinguishing between the emotions and the feel. How when we try to discern the sensation arising from the sense faculties, we've discussed this, that the mind consciousness is the trickiest of them all. I think, Dr. Sakuntala, you dealt with it a little bit today in the morning Zoom discussion. I think quite a few people asked various questions as well, but just on that aspect about distinguishing the sadness arising from the mind consciousness as an innate feature of the mind consciousness, and the sadness as an innate feature, as opposed to the sense of heaviness that we identify separately as self-vibration. If you can just give a few more examples than the usual example that we always give about the Buddha scolding the Venerable Potilathero and sending him out of the thing. And the typical other example we give, like, when we meet a friend after a long time, there is an initial sense of happiness. but that is just in the periphery or almost like a surface, like happiness. It doesn't really, there is that calmness that is deep within that remains unperturbed. If you can just give a few more examples, because I think it would be good to clarify that a bit more, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, that's
Hello,
a really
doctor. Hello, doctor. I'm Joel here, doctor.
Yeah.
Connecting my question to Madam Surangika, what she asked about this mind consciousness. Yesterday you said about how to come out of the mind and live happily. I didn't understand that. So can you just give me a clarification on how to do it? Thank you.
Yeah, they both are related questions. So, okay, going, I think Surangika won't mind if I start from Joel's question.
No, of
So,
course not.
Yeah, so I think here, I don't know whether Joel can remember, I started talking about mind consciousness or the thought. It's a thought. So this, I'll elaborate in such a way, I don't know whether that will clear this, but I'll try. So just imagine this current dream. What I call the dream is just this world. So when you wake up in the morning, can you see that the whole lots of things, like I have to quickly get ready, dress up or cook something, send the kids to school, go to work. Okay, has to put the bins out, stuff like that. So there's so many things. They are just thoughts. So that is the mind consciousness. But the problem is, the mind consciousness has that, because it acts very fast. If you research about this mind consciousness is very, in the sense that anyway, the consciousness, when the word consciousness comes, you feel like as anything is existent because of the other way around. If you feel something existent, we call it consciousness, actually. So the consciousness is where we feel something happening. So in that sense, the mind consciousness is that we feel like mind is existing. That is due to the very speedy occurrence of these stimuli. Stimuli, Joel, when we refer to stimuli, it is each and every thought. Because thoughts happen very fast. We even can't differentiate that we are driving as well as listening to music. Or we are reading a book at the same time. You hear the background, a noise in the garden. So, or anything like that, you're cooking, you're at the same time, you are concentrating on a podcast, something like that. So, but according to science as well as Lord Buddha's Dharma, each and every stimuli is quite different, and they arise and they subside without our knowledge. But the thing is, this because this happens so fast, we can't even differentiate anything like that, and we feel that this mind is existing. But actually, there's no big deal about this, because it has happened anyway. But the big deal is that because we have misunderstood this whole thing, that it is actually existing. The misunderstanding or the ignorance is the main problem, that we feel that this is seriously existing, but it's actually not. If you can, with the in Sri Lanka, we have something like torang or in abroad, we have like some fireworks, even with the, you know, in they make I can't remember Suranka the word that, you know, they with those gadgets they make up you know, happy 2026. Just imagine like that in the sky. How do they do that? They do that through the very fast occurrence of lights. Similarly, it's a simile. It's a metaphor. Similarly, that is what happens in our systems too. It's very fast occurrence of the vibrations in the eye that we feel as light. Very fast occurrence of the air. Actually, they are receptors. There's so much receptors in this body. That is why we feel alive. So those when the vibrations happen so fast, that is what we call actually sound. At the same time, when these get activated at the same time, a thought process starts. That's how a child actually starts to think. If you go back to the child life before thoughts start, you can't remember anything. Why? Because that's the time that you felt. You just felt. But then thought starts to happen, and first thought may be mom, then second thought may be dad, or even bayang or something like that, because we use so many you know, different words. Or you may say in some houses they may say dada, mama, you know. It's quite different from each household, but whatever the words, whatever the perception, the idea is to identify something. So when we feel something, we try to identify. That's our human nature. So coming back to Charles' question, what we really do is we understand what happened. That's all what we do. So we understand that before becoming trapped in this mind, because it's actually a trapping, because you can't feel anything anymore. You just keep thinking, because you get up, you see the bathroom door, you know, it's a bathroom door, even though you're not even conscious about it. You're not even, you know, thinking about it specifically. But if you were supposed to ask someone what happened in the morning, or what happened before the fall or something, they will definitely say, I was going to go to the bathroom door, but something was there on the floor and I just slipped on it. How did that happen? Until such time, they didn't pay much attention that they are going to the toilet and all that. But it is there underlying. So the mindful world, or the mind, or this dream, I usually call it dream because it's much easier to understand. So that at the night also you might see a kind of a dream with all the perceptions. Can you see? If you see your, we'll take an example, you see your friend in your dream, you definitely know it is a perception. Perception is kind of gives you idea that it's not real. Even just by saying perception, you know that it's not real, because you saw friend in the dream, but you know it's not real. The problem in the real world is because you feel like living, because this skin is working, eyes are working, ears are working, tongue is working, you know, and there's a thinking process as well on top of that. Now you feel like alive, and you feel like you're inside a world. That's the thing. This has to be actually understood first. Understanding only leads you to understand that actually the duality that now directly in front of me is a door now at this moment. And
Saranai, Dr. Kokila, there is an interruption from time to time. Don't know whether it's from my side. Others must be hearing. Is it Surangika? Do you all
Oh,
hear Dr. Kokila properly?
yes, we can hear clearly, Sudharma. Dr. Kokila, we can hear you clearly.
okay. Yeah, I think Sudharma, you might have to move a little bit to find a good, better place with the internet. So so when we try to understand the perception, when we try to understand this dream from morning to night, you are kind of in a dream, but we don't know that. That dream is full of stuff, you know, like you do stuff, you talk, you think, when you do stuff, what do you mean by that? So you know, brush your teeth, you get ready, you dress up according to the occasion and go out, come back, do shopping, cook something, eat something, sleep, talk. What else do? You don't do anything else other than that. So, but what actually happens is, these are kind of perceptions we have. For an example, if you are very old, you might actually forget. There's like a disease which can happen that you keep forgetting. The perception. If you tell, could you please get up? They don't know what is get up means. They just stare at you because they don't know what is get up. Can you imagine that? If you have seen, you will not ponder. It's actually a thing which can happen. So what happens to that? There is a problem in the perception. So they can't identify the perception. So I'm telling all these things to understand the perception. So the perception of things, people, the story, the day-to-day life, the whole thing, the world is in our mind. So this mind consciousness, every word we say, every word that comes to our mind, every simple thing that we do, because we can't do something we don't know. If you say something like ching ching ching, I won't do anything because I don't know what it is. But then if someone knows actually if it's like a proper word, I just made it. But if it's actually a proper word, someone would act. Someone would talk. Someone would think about it. But if I don't have a perception about that, I won't. So our world is our world. So kind of my world is bit of, you know, English. At times it's Sinhala. But the language is just the way of expressing the mind consciousness. So that's the normal humanity. But the most important thing is Joel's question: how do you actually liberate from mind? It's not like a mechanism you jump out of something. It's actually understanding that this mind is not real, and the value given to this mind consciousness goes down, and one day you can feel this in single stimulus, whatever the thought, you might be able to feel it, like you are actually not in this kind of, you will be directly in the field, and even that, so that's beyond Joel's question. Even that, you can feel if you actually know that even the feel is a mirage, because feel is also there because of the speed of this sensory organs, then you might be able to understand the feel of non-existence, or the absence of duality, because we always have a duality, but the absence of duality. There's no big deal about this experience, but the main important factor of this experience is that you understand this continuity feeling we have that someone is existing is broken there, because you understand that actually if the stimulus is understood, that the power of the stimulus is not there, the feel of existence is also not there, and that is so blissful state. So that is the important message here. But the question again comes where how. That's a big question. How? Well, that's the whole Satara Satipatthana, that's the whole Pratipada, that's the whole Satyajnana, that's the whole truth. That's knowing this properly, knowing how this system works, knowing how humanity works, or even how an animal works, or how any, investigating on every aspect of living being, because every living being feels the feel of existence. Can be single cellular organism. Like we call them bacteria, but the bacteria doesn't know that it's a bacteria. But the single cell organism. But even that single cell organism have a vibration, so that there is some activity, so the that also feels the feel of existence. But the beauty of the humans are the single cell or multiple cell organisms, or even animals. That we know animal world. Even animals, they don't have a expert mind system, so they can't really understand the mind as well, because the humans have a mind, yes, but they can actually understand the mind too. That's the beauty of that. So the understanding the system of mind, system of other 5 sensory organs, system of feeling existent, system of feeling alive. How does we get into the notion that we are existing, we are alive? That is how it is. That is how it is. And there are if you say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, if you ask me how am I going to liberate from mind? There are so many factors into that. So many. I don't know whether I can finish it, but there's so many. One is having a very deep keenness, or keenness, or if there's any other better word for that, like a really keen to know the truth, keenness to know the truth. I would put that as one, because only few people will feel any interest in this, because people are interested in seeing movies, people are interested in seeing a scenery, people are interested in having maybe touching your partner, or anything, any bits and pieces. So these are the like experiencing the sensory organs basically. But very few people would be keen to understand what happens here. There are so many, actually. If you research about the world, there are so many who are trying to understand it. So many neuroscientists, so many the physics, or even neuropsychiatrists, because there's so many attachments. And in spirituality, people who are interested in spirituality, they all research about this. What is this consciousness? How do we feel alive? What is the difference of being like feeling alive here and the animal feeling alive? Why there's so many different patterns? Why one person is different to other person? Why twins are different? What is happening after birth? What is happening after death? How is this power different? How can we kill someone at one point and cry with sadness in the other moment? How is our power changing so rapidly? How can we like be jealous of someone at one particular moment, and also at one point say that I really love you. So how can we do this? How can we change so rapidly? There's so many questions out there. Nobody wants the answer. They just go on and on and on. And suddenly when closer to death, they think about, oh, where am I going now? I should go somewhere. Yeah, they're planning where to go, basically. So that's how it is. That's how normal our day-to-day life. That's fine. I mean, I'm not telling anything against that. But what I'm trying to say is only few people are keen to find the truth. So that would be one, I would say. And actual effort to find the truth, because you can get a small curiosity. Okay, what is happening here? Oh, next time, I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. Just I don't know, who cares? You give up. So that you have to have an effort to actually research about this, and ability to research, because you have to have a good kind of deep, inquisitive, concentration ability to research on something. If you're so flustered, you can't research on something. And the other thing would be actually have a proper mind system, mind which is not affected by any psychedelics or any drugs, I would say, substances, or which is not always corrupted with other stuff. Because when you have so much, if you're fighting to survive, or doing a job the whole day and trying to earn money and survive, that is the only thing you will be concentrating on, because you don't have much time. So the time kind of, I would say, some physical and mental, some peace would be very much good for this, and ability to appreciate the different personalities, or kind of different entities, where there would be people out there who would feel better than you, kind of who would feel wider than you, that I would say, not better than you, because it's all our experiences are through our 5 sensory organs and the mind, but we have different abilities. They are different, they are very unique sometimes, and we have to appreciate that. And if someone is telling a kind of a practical thing, you can listen to and see. That's where we start to change. If there's something that you hear and you feel that it is kind of true, and you feel that, because if you have a good quality mind, without any crazy ideas, like needing to earn money, like you have to do something, or you are overwhelmed with some emotions. In that moment you can't do this, but if you actually have a small time for yourself, and then some calmness, that's enough. You just have to have some peaceful moment to understand these things, without any craving for any sensory kind of organ or a thought. So if you get all these things, you might not get all these things at one point, but you might get here and there, because you might take a leave and then go for a walk. There's no big deal about that to anyone. No one would question, why are you going for a walk? I'm going for a walk because I feel like I have to have exercise. So no one would question that. And you would, as I said yesterday, you might start feeling also kind of, the feel is not there much with us, but the feel is beneath us. Actually, it is covered with so much thoughts that we are not even bothered about the feel. So these things are all without right view. As I told yesterday, all these factors are without right view. But only one thing that Lord Buddha said was the noble friend. The noble friend who understood Lord Buddha, that's the Lord Buddha at one point. He understood that there is no self by experience. It's an experience. It's not something we only talk about. So it's an experience that there is no self here. There's no, this additional power is actually brought about by misunderstanding the so-called world, so-called dream, so-called stimuli. Basically, so-called our sensory organs. We completely misunderstand them and think there's an owner. I'm entertaining these things. So, but if we keep cutting these things, like, even if you talk about your eyes, you're talking my eyes. So where's mine? This is the research. This research goes very deep and interesting, but only few people will find it interesting because it's a kind of a boring thing for some. So there are other factors too, being truthful. Someone like Joel, he had been very truthful about him feeling, thoughts, recurrent thoughts has made him down. So he's so truthful about it. He's not hiding it. He's coming to a forum and saying openly, okay, I'm having these really bad thoughts coming back again and again. What the hell? Can I get rid of this suffering? So he's asking a question. He's being truthful to himself. He's not like, putting it under a carpet and trying to, cover up and keep smiling until the day you die and, you die with suffering. No, he's actually open to it. He's trying to find an answer. Why there is suffering? What's the big deal about this? Why it is not going away? Why can't I stay away from these bad thoughts? Why can't I have only good thoughts? So he keeps researching. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Being truthful to yourself and trying to dig deep into the thinking system and feeling system. Again, the answer is complicated actually. The answer is, he asks how to liberate from mind. Again, I've been telling only the few initial factors here, but how is through understanding this truth about this system of feeling alive. How do you feel alive? How do you feel existing? How this consciousness occurs? How this eye consciousness, the ear consciousness, touch the tongue and the nose. Touch is a vast area. You feel cold. You feel temperature. You feel the pressure. You feel the depth. You feel the kind of light touch. You feel the deep touch. You feel the the liquidity. There's so many factors in the feel, and also the pain receptors. They make you feel alive. Of course they do. Why? It's so painful. It's so painful. I got a cut and it's so painful. Yeah. So who got the pain? I got the pain. Who else can get the pain? I cut my finger and it's so painful. I'm in pain. So can you understand this? Who got the pain? I got the pain. Who got the pain? Who is I? Then you keep digging into that. Actually, who got the pain? And we keep understanding. There's a belief that there is an I who is feeling the pain, but there is a pain. So that's the body consciousness. That's the point we are telling. So because there is the sensory organs, we feel alive. We keep understanding that. And on top of this thing, this, the bundle of baby, that's a feeling baby. That's a feeling baby. The baby feels everything. Baby feels the light. If you put a torch onto the baby's eyes, he blink like a disaster happened. If you shout, the baby will be like shaken very quickly, because the ear doesn't know what to do. And yeah, there's things that the baby is like a bundle of a feel, but this bundle of fields get together and form another new vibration, that is the mind. This mind is a big deal now for us. If you're like 40 years old or 35 years of age, you have a story for about 30, you can't remember about less than 1 year, we will just drop that. Or you may not even remember 2 years, who knows, but whatever, those maybe 34 years. Then if you are 35, maybe you might have some idea that world that we keep thinking that this happened to me this age, I sat for exams, I got through, yeah, okay, yeah, I got married also, I have 2 kids now, okay, now I'm on, I work there, yeah, okay, so who is I? You get confused if you actually do this research. You really will get confused. So this I is actually a belief. It's a belief. That's a belief that ruined the whole thing, but it's a belief. But you can't, just because I'm saying this or just because Lord Buddha is telling this, no one will believe that either. Joel can't believe this just because I'm telling this now, today in a forum. Oh, she kept telling that there's no self. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I should think about it. Yeah, you can think about it too. Or better than thinking about it, do a research. Touch something and see. Did you touch it? Do this research yourself. Smell something and see. What did the smell do to you? Is there a duality? Yes, there is a duality. How did that duality come? It's actually a thought. But actually there is a kind of a duality. That's why the thought has been arising. So we keep understanding, we keep investigating this, and we understand this thought process is actually a construct where we got trapped. Just because you understand this, you are not going to go resign from your job and tell the kids you die because I'm not going to feed you anymore. That's not the thing. You just keep doing what you're doing. It's fine. But in deep down that none of these things are actually true. Why? It's a manifestation. What's the manifestation of your puppy dog? Well, that puppy dog has a different manifestation, but it's the same. The dog can be in your room. So it's the same room, isn't it? So you sitting on the floor, the dog is sitting on the floor, same place, kind of really near. But do you think the dog's manifestation is similar to your manifestation? No. Oh, just imagine there's a cockroach also. What about the cockroach's manifestation? What is his world? It's the same room though. And there could be a fly also. What's his manifestation? What are his perceptions? But it's the same room. So it's really interesting. Just really interesting. Scientifically, that's why I actually got dragged into R.N. Vance's sermons, because I was kind of researching about what this really means, so that I don't think everyone would be dragged to this field just because of that. So it's up to everyone to do this research. But when you keep doing the research, one day you might actually feel that in whatever the one single thought, it can be a crow, sound of a crow. And you might directly feel the vibration without actually being in the mind. And you know that it's actually the speed occurrence of the ear faculty that happen. And you might actually encounter or feel the non-vibration, kind of absence of the duality. But the sound is still there. Nothing has happened to anything. But just that you felt this discontinuation of your ever feeling me, then you might understand this. That is the beginning of your path, actually. But this may be too much for Joel. But anyway, answer is complicated. Answer should be told slowly. But if you ask me in one sentence, can you tell me in one sentence? It's all about understanding how this, mirage or how this illusion or how this dream is happening. Does this make sense, Joel?
Yes, doctor. Actually, it made sense. Now I can understand that all these thoughts are kind of illusions, and we must not cling on to those things, and we must not get stuck onto those things, but see it from
Actually,
outside of ourselves.
Joel, the you know what you said, we should not cling on to something. Actually speaking, end of the day, if you actually feel this truth, you will understand that what we call we is the mirage, because there was nothing to cling. We thought there is something to cling. That is the issue here, that we feel this, this as existing. So because the world is existing, we feel as existing. But if you don't feel the world as existing, your power here is also going to get zero. But that doesn't mean you are dying. That's the thing. This is so much blissful states. But you will be continuing your work without any burning inside your mind. But as you said, first we feel, when we hear this Dhamma, we feel that, then if we understand that, we will not cling to anything. But what actually happens is, we keep understanding that we was a misunderstanding. Whatever we say money for the clinging part, the money is a thought. Just imagine the thought. If we take thought, the money, if the money is a mirage, what are you going to cling to? So where are you now? So it's a kind of the two sides of a coin. Because if you feel some value to the money, that is you. There's no separate you. So if you feel the cross sound, that is you. There's no separate you feeling the cross sound. That is a misunderstanding. Did you get the point? It's a bit too hard maybe for you, but if you get it just for fraction of a second, you might get it. And it's just understanding this, any sensory organ sparking, if that has a value, that is you. There's a spark. Actually, life is spark, 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 spark. That is the life. But where here now we think, I should not like any spark. That is the wrong view, actually. There's no me here to like any spark. Actually, that value of the spark is the me. That's why the spark, we feel alive. We feel like this power to hit someone. power to kill someone, lie, do bad stuff, or do even good stuff. It doesn't mean anything good or bad is also, two ends of your mind. It's just the mind. But if we actually fully understand Dhamma, you understand any of these words we talk, even now, the words I talk, are actually inside this dream. If you feel this, you'll be feeling so light at this moment, Joel, because you understand, oh my, why did I suffer so much? Actually, when I listened to Aran once say very long time ago, like 5 years ago maybe, I randomly came across his, no one told me about that, just randomly came across his sermons because I was researching in the YouTube. So he was telling that you have never touched your anything. Actually, you feel like you're touching something, but actually what you think it is you think it is something, like just imagine you are touching your car. It's a thought that you get that I'm touching the car, but what happens actually, there is a touch sensation. There is a touch sensation, but because also of the speedy occurrence of the touch sensory receptors. That's all that is there. But we feel, I touch my car, I wash my car, it's so beautiful, we have so much big story. That is how it is. Did you get the point that we clinging to something, that story gets dissolved anyway?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah. That would be grateful if you can actually get a sense of this. Do you have any more questions, Joy?
I would like others to ask some questions, please. I'm trying to understand what you said.
Yeah, okay. You would ask later? Yeah, okay. So coming back to Srangika's question, again, she's asking a difficult question too, because now I have to explain her how I feel the car, or how I would feel the taste of sweet or taste of salt. So there is a dilemma here, because this liberation from mind is also something that you have to feel. And actually, you feel it, and you feel that, and actually feeling the non-vibration or absence of this vibration. Actually, there's no new vibration called non-vibration. The absence of vibration is also a feel. So, Sarangika, you put me in a very great difficulty in telling these answers. You wanted me to actually give a simile or an example. Well, it's very difficult, because the particular moment we say the mind is not there, so it's directly in the field. So directly in the field, if you have correctly practiced this Dhamma, it will come to you that it is the speedy occurrence of the whatever the sensory organ at that particular moment. And that's where you would actually, the duality might vanish. So, what do you think, Suranka? I don't think I did any good thing to your question, did I?
It's difficult, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, I can give only tips. So the tips for you would be actually just feel it. So to feel it, as I told to Joel, you have to fully understand this Dhamma. Yes, I think that part is happening anyway. You have been listening to this Dhamma for a long time. And then you should give that system, so-called Surangika. I mean, there is a system, yes, but we call it Surangika. That system a chance. How? As I said, have, restful times to the mind as well as the body. And, have some deep thinking about this Dhamma. But if you have done deep thinking too much, maybe just give a break. Because I know a lot of our Dhamma listeners do a lot of thinking about these factors. Because thinking is not going to give you the liberation from the mind, because thinking is the thinking. Thinking is the mind. Actually, I should mention this. There's no any actual organ called mind, Joel. There's no actual specific place or any. It's not a. It's like we call some drops of water. We call it rain, like that. Rain is like fast occurrence of water in one direction. We call it rain, and water in one direction, fast flowing, we call it river. Likewise, this mind is actually fast occurrence of thoughts only. That's why we feel all the time, and everything is inside that. When we are trapped inside the mind, that is where all the time and all these misunderstandings are. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, you come back to mind anyway. It's just understanding this is so paramount that to come to this thing. And when you understand this anyway, the power is going to go down dramatically. Power of the thoughts, because you keep understanding there's no me. Then what's the big deal? Then you keep understanding this importance of this stimulus is the only power that we feel. That is why we suffer, because there is some, we feel the any thought, there is so much value we give. How much value we give, we get suffering, that's all. But that doesn't mean, so we have to be careful here, that doesn't mean that we are going to just, forget about everything, because at the end you understand that stimulus was the only thing that was there. So if the stimulus was the son, or stimulus was the daughter, you understand that stimulus was the only thing that was there, not me. But we felt as there is me because of there was that additional power. Without the additional power, it is so easy to become the person in front of you. You can feel, as an example, if Aranwanse is here, Aranwanse can easily become Joel and feel, the vibration of Joel and try to help Joel to become the non-vibration. That's how it is. That's how it works. Because there is no power at all in here, it is so easy to become the stimulus, or become the thought that you have, or become the main good thing is the word is the stimulus, because otherwise it gives you, because stimulus covers this value of the thought, covers the actual the dream, the perception, and or the perception of the, if you take the example as a chair, the value of the chair, and as well as the perception of the chair, and also the feel that you have the chair is existing. That's actually Aranwanse's most famous example, the chair. Do you feel chair is there? Then you are there. So, Surangika, I know I didn't help you. So, anything I don't know, anything I can help you with, because I can give you anything we can do is to give you so much about this truth and also some clues. So take it easy, because you know the truth now. So you have to take it easy, otherwise your thinking process will get worse. Because if there is a power in the thinking process, very difficult to go to the field. So recurrent thoughts, as the Joel first time question was how to prevent recurrent thoughts. We are not even trying to prevent thoughts down here. Actually, we are trying to understand thoughts and actually pierce the thoughts. That's a good word, I would say. Pierce the thought, not physically, but through your wisdom. So when you pierce the thought with its wisdom, you will be directly in the field. Any feel is not the magic, but the actually feeling the non-vibration is the importance, or the absence of duality, absence of the vibration. Then you know the difference of the the other question of you. How do you differentiate between the feel and the non-vibration, or feel and the what your wordings were like, how to understand the these mental formations with the power and without the power, isn't it?
Yeah, I think just the basic kind of sense of happiness when you see a friend seems to be, this could be, it feels as if that is easily distinguishable. And if, for example, if your favorite cat dies, or if you see somebody, something that is a typical sad event, you just feel a little sad, but that kind of thing seems to be easily discernible. But when it comes to, slightly other types of emotions like irritation, and then, things like that, I think
Irritation is there because of the vibration.
Yeah, so that type of thing, sometimes you feel as if you don't know whether it's like bordering on, I think it's bordering on whether it is just an emotion in terms of dukkha type of thing. But then one of the things Aryan Maharshi always tells us is that you have to be totally and brutally honest with yourself. And it is that question that needs to be, really cleared. And if one is really clearing that aspect, to be truly honest, then that is where that clearance and that clarification is required, Dr. Kokila. So I also thought, I'm just saying it like I also thought now here, that irritation is, as you said, there is a vibration. However low it is, there is still a self-vibration, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Until
so like
being
that,
an
there could be,
arahant, there would be a vibration. And slowly the vibration will go down. And there would be a stage where you don't feel the vibration. And there would be a stage where, so I can't even remember now, the Aranwansi says, you know it better than me because I can't keep track with these words, Pali words, but you know that you initially feel it. That is the vibration. That is the most important part. You have to know the vibration, yes. But then you will feel that the non-vibration, and at the end, actually, you will become the non-vibration so that you don't actually feel it differently. But what I'm trying to say is, what the confusion here is, if you don't know the non-vibration, because there is no confusion if you actually has felt the non-vibration and you feel the vibration, you know that you haven't become you are not an around, that's all. What do you think?
Yes, what shall I say, the challenge is the distinguishing the mind conscious features of the mind.
Stop the distinguishing. It will happen one day. Because you are trying to do that. Definitely, if you are trying to distinguish something, you have to do it through the mind, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's not as if it's it's an overt attempt either, Dr. Kokila, because that
No, there is a subconscious thing though.
Yeah, I think now it has, now that earlier the overt attempt has gone, because you have said it so many times not to do it. And even through the last few weeks, discourses of R.N. Mahansa also, particularly his talks about the perception, the very, very deep analysis of that, all that really helps to clarify deeper, in order to, understand just one thing, that there is absolutely nothing, the shunyata, the nothingness that gets exemplified by everything that he says. So now it is as if, as you, I think, quite rightly said, it's like a subconsciously trying to, there's a subconscious awareness kind of thing, isn't it? That is probably
just let it go.
Where the question arose.
Yeah, let it go. The question, drop the question and keep feeling. What's the big deal about that? If you're feeling something, it is a vibration. And I think that's being honest.
Yeah, that was the part also, that was the thing where the just dropping it
Okay,
was
now
being
I
honest.
know the problem now, but because at the other side, the third thing is understanding that whatever you feel is an outcome of your sensory organ, the speed. That should be there, 100%. 100%. That step, if you actually haven't done that step properly, you haven't felt the non-vibration at least once, then there is a problem anyway. We have a challenge, 100%. We have a challenge. So the challenge is, one thing is not to do anything. It's a challenge because we always want to do something. Let it go. We don't know how to let it go because we want to actually drag on to something. We don't like to let it go because then we don't feel alive. So we are scared that we might not feel alive if we let go. That's the basic thing, that why we are fighting to keep alive. That's because we don't know that it is okay. Kind of, it is okay to die because it's kind of a feel that you can feel before even dying. I think it will complicate the picture, but
yes, I think it might, perhaps because we have new listeners here.
yeah, because we are using these metaphors. Actually, they are metaphors because nothing is happening here. We are still alive. We are just doing all the tasks that we are supposed to do. So don't worry. But it's a metaphor that we use, like why, if we are craving for the feel of alive, because we feel that we have to maintain this. So yeah, that's just let feelings occur, but just remember, actually no, I can't say even remember, just know that it is the fast occurrence. It's the speed. You're feeling something, it is the speed. That's all.
Yeah.
that will give you the non-vibration. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing, good point, Dr. Kokila. Everything. I mean, obviously, isn't it? After it goes without saying, isn't it? It's so
Yeah.
obvious that it's almost like colloquially, it's staring. You're staring at it, and
Yeah.
you don't see it, kind of thing, isn't it? Colloquially
Yeah.
speaking, yeah.
Yeah. If you
Thank
feel
you,
what
Dr.
I felt
Kokila.
just
Yeah.
now, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
All good.
Thank
Anything, Dr. Sakuntala and Sutama, anything to add? I think our time is, we have only
Yeah,
2 minutes more.
it's
Yeah.
almost 2 minutes, Dr. Kokila. Yeah, I was listening to that and it's really nice. And of course, this conversation to distinguish between feel and the mind. It's the biggest question all of us have. And I was also trying to understand it, Dr. Kokila. Just there's just 1 minute to. I mean, it's the same question that Miss Durangika asked from you. So yesterday you said when you are in the mind, you don't see the beauty of the present moment. So
That's
actually,
also a kind of a metaphor.
yeah,
So don't get driven by that,
yeah,
because
yeah,
if there is a person to actually see the
see the
beauty, there is
then
a person to see. So don't get carried away
again.
by, because he's a newcomer, I can't put kind of all the stuff there. But actually the metaphor I use for him is true for him.
Okay. Okay.
That's not applicable to you though. You have listened to Dhamma for a long time. Because actually in the field there is no thought involved.
Dr. Kokila, is this feel is something more or less similar to the original sensation of the sensory faculty, like radiant mind experience?
Radiant mind experience is that has a this
Is it
sasava.
something, yeah,
The
no,
problem
this,
is understanding that's the Surangika's question. How did you
yes.
understand the feel without the chance?
Hmm.
That question is underlying her question.
Yeah, yes.
Because it is all hidden in that is her question. Because this you feel is not the final complete happiness. Feel also has this, this there is some more to understand. That's why you keep understanding that it's just, it's just sensory organs. That's all. Speed of the sensory organs. You feel something. Yes, that's it.
But
Even if you're
ignorantly,
feeling happy, that is just a mind sensor. That's fine. That's not a big problem. But you just have to have a big understanding about that. That gives you the way to feel the sensory organ without the power. But there is a problem because we can't actually say that, because even the feel can't be explained. How can you explain the non-feel? Isn't it?
yes, that's where you say let go and don't be scared to let go and take time and patience, all those advices.
No, even those words are wrong. If I say be patient, that is also wrong. There is a person to be patient. Actually, let go has a deep meaning than that. Because in our vocabulary, let go means, oh, I'm angry with that person, I'm letting go that. Let him be. I don't care. But still, you know that, you still have the underlying grudge, but you have let go. That's not that kind of let go. It's in one stimulus that that the complete letting go of the mind means there's no mind there. It's just the
And that goes to your other point, Dr. Kokila, where you said letting go is not an overt act, Sudharma.
no.
It is like piercing the
Yes.
thought. By piercing the thought, you know that the thought is a dud. There is nothing in it. And when you know that, the thought and the stimulus and the value attached to it, everything collapses. And that is what is meant by let go. So not the conventional way we use the word let go and the meaning attached to that. So it's quite
Yeah,
deep.
because I can easily let go my car, or if someone comes, yeah, take it. That's not the let go. But that is a one kind of let go also, because I heard, in 7 o'clock one, some, that mayor, what is the word? Samanmali? Is it? Swarnamali was telling, people has to have some, qualities like that. That is well before understanding this Dhamma. So you should be able to let go. Yeah. If you want the car, you take it. Yeah, that's kind of good letting go as well. But that's actually not what we mean in here. The meanings we talk here is quite deep. It's in direct one stimulus we talk about. Because the non-vibration is also felt in one stimulus initially.
Ultimately, what would happen is the power will die down. It will diminish, no thought power. When we
Definitely. Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, that is why ultimately also you come around to the same thing. Yeah.
When someone is actually awakened from the dream, that's complete kind of a super happiness throughout. Whether you are even in a sad moment, you have the happiness as well as the sadness. That is a beauty. But there is another answer that I can give for Surangika. Because you are sad as well as you are happy. That is.
We have taken 5 minutes already, Dr. Kokila. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Actually, yeah. So thank you so much. We'll thank Joel first, and yeah, thank you so much for coming. We are open to you can question us every day. We can answer you every day. That's fine. We are ready for that. Our friends' questions can wait because they have been here with us for a long time. They are always here in this forum. So you're more than welcome to ask any question. Feel free. And we worship our Advanced as every day. He guides us every day. He reminds us our kind of, the path. And thank you, everyone. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
Dr. Kokila. Thiruvan Saranai.
Good afternoon, everybody. Teruvan Sannai sir. Teruvan Sannai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 46. This is the same thing that happens in a world that we consider to be real. What you see outside are your thoughts. Think of what you see outside as images that falls onto the film screen. You don't see the screen at all, do you? Some time ago, artists drew beautiful murals, paintings on brick walls near schools, and they drew on the walls near public places in towns. You only looked at the beautiful murals, paintings, but not the wall on which it was drawn. You only look at the images on the wall and you try to figure out the story that painting was trying to teach us or convey to us. When you look at a picture on the wall, you only look at the coconut trees, the ocean, or any other image on the wall. But you did not notice the brick wall or the background on which it was drawn. The screen at the back can be considered as the pure, untainted mind, or Prabhaswara Sita. When you paint your own thoughts and images on this pure and untainted mind, you tend to contaminate and destroy the purity of your mind consciousness. Untainted means without callous, not polluted. There is a population of 800 billion in this world. Each and every one of them live in their own world, created by their own thoughts. They are all mental worlds. None of those, even though they talk to each other, exchange their views with each other, it is all an illusion. They will all die one day. They will turn to soil on the ground. Nobody can imagine is being said now. All the 800 billion people will all collapse one day. This will happen to them because they do not know the pure truth. Then what is the pure truth? Only a very few understand and realize this pure truth. You have to learn to erase the thoughts that comes to your mind at that moment. And then with that erased mind, you look at the world outside. Theraan Sarnai, everybody.
Therwan Saranai Shani. Thank you for reading and starting the session. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. We all worship Aryan Vahanse at his feet, who is our noble friend, who is guiding us on this path to understand the truth that was disclosed by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago. We warmly welcome all our participants. May you be blessed by Triple Gem. And also, we are very grateful to our friends who are helping us with our background activity with the technical side. Therwan Saranai. So it's yet another day that we are starting our English Zoom discussion as usual. 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time, and we will be discussing for 1 hour and 15 minutes. So what Shani read was still, we are trying to explain, we are trying to understand the basic things of this true Buddha teaching. It sort of gave an outline about what happens to the mind. The little baby has the radiant mind, which we can call as unpolluted, and it's at the sensor level where the things are seen, heard, and felt, but nothing more. With time, when the thoughts are formed, that means there is as a part of the natural sequel, natural happening, these sensor functions will come together to form a different type of a vibration, which we name as thoughts. And there is the beginning of these defilements or keles in Sinhala. And each of the living being automatically gets a thought bubble of his or her own. And this is where we are confined ourselves, and we take this thought bubble as real. So each of us have our own constructed world in the form of thoughts, which are different from each other. When we realize what is this mechanism, what happens, and how these thoughts are formed, little by little it gets disentangled from what we the confusion that we were in, and we learn, actually we understand the real truth and what was taught by Lord Buddha, and what he invented, and what he realized with that is actually some light was shed to a dark world where the living beings were enjoying, thinking that it is a true world. So we can see all our Dhamma friends have joined. Dr. Kokila, thank you. Therwan Saranai, can you start the discussion? We can see our friend, our new friend Joel also has joined. So maybe he has questions to ask from yesterday's discussion. We can start the discussion, Dr. Kokila. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai. May Triple Gem bless you all. Therwan Saranai Aryan Vahanse. Yeah, we can discuss anything. In the first bit, I was a bit busy. I couldn't catch it. Is so the book reading is actually still about the thought, is it?
Yeah, it is about the thought and then a little bit about the radiant mind and then
Oh, okay.
how
So it's
how
going to the
thoughts
field
are.
now.
Yes, yes.
Mm. Yeah, okay. So yeah, if there's anything to discuss, I can see Vatsala also has joined up. I'm not sure whether she's able to talk. Anyone can join the discussion. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා. Actually, this is the first time that I joined this program, and I want to talk something about on behalf of a friend of mine.
Are you just clarifying, are you living in UK? You're
Yes.
same?
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
Yes.
okay. Yeah.
Yes. So this is about a friend of mine who lives in Canada. So she is unable to join this discussion live, but she listened to the YouTube video audios. So is that okay if I talk about her story on behalf of her? This is with all her permission. And
Okay, yeah.
and also she says that she is not confident enough to open up about her story. So she's in her late 60s and then born as a Christian, but from the very beginning she wanted to find the truth. So the story is she was the unwanted child in the family. So she was the youngest in the family. By that time she had a elder brother and sister. So her mother tried to abort her, but it didn't work. So after birth, since her childhood, she had to pay for that. So she was beaten, she was ill-treated, and then whatever the thing she did wasn't right to her mom. So once or twice her mom has told her that if you don't leave this place, I will kill you. And then she was beaten, and then even if her mom bangs her head on something, she got beaten. So she grew up in that kind of a environment, and then she started holding a lot of anger, especially after she got to know that her mom tried to abort her. And then even now she is holding a huge anger in her. And so after 18 she just ran away from her house, and then she started her own life. So now I encourage her to listen to this Dhamma, and then trying our best to help her. And then so she likes to get some kind of opinion how to get rid of these thoughts. She says that I know this is my thoughts, this is my ego and everything, but she feels that she got stuck in somewhere. And then the other thing is she always have a feeling that she is not doing good enough, because this is the feedbacks she got from her childhood. So I'm glad that if you can give some kind
How
of
about
opinion.
now though? How about now?
Yeah, there's the thing that I spoke to her 2 days ago, and then she said for some reason I'm just on top of my anger. And then she
Yeah, but
says
does
that
she have kids?
no, she didn't want to have kids because she didn't want to pass her anger and all the things to her kids.
Is she married?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
So I mean, when I see her, she's just like the calm sea, but there's a lot underneath. So it's very hard to understand. And then she told me this story after having a long-term friendship. I think I knew her for last 3 or 4 years, but she told me time to time she just opened up a little bit. But 2-3 days ago she told me this part. And then I said that okay, the best thing that I can do is to talk to the Zoom discussion, and then you can listen what are the opinions that you can get.
Well, Vatsala, there's one thing I should tell.
Yeah.
When I try to communicate, the communication between you and me is different to communication between she and me.
Yeah, definitely.
So, because what I can feel is you. Now, it's very funny to say, but
I know. I know. But I asked her, why don't you?
But yeah, I'll come to that. I'm not going to make her disappoint, but I have to tell this because as soon as you open up to say something, I feel you, not her. So there is an issue in there.
Yeah.
So if I say something now to you, I can really make it like crystal clear what I will tell to you. But this is quite different. Yes, but we can talk about it. If the Canada time matches, she doesn't have to. She can join the Sinhala Zoom discussion if she likes.
She doesn't understand because she's a Canadian lady.
She can't understand Sinhala. Okay, I got you now.
That's the issue. Yes.
Yeah, I got you now. So she needs to. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. So I get her now because if she's Canadian, then I have to actually get into her thinking pattern and discuss this. Yeah, but I wish she spoke to me.
One day she will come to that place actually because I asked her, why don't you join? Then the problem is this is midnight to her. And the other thing that she says that if I try to talk to somebody about this, I will go for a like very quiet period for some time because I think she tries her best to calm her down.
I think it is the trauma. It's just a traumatic event, and I think we spoke about that yesterday as well. I took an example. She can listen to that yesterday one. I did a discussion with Joel. It was first time we met Joel yesterday through the Zoom discussion, and exact question he asked was, how can I avoid a recurrent thought? That was the question, and we discussed it, and she can listen to that particularly yesterday discussion.
Yesterday evening saying that she listened to that as well.
She did. Okay, yeah. So she might get a little bit of it, but the feel actually would be really much better if she can communicate directly with us. Anyway, coming back to that, the main aspects, there are so many aspects in this burning, because she has actually understood the burning, which is amazing, because in a way she knows that there is a burning and she has no kind of an answer to that, so she's seeking answers. So the burning itself, it doesn't matter what is the burning is for. Like it can be anything which happened in the childhood, which happened in the young age, and examples are so many. I mean, this is just one. Examples are so many. I have heard even people actually getting rid of their kids' lives, and there's no exact reasoning behind that. Even though there is a reason, like kind of reason they give, it's very difficult to actually point out there are so traumatic backgrounds for everyone where this is stemming from. So she kind of did a very kind of an informed decision not to have kids. But, even that mother, even that father, whoever, the humans, they're all humans. So the humans have so much patterns of thinkings. The thinking pattern is stemming from whatever the experiences we had. So if we go back, we don't know how. No, if I take this story to myself, if I'm going to be that child, so if I'm that child, just imagine that I'm that child at the moment. And if it is very difficult for a child to understand mother's perspective and how much trauma mother has gone through. And this, if you really dig into that mother's mother also, we are not quite sure what went on in these situations, like there are some relationships that are really torn apart because that mother couldn't understand the pressures of life and how that is transmitted to the others because of the agitation in that mother's place. So actually speaking, the mother, I'm actually speaking that her mother's time means there was no psychological help at that time. I don't know about Canada. Maybe Canada had much more supportive health system 60 years ago. I'm not sure, but I doubt it because there's so much stigma around mental health, so much stigma about getting treatment. So how much is stemming from her mental health, her experiences, her trauma is really difficult to understand. We don't know actually, because if there's specifically no one to talk in that mother's childhood, I'm not talking about ladies, this lady, I'm talking about that her mother's childhood. We never know what went through her life. We have understood through humanity, there's always an experience coming back. Experiences are being repeated. Experiences are getting as a habit. So there are so many waves also, and when the wave get affected, I would like to add here some difficult thoughts that a young woman would encounter, even when the partner is not loving. That mental stress is actually flowing to the kids because the mother is not able to navigate through the feelings that she gets. So the understanding of feeling what is happening here is kind of actually mastering that. Some are masters of it. Some can actually identify why am I doing this? What am I doing this? Because I think this whoever your friend, Vatsala's friend, is actually very good because she has understood that there is burning inside, and she knows that it is not good for her. She knows that, and she knows that it is not good for others. She knows that it is going to ruin her. So she's seeking help, which is great. But going back to her mother, I don't think she had that idea. There are so many humans out there that they don't have any idea about their humanity or even the way they feel. They don't have an idea. They just get a thought and they act on that and they get the consequences. They get angry when the things are not going in their own way and they act on that, then again they get angry for the outcome that is coming. So if we actually dissect or dissect each and every action, there is always cause for that. There is always actually a background for that. It doesn't come just because she's angry with the small baby. That doesn't work that way. It is not that little baby's problem. That is what I'm trying to say. It is not that little baby's problem. That little baby is being getting affected due to that mother feeling so helpless. If mother had support, I would say, from mental health perspective, which was rare at that time, I know because a lot of literature we read, we know that it wasn't this evident. Nowadays, even child will know, I face this such and such a situation, I need help. Like kind of even children is aware that these are kind of traumatic events and that should be addressed. But olden days, that help wasn't there. So that help didn't, that mother's parents, usually they are busy as well. They are busy in their own way, so that they don't understand that child's stresses or mental health issues. Because these mental health issues are very prevalent. Stress, some actually even the changes in the brain, some, there are so many issues related to the mental health. But anyway, I think because of the lack of the support, that even postnatal blues, postnatal depression was completely ignored, completely misunderstood, completely not supported at all. And it goes on and on, because when one is having a cycle of low mood, or abnormal mood, there can be abnormal moods too, paranoia. There's so many other stuff that can happen. So these things is going to be a pattern, and if someone doesn't actually pick it up, that this mother is acting weird, and that weirdness is affecting this little baby, no one is going to intervene, because that mindset was not there. Imagine this happen now. As a doctor, I know, if we even feel slightly that a baby's life is in danger, we act very, very kind of instantly. It would end up baby being taken away from that mother. It doesn't matter, but it just happens because we kind of sense the danger to the baby. But I think 60 years ago, these things were not in place. So the mental health problems in mothers were actually directed or flowed through the kids, and it traumatized the kids. Now we are trying to heal a traumatized kid, but we need to understand that there is always a background. There's always a background. There's nothing without a background. If you're feeling anxious about something, there's always a background. If you're feeling angry about something, there's always a problem. But the problem is, what are you angry about? Are you angry about the uncorrected issues or unresolved issues? Maybe. But the thing is, has gone until 18 when she decided to go away from home. And any child, not she, any child, child's life is, we actually talked about this radiant mind. Any child, any baby actually seek touch, seek light, seek the everything. They kind of seek, when they grow, we know that they seek love. So they seek love mainly through touch, mainly through because it's a basic. They don't have a big mind, they don't understand the word I love you. They understand love by touch, love by getting getting satisfied each time that the hunger is there. Each time there's good sound system, like good satisfactory sounds, not like bad words. So these are the ways and means of how a baby would feel the world. That is what the radiant mind is. Radiant mind doesn't have feeling like kind of mind at all. Like it's not developed properly. So they love the feel of love. So the feel of love, it is being felt. It is felt. It is a feeling that is needed. And we have talked in this world that more the child gets the touch of love, they kind of feel fulfilled. So their attachment to the world, the kind of the nourishment is better. So this friend has gone through kind of a different path because of mother's mental health, or abnormal mental health in that sense. But there was no help in that situation, and this child had to go through all that, and it has done a massive impact on that child's it's in directly in field level. That's why she's struggling, because she's scared to feel the love again. She's scared to actually love a child again. She's scared that someone will harm her. She's scared that someone will dump her. She's scared that she will be misunderstood. She will be judged. That's how it is. This is the repetition or the reoccurrence of all these the experiences we had. This is the natural phenomena. More you understand about this natural phenomena, that actually it's kind of you kind of understand. You feel sad, yes, and you feel so sad that the mother didn't get the help that she needed. That little child, because that little child is no more. It's every minute, every second, every fraction of a second, there's a new thought occurring. That new thought is a new feeling of you. So it is not actually 60 years ago that you lived, is actually a view we have. It's a thought we have, that it is me that who suffered. That is a view that we should understand. That's what Lord Buddha is for. He was talking to an Thero. In your life, that Thero actually killed 1,000 people, and he was going to kill his mother to get 1,000 fingers. It's a story in our Lord Buddha's time. He was advised by a teacher, if you kill 1,000 people, and give me evidence about that. I'll give you my daughter. I'll put you as my main disciple. And this very kind-hearted, very innocent child decided, okay, I'll do that. And now, initially, he struggled to even trying to provide evidence because he killed people, but there's no evidence now. So then he started actually putting the parts of the fingers, one person, one finger, into his necklace. So he collected the necklace, and he was going to have the 1,000th one by killing his mother or cutting his mother. And Lord Buddha actually avoided that. And Lord Buddha actually stopped him. He asked, that person told, Angulimala told, stop. And Lord Buddha said, I have stopped. You stop. And then that person, the person who kept doing these things actually stopped because he felt something. He felt the truth behind it. You are running, but I have stopped. So I invite my Canadian friend to stop. I invite her. I actually very kindly, I beg her to stop. And then the next thing that Lord Buddha told, after some time, he calmed down and he started to feel everything. He didn't have that rage to kill people. He started to feel everyone. He started to feel the mother's, labor pain. Then when you feel the mother's labor pain, that person who kills 1,000 people, but now he is feeling it so much that he couldn't resist. How am I going to help? He ran to Lord Buddha and asked, how am I going to help that mother? Then Lord Buddha advised, you make a vow that I have never killed anyone in this life, and in that power, let this woman be healed. And then he was surprised. No, I have killed so much, you know that. But then he asked, Angulimala, have you killed anyone in this mine? At this, no, I haven't. So this mind is a brand new mind. This thought is a brand new thought. This moment is a brand new moment. But in our view of self, we connect each and every experience to our life. That's a view. That's a view we have. That's the idea we have, that it is me. It is me who underwent all this. So this pattern is there until you really understand that it is each and every time it's just a stimulus which happens. It's just a thought which arises. There is no self who suffers, but because there is a mind sensor in humans, we have emotions. And also because we have ignorance, we connect everything together and we feel we have suffered in the past. So suffering in the past is one thing. It's actually a thought. I suffered a lot in the past. It's a thought. And that, actually speaking, it is not happening at this moment. It's not happening at this moment. But this moment is a beautiful moment that we have missed. We have missed the sun. We have missed the the beauty in the moon. We have missed the beautiful noises of the birds. We have missed the the light of the stars. We have missed the The sounds of the trees. We have missed the smell of the early morning mist. We have missed everything. Why did we miss everything? Why didn't we feel all this before? No, we didn't. We live in the past. So we can't go through that. We live in the past all the time, but it's just one thought now. So you have missed all these thoughts, just beautiful moments of awareness. Just you have missed the beautiful, every aspect because of this, because of the habit we have about living in the past thoughts, living in the past vibrations, living in the past episodes. They are playing again and again, and you feel like you are actually suffering, and the baby who suffered before 60 years ago is me. That's what the self-view is. So Lord Buddha actually explained, self-view is actually a wrong view. That's a completely a wrong view. There is no self, but there is a feel, which happens due to the organs, sensory organs. Yes, you can hear, you can see, you can smell, you can taste, you can feel the touch, the temperature. You can also think. But we miss the whole beauty of that moment because of the the self thought that we have, thinking that it is me who suffered. So there are so many aspects to that, and one aspect is we have completely missed the mother's no one has helped that mother, because nowadays that won't happen to any mother. I don't think if there is some help out there, if that anyone with common sense noted that this something is happening after giving birth, because after giving birth, whatever type of birth that is, any mother can get different mental health issues. It's very common and it is very hidden, and the mothers suffer and the children suffer as well, and it goes on as a cycle because no one is getting help. And that's not a now we can't resolve it, can we? No, we can't. But if you can actually understand that these things happen, you can actually help every person, or you can actually go and help other mothers. You can go and help other pregnant females, or females who are just have given birth. There's always ways and means for you to give away your massive experience as a goodwill to everyone, to understand that this is what happens when things go wrong and no one actually notice it, and people keep ignoring these things. Why do people ignore these things? That's a good question, actually, because firstly, they don't know the answer. Firstly, they don't think it is abnormal. They think it's, oh yeah, mother is angry. Secondly, they don't understand that it is going to ruin the whole life of a child. So traumatizing experiences are there in every childhood. Not every child has like a rosy outlook in their dream, because this life is a dream as well. we can actually discuss more about Dhamma in that way. But I think another factor I would say, because there are so many factors I would miss here, I would say there are so many factors, but another factor is a child, like even a 4-year-old, manifests their mental health too, like the trauma they undergo. The 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds, whatever the olds, they also manifest these things, and it is being missed as well. So we are actually learning these things through experience, that the child's experience has been missed as well, because any subtle movement of the child, you can understand that child is traumatized. Child will be shaky, child will be hiding, child will be crying, child will be hesitant all the time, child will be scared to come out. So no one has noted even that. So it is tricky when we say if she asks, why did this happen to me? Then this comes back to Lord Buddha's Dhamma again. The me is a thought. It's actually some occurrences which happen, some experiences that happen. Yes, something went wrong, yes. But the experiences, we have a notion that it happened to me. It happened to myself. The experiences are mine. That is the thing actually Buddhism has come out with. There's no self, but there's a bunch of experiences. Are they real? They're actually not real too. But this dream is feeling so real because your skin makes you to feel the pain when someone hits you. Your tongue will feel when the food is not given properly. And your hunger pains, you will remember the hunger pains forever because you were hungry all the time. And the smell, if you were not changed, or if you were not given good clothes, if you were not washed properly, you will remember the bad smells. And these are the experiences, these are the actual experiences of the sensory organs that you had. The continuity of this flow is what we feel as me, because we feel this dream is flowing. That is because this human mind is very fast, and because of the speed, we feel that this film is flowing because it's so fast we can't understand. Can you feel that we are standing on a rotating world? Can we even feel that? No, we can't. It happens so fast. We can't even feel that. Can we feel that we are actually standing here because of the gravity? No, we can't. Because these things are actually taken for granted. So this mind power, or the mind, not the power, the speed of the mind is something that keeps this dream as alive, like dream as happening. So there's so many things for her to understand, but there are so many things that were missed. We acknowledge that, and we acknowledge that they were experiences. We can't erase them. They were experiences, yes, but whether they are actually happening to someone is a big problem that we have to resolve. This brings your friend to the basic question: is it me who suffered 60 years ago? Is it me who suffered this until 18 years of age? Is it me who suffered after running away, who suffered to survive? Is it me who suffered with scared to be judged, scared to be, to be able to understand what will happen to her, because uncertainty kills us. Uncertainty kills us, and because there is a self, always the uncertainty kills us. So we don't like uncertainty. We want everything to be in the safe zone. That's what it is. I mean, that's what the continuity of feeling, that's what we call this, mirage or the illusion. This illusion kept us going, and the illusion is so real. You feel that it's so real that we feel that it happened to this body, this mind, to me. So there's so much, so that actually I would like her voice to come in some way, but it's okay. She can take time. She can try to understand what we were talking today, because there are so many feelings to understand. But if you actually dissect those feelings, you will understand they are all experiences that had been labeled as my experiences. Unfortunately, that is how we know. That is how we know. And if someone understands Lord Buddha's Dhamma, you will understand, yeah, there are experiences, yes, but that's just an occurrence that happened. We can learn from it. What do you learn from it? Well, you can actually be a person who teaches everyone, kids psychology. You can do anything. You can actually understand this Dhamma and help all the Canadians. Who knows? Who knows? Because I know it's not a story of just one Canadian. This plague of mental health issues are covering the whole world. A lot of young people, whether they were suppressed or not, they have so much issues of anxiety, so much issues of depression, so much stress, so much, trauma that they can't even talk about. There's people out there with abnormal health as well, like abnormal mental health, where they perceive something completely different. There are reasons for that too, It's completely, something which can happen to any human. So if you love humanity, if you kind of have so much loving kindness for the humanity, the best thing you can do is understand about this humanity, understand how a thought arises, understand how this view of myself has come, understand how you can give happiness to everyone. Happiness comes through understanding. Happiness doesn't come through by suppression of your emotions. Happiness doesn't come through by just talking about your suppressions, by thinking about your suppressions, or just by doing something about those suppressions. Actually, if you understand the rationale behind these things, why these people do things and it comes back as in cycles and cycles and cycles. How did this happen? How can we stop suffering? If you really want to know how to stop suffering, you should stop. Just need to stop. When you stop, not physically, but stop and, just calm down. Because otherwise you will miss all the beauty of the things out there, what you can see, what you can hear, what you can smell, what you can taste. Water is so tasty. You will even miss that because of the tendency for you to go back to the past. Highly, like bad experiences. So I think I would stop there. I'm not sure whether I have helped her, but I think it will help her in some ways. And I think one day she will have the courage to come and talk to us. We are actually very kind of really happy to help any human being out there who suffers. And even someone like, imagine if I say, Dr. Sakuntala, are you suffering? And she might say, no, I'm not suffering at this moment. But I would say, yeah, but you are still suffering too, Dr. Sakuntala. She might understand what I'm saying, because until you have this self-view, you have this kind of weird way of suffering that should be dealt with. And if someone gets the urge to deal with that, and the courage to deal with that, and the thought to deal with that, and if you start researching about this suffering, you will definitely fight it, and you can. Thank you very much, Vatsala.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kokita. You brought me tears, actually. It made me emotional because when I was listening to it, I tallied everything with her story. And then I need to say something. I don't know whether it's appropriate to say it here. So my sister, Sakuntala, who is in this conversation, she's the
I
one
didn't
who
know
helped.
that.
She's the one who helped my friend a lot to come to this path, because I don't have enough knowledge to explain any of the things. So actually, we do once a month some kind of a discussion for about 2 hours. That's how she got into this path, and then she's picking up things, I think, much faster than we thought. And then now, what you explained will definitely help her. Thank you very much. Terwan Satna.
Hello, doctor. I'm Joel here.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was listening to your speech, and what really came to my mind is like when I'm a young person, and I also had these traumatic experiences in my past life. So, and you said when you think about the past, you don't focus on the beauty of the present. So, if we practice present moment, can we come out of the traumatic past?
You can. It's one way of doing that. But Lord Buddha's Dhamma is not only about practicing present moment, because present moment is also a mirage. That bit is maybe too early for you, but yeah, actually you can. It's another way of practicing, but I'm happy for you to try that. But what I'm going to tell you is that even this present moment, which is so beautiful, is kind of part of the same mirage in which has arise from the speed of this sensory organs. But actually, if someone understand that, they will be actually in that moment without any problem, without suffering. So I think, Joel, you can do that. But we have a long way to go, Joel, to understand that actually this feeling of self here, the feeling of inner kind of, the whatever the power is actually arising from the whatever the stimulus we are having at that moment. So that stimulus is usually we have taken it as true. For us, mother is true, the father is true, the brother is true, the sister is true, the school is true, the home is true, the bat is true, the ball is true. We never thought about it. We never try to understand how this was, how has this happened? How did this world look so real to me? And at the same time, how has this brought so much suffering?
See outside. We see the sky, the ground, etc. All these are thoughts. When you look outside, you actually see an image which has been created by your thought. But that image is not the truth. They are only thoughts. The sky means a thought. The mango tree means a thought. The table means a thought. The window means a thought. All are thoughts. If all the objects you think you see catches on fire, they turn to ash. The chair, the bed, the windows, all these materials made of the four elements, won't they turn into a gas and disappear? If the four elements exist, we should see them with our eyes. This talk is not about detecting the four elements in objects. We try our best to explain the philosophy of the Buddha using the language, but in many instances we fail to do so, as it is not easy to explain our experience
of the realization of the pure truth using a language. We have already realized the pure truth, and we also want you to experience and realize the pure truth. Getting back to teaching you about how to go on the path. Imagine a screen that is in front of you in a film hall. When the projector at the other end of the film theater projects the light onto the screen, images appear on the screen. It is very similar to the television screen. Behind these images, there is a screen. But what you see is not the screen. What you see are the nar trees, ironwood trees, coconut trees, mango trees, people, houses, and vehicles which do not exist on the screen. They are only colors upon the screen. You see only colors. You keep watching the film, which is only a projection of colors on a screen. But what you actually do is you keep staring at a screen. You do the same thing in front of the television screen too. Then on everybody.
Therwan Saranai Shani, thank you for reading the book for us. We all worship our noble friend Aryan Wahanse for guiding us on this path, teaching us the true Dhamma fact which we heard 2,600 years ago. We welcome all of you who have joined the Zoom discussion now, and also the people who are listening via YouTube. And may you be blessed by Triple Gem. We warmly welcome all of you to this discussion, and also we are very grateful and want to thank all the friends who are behind the screen who are helping us with the technical part. So this is our regular English Zoom discussion of Buddothpado teaching, and as usual from 2:45 onwards we gather here and discuss the Dhamma facts. And Shani read 2 pages from our regular book. Actually, we have been discussing about the thoughts and the mind. And briefly, if I mention what she read for us, it's all about how the thoughts are formed. Actually, we think that we can see the coconut trees, we can see the mango trees, etc. We can see the house, we can hear the cawing of the crow. But really what happens is the sense of faculties, which means our eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and the skin, they are capable of producing some information, but the sensor faculties have no idea, there is no naming or identification of this information. The identification or naming occurs as a thought. So actually, we are not seeing, but we are thinking that it is a coconut tree. We are not hearing, but we think it is the cawing of the crow. So like that, all 5 sensor faculties, they provide the information due to the fast vibration occurring at that level. And the thought will give mind will give the interpretation and then identify or name what it is. So basically that is what we are trying to understand. I can see Dr. Kokila and Sudharma Surangika all have joined. So, Teruvan Saranai, all of you. We can start the discussion, Dr. Kokila. If there are any friends who have joined, if any of you have any questions to ask, we can start the discussion as it is, because we are still at this discussion of the mind and the thought, very basic level. So if any of you like to ask a question, we can start the discussion from now, from that point onwards. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, may Triple Gem bless you all. And I can see someone has raised the hand. Yes, you can unmute the mic and raise the question. Yes.
Hello, I'm Joel.
Yes, Joel.
I'm a Christian, but I joined today the first time. So I was listening about this thought pattern, and these thoughts have been created by 5 senses. So sometimes, for me personally, some thoughts they just dwell inside me. So how can I come out of those thoughts that are just coming and getting registered in my mind? Any tips that I can get from you, ma'am?
Yeah, actually, we welcome you to this Zoom discussion, Joel, because truth is, just truth. It has no limits. How old are you? Did you say? You didn't say. How old are you?
I'm 34.
And when you day-to-day life, when you work, what do you do?
Basically, I was a counselor. So I did
Okay, yeah.
counseling for the cancer patients.
Yeah, okay.
And now I'm trying to get another new job.
Oh, that's fine.
So between this resting period, I got these thoughts getting registered in my mind.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. So
yes, ma'am.
actually, this whole Zoom meetings are depending on actual truth that how this mechanism has happened. So to actually, if we try to erase a thought or kind of suppress a thought, you have basic idea that it comes more than usual. Actually, if you're kind of trying to do it more and more, it comes more and more. So the suppression of thoughts or kind of diverting into another thought, we are very famous for that. If you have a bad thought, just count from 1 to 10. We are very famous for that. And also we can say go for a walk, do whatever, some parasympathetic activities where you might feel your attention is gone to different stuff, so that thought is just for some time it's gone. But as soon as the kind of anything that is related to that thought happens, that will come back again. But here in Dhamma, we are not actually talking like that. We are actually trying to understand how the thought has happened. Not really about actual content of the thought. We are not actually thinking about the content of the thought or what pattern of the thought or what, because the pattern of thoughts are actually different to 8 billion people. My pattern of thinking is not similar to my colleague's pattern of thinking, or it is not even similar to, if I had a twin, that is not even similar to twins' thinking pattern. Pattern is very variable. It matters. It changes with the genetics, the environment. It means from childhood to now, how things have evolved. So the experiences, basically, the thought patterns are mainly due to the experiences. But we are not actually trying to change the pattern. We are trying to understand how this thought has arisen in this system. So, I mean, we can say that in different ways, but I would say, going back to your, you may just imagine you are a 6-week baby. Just imagine. I mean, you won't remember anything about being a 6-week baby. And that is also interesting why you can't remember, because you didn't have a mind at that time. So the mind formation starts a bit later. How does the mind formation happen? Mind is actually one thought, just a thought. How can a thought happen? Lord Buddha has explained that a thought actually has all the features of 5 senses. If we had only 4 senses, that would only have all the features of 4 senses, but we have 5 senses. So if we talk about basic first thought like mother, the baby is not going to get meaning of the word mother directly, but perceptions are there. How does the perception occur? Perception is occurring when the baby is coming. The mother is actually coming near the baby. Baby can feel, the baby was in the womb. Baby kind of is sensitive to the mother's voice, because that similarity is there. Not that the baby is aware that it is mother's voice, but the same vibration is coming. So that is kind of feeling safe for the baby. And the smell and the outline of that picture, and the if there's a taste, yes, milk maybe, and sound, the eyes, and the smell, and the taste, and the touch. Of course, touch. Babies are very sensitive to touch. If mother touches the baby, if they definitely know it is very, very different. If mother touches, baby sometimes stops crying, but babies are very sensitive. So, but mother has not occurred to the baby yet. But Lord Buddha has explained as these perceptions are there initially, but when they appear, synchronize at the same time, it's happening same time. So the sound comes, the mother is talking, and the picture is also coming at the same time. This humanity or kind of human system has the greatest ability of getting them together. So all the perceptions, actually the vibrations, become like a kind of coalesce, and you have a new idea that there's something. And if you see videos of babies talking, the first word, the baby is uttering the word mother, not knowing that it is a big deal, just because mother has been repeatedly telling. So that is the beginning of the thought, the mother. Can you see the mother has all the features, that smell, motherly smell we get. It can be even the milk smell, the visual outlook, and the sound, and the taste, and the touch, all together. Now there is a mental picture. This is the mental formations. So this mental formations or thought is the powerful weapon of humans. It's very powerful. At the same time, it can actually lead you to have the worst outcome as well as the best outcome. Because if you hear Dhamma, that is also initially understood by the mind. So the mind, what is mind? Actually, is there a mind? Mind is not anywhere. Mind is not located in the heart or near the heart. You can't actually call it like that. But what happens is, fast occurrence of thoughts, it doesn't happen immediately. The child will slowly adapt to this new kind of understanding. So they had perceptions separately, and now the perceptions are actually coalescing to form another perception, mental formation. So that mental formations are going to get more and more, because that's how they adapt. It is a normal thing. There's no self there. Just it keeps happening. So the baby will slowly start to understand daddy or tata or family, that anything in that sense, anything, any word or any thought. And slowly the child's world is going to get all these thoughts, and thoughts starts to happen very fast, and it becomes a thinking world. Because imagine you getting up in the morning and you see the ceiling and you see the surroundings of your room. You definitely get the idea it's my room. If it is not, you will be like very startled, isn't it? You'll be really scared. Where am I? But no, if you are inside the room, you know that's the surrounding, but inside the room is a kind of a perception. It's a mental formation. But that's how we are. We are in mental formations. So when we try to understand these mental formations, whatever the thought, so when you are kind of 30, 40 years, you have so much patterns of thoughts. I mean, from school, from friends, from family, from the upbringing, from job, whatever. There's so many things you get, and all are having like a view. Imagine like living in Asian culture, you have separate kind of stuff. And if you are in Christian family, that would be having a different outlook. I'm surrounded by them. I mean, maybe to the whole this area, I may be the only different thinker, but the thinking pattern is different. There's no change in the way they feel. The way they feel, in the sense the way they feel is also different, because their vibrations are different. But actually, the what the eye works, but everyone's eye works if they are not blind. So likewise, they have the same capacity, same body pattern, same 5 sensory organs, but the thinking patterns are completely can be different. These patterns are, as I said, is going to be changed from one experience to another experience. So if a child had a bad experience, that can affect the whole life. It is that is it. And how some thoughts are going to affect you such strongly is because of the impact that it did, in the sense the powerful vibration you felt, that it has the. So imagine just a example. What can I say? From my patients, I can say one of my patients. Her father, actually, she just saw father drowning in the pool. He had a disability, but she saw him drowning, and she's young. And this she tried her best because she knew how to swim, but she was not that good swimmer. So somehow other he couldn't be revived. That particular mind, how it's actually a perception. If you can understand the perception and the thought, it's actually the same. But the perception the thought has a bigger power than just the perception. Perception is the visual impact that she got. The visual impact is that drowning, shouting, and the thought is my dad is drowning. Oh, I couldn't save my dad. That was her problem. She was angry with herself. I couldn't save my dad. That was her problem. So that's the thing. It was just a visual impact. Just a visual impact. But what she took directly was, father's drowning. I couldn't help him. And he died because of me. I couldn't help him. That's recurrent thought that she gets. So can we help these things? I mean, if someone doesn't know that this is a thought process which has happened and the thoughts are actually not true, they are kind of this, there's a way of this happening, you will definitely worry about this coming and coming again and again. But if you understand how this human mind works, I mean, we all are humans. We get calamities, we get good moments, bad moments. It doesn't matter. We have a mixture of everything. But what really matters is that we are very, we can't handle the traumatic moments coming back because that telepathizes or synchronized to the previous, that frequency of the damage. That means if you felt something, you feel so bad at that particular moment. Just imagine that moment that child saw that and tried to save him. And the feeling she got, it can be reproduced exactly if she is going to be beside the pool again. So she's going to visualize it. Just she's walking near in her garden. It was house pool. So she's going to get that particular overwhelming feel again. Why? Because it telepathizes. It synchronizes to that previous thing. So actually speaking, when you go to the pool now, that child I'm talking about, that's still that child. When you go to the pool, you're still in that previous moment, and because you synchronize to the same vibration you had. The father is not there, nothing, but in the mind, you go back to that and you can feel the same traumatic experience that she felt. So there are so many ways that we try to help her, but Buddhism, specifically because you are in our zone today, Buddhism actually is not going to specifically suppress that thought or do anything. It's actually trying to understand how a thought arises in our mind as a baby, and then from a kind of a baby thought to the 1-year-old, 2-year-old, and then go on to like 5-year-old, and then go on to have these thoughts. Whatever the frequencies, doesn't matter, because as I said, there are good memories too where you feel so much happiness. Just imagine you see a photo of past gathering where you really love that. Imagine it's your birthday and you were actually happy that day. The story is different if you were unhappy that day, but if you were happy on that day, when you see the photo, you just go back to the same frequency that you had on that day and you feel, wow, this is that day. Wow, that's so good. And you feel good now. That's how the synchronization happens. But Lord Buddha's Dhamma doesn't end there. It doesn't end there. That is the main problem. Not the problem, actually. The depth is more. It doesn't end there. It actually extends deeper and deeper. Because we understand now, those are creation of 5 senses, yes. But then they are felt so true that we are suffering. They are felt so true, whether it's happiness or the sadness. It is felt as true. And that is actually the life we have. That is the misunderstanding that we have, that I am here. So Lord Buddha was actually trying to explain how this view of I, me, myself has come to the world. It's due to ignorance. It's basically due to ignorance. But he didn't stop there either, because now we know that it is ignorance. Yes, we know that there is no self, but this is a pattern of, a process. But then there's another problem, because there is actually so much vibratory power that we have, because we have taken things true for long, 35 years, 45 years, we have we have developed a kind of a defilements. We tell it in this language when we try to talk about that. We call it defilements, but Aranansi mainly talks about them as burning or suffering. So this burning of in this at any point, burning in the sense suffering inside, is mainly due to this sense of feeling alive. That is the main reason, because everything circles around you. This happened to me. This happened to... That's the view of myself, or the thought that there is a self that is suffering. So there's so much depth to this. And when we try to deep down understand the 5 senses, then are they true? Actually, this is something that you have to feel with deep understanding of Dhamma, that actually if you liberate from that one particular mind, one particular thought, you can feel that the I itself is a vibratory nature. The ear itself is a vibratory nature. Experience only. It's experience. The baby in the cot had just experiences. You can't really say anything about it, because that's why we can't remember beyond some point, because they were all feelings. So you feel the light. Why? Because we can't call it light or nothing. We don't know anything. So you feel the light, you feel the sound, you feel the touch. That's how we can say, because it's a kind of a change in the eyes. What we feel is actually light is out there, I am here. But that is due to this thought. Actually, what is happening is the vibration of the I. This is normal, completely normal. If you are born as a human, you have a vibratory nature of all the 5 sensory organs. But the problem is not that. Problem is we feel it as a thing that we feel. So that is the basic thing. And when come to your problem now, coming back to your problem, why am I getting thoughts again and again? That is normal. That is normal. When that child goes to the garden, and child see the pool, that is the only thing that happened. How did it synchronize to the past event? That is because of the similarity of that event. If you get a call from a friend, and the friend is talking about friend's dad, this daughter is talking, mumbling, actually can't talk, because the word dad brings so much that same vibration she felt in that previously due to this trauma. So that is how we resynchronize. It could be from the ear faculty, it could be from the eye faculty. like seeing the pool or hearing someone say even the word of dad. Or even if you go to the market and you smell the most used perfume of dad, you just smell it and you're like, dad, that's all it comes with, like, and overwhelmed with sadness. Why? It telepathizes to the thought of dad. So this is how the thought system works. Why? Because this thought of dad has all these components anyway. So the human beings can actually synchronize to any thought from any of these aspects, any of the six sensory aspects. So it can be actually you sit down and think about that, or it can be you see something and synchronize to that, or you hear something, or you smell something, or you taste something. You taste something.
Thiruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Always I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of human beings, where their sansaric journey is created in the human mind, and Aryan Vahanse is helping each and every human being to overcome their sansaric journey, showing a very great and very clear, steady path to overcome this wheel of suffering. Thiruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. Today I am going to talk about the Aryan Vahanse's one of the Aryan Vahanse's sermons, Nissarana Maga 7, Path to Liberation 7, self-translated continuation of Nissarana Maga 7. First of all, I bow down to Aryan Vahanse because his great effort for the revelation of Satya Dharma, the true Buddhist philosophy to this human world. More than 1,000 years it was hidden under the surface and now Aryan Vahanse with the great difficulty practicing so many ways, nearly about 30 years, and finally revealed that true Buddhist philosophy from the 2019, and now more than 13,000 sermons are there. He has done, Aryan Vahanse has done more than 13,000 sermons based on true Buddhist philosophy. According to Lord Buddha's true teachings, Aryan Vahanse is very clearly showing in the true Buddhist philosophy how the world is creating inside the human mind with the help of the six sense system. And Aryan Vahanse is very clearly showing there is no self at all in this body. In this body, in this mind, there is no self. This is just a human machine, which is completely a part of the nature. Because of the wrong views, entered into the system from the early childhood, each and every human beings practicing the wrong way of thinking, wrong way of speaking, wrong way of living, acting, each and everything with the wrong view. That is how this sansaric journey is so complicated. And it is actually it is creating in the human mind. We thought in the olden days the sansaric journey is outside there, and after uh, we die we are going to hell or heaven or anywhere, the 31 planes, where we thought everything is out. But Aryan Mahansa is now very clearly showing us in that true Buddhist philosophy, there is no outside world for us, and there is no inside mind. The existing mind is also not there, but actually we see things through our eyes, we hear things through our ears, we feel things through our touch sensation with the body parts, other body parts, and we create a world inside the mind. That is the world. Lord, in Lord Buddha's words, it is the chittena niyati loko. So the world created inside the mind, that even this human realm people didn't know. Only Lord Buddha showed us. Each and every Lord Buddha's coming in once in so many eons, showing this and uh, enlightening some people, and that's that. Then again, after so many eons, another Buddha is coming. That is the way of the nature system. So 2500 years ago, Lord Gautama Buddha appeared with this ultimate truth, message of ultimate truth, and he enlightened so many people, and he uh, become to parinibbana. So after that, now another 2500, 600 years passed, and now another Buddha, actually speaking, another Buddha, Shravaka Buddha is appeared. That is Buddothpado Aryan Vansi, the great sage of this era. Because there is no anybody in these three realms, there is nobody is higher than that wisdom of a Buddha, Shravaka Buddha at this moment. So, Buddhothpado Aryan Mahansa is such invaluable. We can't calculate any kind of value. Such a valuable spiritual master in this era. Each and every human being should understand this. And they have to listen to this true Dhamma to overcome their wheel of suffering, because in another 100 years time Dhamma will be there, but the master and most of the followers may not be there, but the Dhamma will be there. If the Dhamma is there, there is a possibility is opening for anybody to become arahants. But this is the fortunate time for this Sri Lanka, not only Sri Lanka, this is the fortunate time period for the whole earth, human earth. Therefore, each and every human being should understand this truth. So, according to this Nissarana Maga 7, Path to Liberation 7, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is very clearly talking about the stimuli reaching the sixth sense system, and how the perceptions, how the stimuli become names and forms, and how to create thoughts. The nature of this is in the form created in the mind is not in outside. Must see the reality of form created in the mind. චක්කුංච පටිච්ච රූපේච චක්කු විඤ්ඤාණං තින්නම් සංගති පස්සෝ පස්ස පච්චයා වේදනා. That means, actually speaking, the form created in the mind is not outside, because we see things through eye lenses, and if we see anything through lenses means only the shadows we can see, and we hear sound from the ears. That means, that is the ability of according to the ability of our hearing system only, we can hear that sound, only a vibratory nature. So we can touch anything, and we can have the touch feeling, or cold and hot temperature changes, any kind of thing we can have the touch sensation. That is also according to our body's ability. Therefore, nothing is outside, because the things, the forms, different forms, through the eyes, form of shapes coming, through the ears, sound forms coming in, and through the tongue, taste form is arising, and through the nose, smell form is arising. So through this body skin, touch form is arising, and through the mind, thoughts are arising, but there is no owner for these thoughts. That very clearly Aryan Vahanse is showing in the true Buddhist philosophy. And Aryan Vahanse's each and every sermon is based on that true Buddhist philosophy, because Lord Buddha said, if we are interested in redeeming from this samsaric journey, we should have three kinds of wisdoms. The first one is wisdom of truth. Second one is wisdom of, that means wisdom of truth, satya jnana. Second one is krutya jnana, wisdom of practical experience. The third one is kruta jnana, wisdom, that wisdom is actually automatically creating. So to have this wisdom of truth, we have to see, hear and feel and understand what is the actual truth of this world. So many views are in this world, no? Billions of views are there. 800 billion people are living, and they have 800 billion views, because whatever we talk here, everything or think, everything is a view. But so many stupid views are there. So many stupid views are there. So if most of the people thinking there is a Brahma up there, or there is a God up there. So if there is a God who is handling ourselves, he should come out and come out and see how these people are suffering. Why then he is sending so many disasters? If he is willing to protect the human beings, why he is sending thunderstorms, floods, and so many disasters, so many illnesses? What is the use of that? That is the first thing we have to understand. Because if there are so many, if there is a God, creator, and so many people are now going to different places and tell, no, I have this problem, that problem, solve it for me, and everything is God's will. So all these disasters are also God's will. So many fights going on, wars going on. So if we have some kind of wisdom, we should understand this is a big lie. Actually speaking, this is a big lie. There is no person there for us to protect. That means there is nobody to uh, care for us. We have to overcome. We have to try and overcome this wheel of suffering by understanding the true nature of this humanity. That is why Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is showing. So, coming through these six sense systems, each one is we have to see each and every sense system separately without self. Then only we will be understanding properly. There is no self here. Actually, the self tag was given by our parents because the baby in the cot didn't have a self tag. No. Baby didn't say, no, me, my mind. Those things, baby didn't know anything about me, my mind. When the baby is growing, mother and father used to put that tag, baby. This is you, this is me. So the same tag is now continuing. And that is why we have so many kind of sufferings, because we are a, actually we are in the living, we are like the ocean, right? We are a one drop of water in the ocean. If the drop of water comes up from the ocean, is going to think that I am separate from the ocean, the problem is there, because we are completely owned by the ocean. So this me, my mind tag, this self, due to this self tag, we are always thinking differently from this nature. That is why all these problems are here. Therefore, we should be able to see the shadows. Actually, we see shadows only now through these two eye lenses. We see only reflections of outside. There's no way to experience anything from outside other than reflections, shadows. So those shadows are not a self, not belongs to me, not me, my mind, no self in that shadows. And the hearing, the sound comes through the ears. Actually, there is no self in those sounds also, because just this sound is coming into this system. This sound is just coming into the system. The shadows are also just coming into the system. The taste, the smell, the touch, and also the thoughts. also just coming into the system and going away. That means disappearing, just appearing and disappearing, because each and every stimuli is having a vibrator in nature, and this body is also vibrating. Everything in this cosmos is a vibratory nature. It's very much speedy vibration. Everything has a very speedy vibration. That is the that means power, vibrational power hub this cosmos is. Therefore, the sounds we hear, there's no owner. The forms we see, there's no owner. And sound, that means the taste we taste, there's no owner for those taste. Smells, there's no owner. Also, the touches we feel in this body also, there is no owner. If we look at that way, the self problem will be over. And the thoughts are also like that. Thoughts are just appearing and disappearing because of their fast vibratory nature, because mind has a very fast, that means mind power is very fast than this uh, light power also, because such a fast vibratory nature has this mind power. Therefore, there's no owner for this mind or the body, or there is actually no owner. We have, without, because of the wrong view, we have put that self tag into this system, and now we have to remove it. But we can't do it overnight. This Dhamma, this Buddothpado Aryan Mahan says, Dhamma is actually the only way to helping us to redeeming from this self view. That is the greatest barrier we have. If we do not have any kind of self view, we are like in the ocean. There is no barrier. There is no barrier. We are the nature. The trees around us, the the sky, uh, the clouds, waterfalls, rivers, flowers, and birds, butterflies, all are like us, no difference. That is what the state we should reach. To get into that place, we should have come out of this self view. So to come out from that self view, we have to understand how this self view created, and how these thoughts are creating based on self view. Only that we can do only that. Listening to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's Dhamma and understand this, how this illusionary world created inside the mind, then this self-view power will slowly go away, slowly dissolve. Then at one point of this practice, that means path to Nibbana, at one point we will be releasing from all these. Because of this wrong knowing, everything happened. Nama means conceptualizing with the perception and knowing. Yes, the forms comes through the forms comes through the six senses. There are names input in the mind when that a form is coming from any type of the six senses, the mind gives a name based on the conceptual conventions, conceptual names fed into this system from the early childhood. That is how this name and form thing is creating, because the illusionary form we see or we hear, the form we see is not telling that I am a jack tree, I am a coconut tree, or I am a flower, I am a jasmine. They don't tell anything. We put our, with the system puts names to that forms. That is how the form and name combination is happening, and then again the name and form combination, due to that the thoughts are occurring. All these have power. That is the problem. The, that means the all the perceptions, the stimuli have so much power. And when it comes to name and form, there is so much power. When the combination, after the combination, the thought has a thought power. So it's big power. Then the thought is transforming into consciousness. That means a knowing. Knowing, when the knowing is happening, the power is more big. The mind power is more big, and at the knowing point, consciousness is the complete illusion, because consciousness is creating so many stories based on each and every stimuli. So the nama, name part has all this. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Chetana, Passa, Manasikara. That means form, feeling, perception, intention, touch, and memorizing. All those are in this name. Each and every thought has 5 aggregates. Each and every thought has 5 aggregates. That is Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. That means form, feeling, perceptions, mental constructions, and uh, consciousness. Aggregate nature is the nama, not belongs to outside, yes. Because this nama thing, the naming is actually inside the mind. There's nothing, the name part is not connected to outside. We are just putting names from the mind. So this name is not actually connected to outside. Only occurs in the mind. Name and the form both are not true and illusion, yes, because we see only shadows of these words, only hearing only vibrations, sounds, touching only touch sensations, taste sensations, smell sensations. All those are illusions, because we create our own name and form inside the mind. What we see, we put names. So we are creating names and forms according to our wish. According to our wish. That is why this world thing is very much complicated, because it's created by us. In the other religions, they say somebody has created this world. Actually, not. According to Lord Buddha, we know, and according to Aryanavasa's true teachings of Lord Buddha, we very clearly know we are the creators of our world. Our world is inside the mind, and the creators are this creator is this system. There's no self here. This system has created own world inside this mind. The mind and body is just vibrations, just appearing, the mind is actually appearing and disappearing, but body is also changing each and every moment, whether we cannot see it properly because of the impermanence nature. This body is also continuously changing. Mind cannot touch the outer things. Yes, mind cannot touch anything outside. Manasancha paticca rupecha mano vijnana. Depending on the mind and mental objects, mind consciousness arises. Yes, depending on the mind and mental objects. Mental objects means each and every form, sound, taste, touch, and the thought. All those are mental objects. And due, based on the due to these mental objects, mind consciousness arises, because mind consciousness has the knowing power of these mental objects. But actually, the mind consciousness is the biggest illusion. But actually, the knowing is happening in based on this mind consciousness. And manasa aramunu karane bahira de neveyi. Mind is not aiming the outside things. If we clarify this matter, we are certainly not seeing. We are thinking. There is a very subtle fact here. Yes. Mind is not aiming the outside things, because uh, when mind is creating, uh, mind can see only the creations of the mind and giving names and combinations of names and forms happening in the mind, but mind is automatically arising and disappearing. If we clarify this matter further, we are certainly not seeing, we are thinking. Yes, when we see something, at once we don't know what we are seeing. If we go to another country, say we go to somewhere for a holiday, at once sometimes we don't know what we are seeing. We just seeing it for a little while, then for a moment, and then thinking, oh, what is this? After thinking only, the mind consciousness is telling us, what you are seeing is this. What you are seeing is this. Yes. That is how this thing is happening. That is why we are not just seeing, we are thinking. We are thinking of what we are seeing. Hearing also like that. When we hear a sound, we don't know what is hearing. After thinking, in a fraction of a second, the thinking part is happening. After thinking only, we are coming to know what is that sound. Some sounds we can't find, because we didn't, maybe a sound we didn't hear before. Some kind of sound comes like that, we can't recognize it, because we have no earlier experiences. And this taste is also like that. When we taste, we have the thinking part should come. Then only the thinking part, the mind consciousness is telling you, this is what you are eating. And then the smelling also like that. Different smells, good smells, bad smells, everything is here. So when we smell something, we don't know actually what is smelling. After a few seconds, the mind says, oh, you are smelling this. Then only we know. Touching also like that. Touching also like that. We don't know what is that touch at once. in a fraction of a moment, the knowing is coming. Consciousness is telling this is what you are touching, like that. That is why there is a very subtle fact here. When a thought arising, also the same thing. Uh, different thoughts are appearing, but we have to think about that thought. In that point, Aryan Vance is telling, if something is becoming a thing, only you are the different kinds of defilements are creating, because something is becoming a thing, only the self is creating. So when a thought is appearing, you don't know, thoughts flow slow. No, normally thoughts are just flowing. If a thought is becoming a thing to you, then only you are thinking about that thought more and more. That is how it's becoming a thing. This is the way of the mind. That is why Aryan Mahansa is telling there is a very subtle fact here, because that is how this illusion is creating. All the time, each and every moment we live in this world, we get caught into that illusion. That is the flow of the river. But according to Buddothpado, Aryan Mahansa's true teachings, Dhamma, true Dhamma, now we are going upwards in the river. We are always trying to go upwards. That means we have to turn other side. Then each and every moment, if something is becoming a thing, we have to look the other way around. We have to look at the other way around. And to overcome this wrong thinking, we have to correct it. Oh no, what if there is something on the table? So sweet things are on the table, and the mind says to eat. Then at once you should understand that is the mind sensor, not the self. This the mind sensor wants to do it. This just a thought. It comes to the mind, this mind sensor. If we happen to eat more and more sweets, the sugar level will be higher in the body. Then we have to think that is because of the mind sensor, because of this, it's only a thought, a greedy thought. That is a greedy thought. We should understand that. It happened due to the I and the mind. I consciousness and the mind consciousness. That greedy thought occurred. And we should understand about that greedy thought, how it occurred, and we know it's only a greedy thought. So then when we understand that thought, that feeling of the eating of sweet feeling is going away, because we know that is only a greedy thought. So we can just pass it away, that thought. That is how each and every moment this Dhamma is the powerful weapon we have now. We have to use it to turn the other way around this mind. We have to turn our mind other way around with the help of this true Dhamma. That is what Aryan Mahansa is telling us, to understand the thoughts without ignorance. To overcome the ignorance, we have to understand these thoughts very carefully. Then we are safe. We will be safe, and the greediness also going little by little away, going away. Because the mind understands, not like the other days. Now this system is not willing to eat sweets very much because the greediness is slowly decreasing. That is how we have to use this Dhamma to understand the reality, because we are very much far away from the reality. Reality is to understand this illusionary nature of this world. Is there what you think? No. You are creating things and looking at them. Truth of that is we cannot get anything not meeting outside. We haven't met the outside. Likewise, this mind is always an illusion. Shapes outside is also a lie, because due to this ignorance, the wrong view, actually this human realm is useless. That means human realm is in a utter mess, because this consciousness, mind consciousness, mind consciousness always says so many big lies, illusion, showing a illusion, and saying, try to convince there is a self here, and try to convince you can taste food, you can have pleasure with your body, you can have alcohol or drugs, and be in mad, play in a mad world. uh, you can have pleasure like that. You have to see so many pictures, films, you have to buy so many pleasurable things, you have to earn money in different wrong ways, and there is no ending for it, because the mind has such a power. Now see, people are trying to go to Mars to stay there, but their life, actually the human beings on this planet have more are having only 80 or 90 years, more about 100 years lifetime. They have not invented so many things in this world, and they have not invented anything, uh, that means spiritually not invented anything yet, but they are trying to invent other worlds. So stupid they are. They have not invented this human body and mind and the self also. Not doing that, they are trying to go to Mars to stay there. All those are very stupid ideas. We can't go through this. We can't go anywhere. We have to understand this universe through our mind. We can't go anywhere and stay there by these scientific methods, because that is not the way of this nature. We have to understand the nature, and we have to understand this uh, cosmos and everything, the full nature, through this mind. That is what Lord Buddha said. Do not try to go to anywhere. You have to see and understanding everything within your mind, to explore each and everything, because all those are just waste of time and money. you will not finally get anything. You try to see, you wait and see whether they may have some power to go and stay in other planets. No, those are all, they cannot go there and stay physically, because all this cosmos and each and everything we have to understand through this spiritual knowledge. Lord Buddha showed there's no self here, there's nothing outside, nothing inside. This whole universe, this everything is a spiritually everywhere. It's nothingness is there. So we have to understand this nothingness through the mind according to the path Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is explaining. The nothingness we should understand based on the true Buddhist philosophy of Lord Buddha's true teachings. That is why we must know as human beings, whatever, no matter whatever country you live in, no matter whatever color of skin you have, no matter whatever education level you have, because you have each and everything. Education means everything physical education you have. You don't have any kind of spiritual educations. They are in very low levels. You have this spiritual educations, and you should understand how is this human beings body and mind activating, creating, and how to live a free life, how to overcome the suffering. Whatever the society you live, whatever the power you have, all the powers are ending on the deathbed. So what is the use? Therefore you should earn something which is not ending at your deathbed, which is not ending at your deathbed. That is this true Dhamma, the true teachings of Lord Buddha. Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is now revealing with the great spiritual power. Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is showing us from the wisdom of Asia, Sri Lanka. You can go through the wisdom www.wisdomofasia.com or www.buddhothpadadhamma.com, or you can listen to Buddothpada PeoTV Zoom and YouTube channel, and you can very clearly understand what is the ultimate truth of this humanity. No use you live with these wrong views. No use you live 100 years on this planet Earth without having this truth. The human beings are useless because they do not know how their minds are creating, how the minds are activating, how they are running behind the mind to have sensual pleasure, and finally dying with unfulfilled mind. That is why you should have the satisfactory mind living in this world. Before death, you should finally achieve the ultimate satisfactory nature of the mind. That is what Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is clearly showing us. If you can show this truth to your mind, that everything is created in the mind and watching, then the seeker is not attaching to the consciousness illusion, showing as the things are existing outside, redeeming from the outside. Yes, if you can show this truth to your mind, because now we know the human world is creating inside each and every human being's mind, right? Even the scientists can't understand this. Up to now they are unable to understand their world is creating inside their mind, and that simple theory also they do not know, so they should understand this. So understanding the mind means the mind is the illusion here. So we have to show this truth to the mind, your mind, and we have to convince the mind to the way you came with this illusionary thinking patterns are wrong, and now try to understand the correct way, and we have to show the mind to think in the correct way. That is why Aryan Mahansa is telling, if you can show this truth to your mind, that everything is created in the mind and watching, not anything outside. We are creating everything inside the mind. That is actually our film. We are looking at our film, not in the TV, not in the telephone, not in the cinema hall. We are having our own film. Each and every person, human being have their own film, and they are watching. They are actually acting. Everybody is acting. The people who knows this Dhamma, listen to this Dhamma, becomes the seers. That means they are having some kind of ability to see their own film coming out of the film, and they just see in the film, not going to act much. They do whatever has to do, and they simply watch how the film is going on. Yes, that is why Aryan Mahansa is telling, if you can show this truth to your mind, that everything is created in the mind and watching, then the seeker is not attaching to the consciousness illusion, showing as the things are existing outside, redeeming from the outside. Because our mind consciousness is playing the huge role here as the creator of this illusion. Illusion creator is mind consciousness. Therefore, we have to educate our mind to see things differently. That means see things as uh, as usual, but see things with wisdom. Then only we can see what is actually happening here. Living like blind people, it's not worth. Nothing outside will become true to the seeker, and therefore he is not suffering due to the imaginary worldly things outside. Yes. Then nothing outside will become true to this seeker of this uh, listener. Then therefore he is not suffering due to the imaginary worldly things outside. Yes. All the time human beings are suffering due to the imaginary things outside. They can only see the shadows and the reflections, but they used to suffer because if they see a nice car, even these young guys, they their vehicle is not valuable for them now. They want another new thing as they wish. then there is an illusion. This illusionary thing is happening and giving you suffering because of this imaginary worldly things outside. So the attaching and clashing mind is not occurring after this, after seeing this true Dhamma, because the attaching and clashing nature of the mind is the problem we have, and that is why the suffering is coming. What we see, what we hear, what we feel, all the time we are attaching to them, or, or else we are clashing with them, and therefore the suffering is happening in the human mind. So actually speaking, if we are able to look at things correctly with the help of this great Dhamma revelation of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the suffering is going day by day. We are relieving our minds. Aryan Vahanse is showing us the greatest ever thing, the relieving, having the relief, relieving our body and mind and live a very fulfilled and satisfactory life, giving each and helping each and everybody, and living a peaceful mind, peaceful life, and a very fantastic life with the greatest ever relief. That is what we should do. For the moment, I am going to conclude this session. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Hansi at his feet. Tiruvasarnai Aryan Hansa. And as we always say, we are ever grateful to you for the uh, knowledge that you have given, the guidance you have given, and the continuous support and the strength you are providing to conduct these Dhamma sermons and opening up the path for us in a very simple manner. Thiruvan Saranai. And may our friends who are joining, who are listening, be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping us always with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So, this is our regular discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. This time is dedicated for the questions and discussions because during the sermons, which are taking place from 8 o'clock to 11 p.m. in the night, sorry, there's no separate time for the questions. So, therefore, we request you to join this session and talk to us so that we can have a discussion because this is an interactive session rather than one or two people talking. So it's very nice if questions are coming up. So along that way we can continue with our discussion. Tiruvasarnai Champa.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor.
So until the other friends join, we can talk about something.
Yes.
You may have listened to today morning discussion. Did you?
Yes, Doctor. Yes. I am very
Mm.
much interested in that Sudharma's question, Doctor.
Yes, yes. Actually, what maybe we can talk more when she joins.
Yes.
Actually, that question that she asked was so. I mean, I don't know what word to use.
Yes,
That
very good.
opened,
Very good. Yes.
yeah, that opened up a beautiful Dhamma passage or Dhamma
Yes.
Parya. What is
Yes.
the
Yes.
yeah, and a beautiful explanation by R.N. Mahanse. So I think we are so grateful to all the people who are asking questions in these sessions because uh, it opens up a passage to go along, and particularly if R.N. Mahanse is there at that time. There'll be a beautiful explanation to expand on that, isn't it?
Yes, Doctor. Yes, very true.
Mm. Anything particular that two of us can talk until they join?
Yes, about that thing, Doctor, that what she
Mm.
told and I didn't understand properly the Aryan Mahan says the explanation is a bit deeper.
Mm. Mm.
Can you please tell something about that?
Those are the four things that he explained. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, that is a part of a sutra. I think I can't remember the name of the sutra.
Uh-huh.
Mm, uh, I can't exactly remember the Pali phrase the way that
Oh,
he
it's
stated,
okay.
but
It's okay. No need
yeah,
of family praise, Doctor.
yeah.
Yes.
Actually, four levels have been explained in that one
Uh,
right from the beginning. So it is always about a person who is in the Dhamma path, not
yes.
somebody in the mundane world. So
Yes.
somebody who has turned to this Dhamma passage. Now,
Yes.
right at the beginning, now when you have some knowledge about Darshanaya, when you
Yes.
have some knowledge how these thoughts are formed, the fact that thought is not true, thought
Yes.
is just a construct instantly, and it
Yes.
is just a collection of perceptions, which may be light, which may be sound, taste, smell,
Yes.
or the skin sensation.
Yes.
So when we when we have that background knowledge, Yes.
Right at the beginning, what happens is we make it a point to actively think about it. Now, when an incident happens,
Yes.
we may not be able to understand it immediately, but sometimes with a time gap, maybe in few hours, few minutes, few days,
Yes.
we tend to suddenly, I mean, it suddenly clicks the mind. Oh my gosh, what happened here? This
Mm.
incident happened. And then it became a thing to me. Like
Yes.
that, we start analyzing.
Yes.
Now, really speaking, at the beginning, this
Mm.
time gap will be longer.
Yes.
Now, for a person, a beginner,
Yes.
sometimes this might click a day or two later.
Yes.
Really, what happened at that time? And then the person will start analyzing it. What
Yes.
happened here? It was the sensors which were functioning,
Mm.
and thought was thought was constructed, and I felt that the thought was true. So
Yes.
then, with a time gap, the person will undo that knot, and
Yes.
then will start realizing what the truth is. So that is the kusale or the skill. Uh,
Yes.
the akusale happened because
Yes.
the thought was
Wrong
felt,
behavior. Yes.
thought was true, but after a gap, he
Yes.
realizes that it is wrong, and then the kusale, the skill comes up.
Yes.
So that
Yes.
is the first stage, and that
Yes.
is 100% by active thinking.
Ah, yes.
But
Yes.
you need the basic darshana knowledge for that.
Yes.
So the second step is, as soon as the akusala is coming up, immediately it is recognized. So
Yes.
there's no time gap there. You
Yes.
recognize as soon as it is coming up, oh, now this thought is going to be true. And
Yes.
just quick analysis, and then
Happening.
the skill comes up. Yes. So
Yes.
that second stage is also actually active thinking.
Yes.
Menahi kirima. Both are
Yes.
menahi kirima.
Yes.
So that is the නූපන් අකුසලය
Ah,
අඳුනා ගැනීම.
හඳුනා ගැනීම.
අඳුනාගෙන
Yeah.
කුසලයක් සකස් වීම.
Right.
The first one is actually උපන්න අකුසලය අඳුනගෙන, and
Oh,
then කුසලය මතුවෙනවා with the time gap.
right.
Second one is before the akusale comes up itself,
Yes.
it is recognized. So
Yes.
the baby is not allowed to be born,
Yes.
right?
Yes. 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 Yes.
The previous one, the baby is born, and
Yes. Yes.
baby may be few days old, few hours old. But
Yes.
here the baby is not allowed to born. Right at the delivery itself, the recognizes that this is something is going on, something is wrong. So
Yes. Yes.
then the skill comes up immediately.
Yes.
And the third step is that each and every stimulus or each and every thought,
Yes.
then and there recognizes that there is nothing here. That means
Yes.
it doesn't become a thing.
Yes. Not
So the
memorizing also. Not
not
memorizing also.
memorizing, yes, it is menehi veema.
Yes.
No,
Automatic.
no,
Yes.
no active thinking, but kind of
Passive
passive it is
thinking.
coming, passive
Yes.
thinking.
Yes.
So it is a menehi kirima. So menehi veema.
Menehi veema. Yes.
Yeah, it automatically comes. So then and there, whenever the stimulus is coming,
Yes.
the very first impression is there's nothing here. This is
Yes.
not true. This is a creation. So all kinds of that clear picture is coming up as soon as the
Kusalaya.
thought
Yes.
is
With
coming.
the, yes. Kusalaya is there. Yes.
Kusala is there. So all three
Mm.
actually is in the path. Those three steps that we mentioned, they are all marga.
Yes.
So the fourth one is actually the arhat's state of mind,
Yes. Yes.
where this persistent, unchanged pattern of kusala. That means there's no ups and downs.
Yes.
Persistently,
Mm.
the still or the static mind,
Yes.
where there is nothing in this world, the world is not true, and there's nothing created in the mind either,
Yes.
and the value is completely kind of that current is completely zero in each and every thought. So that is a feel, 100% feel.
Yes.
And that is a palaya.
Yes, yes. That is a palasita, no? She talking about
Palasita.
a
Yeah,
palasita. Yes.
yes, yes.
Right,
Uh,
right. Very
Sudharma has joined. We'll ask Sudharma also to add
yes, yes,
something.
yes.
Saranai.
Sarva Saranai Sudharma. We thank you very much for that question.
Oh, yes. It's so nice.
in the morning.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Morning.
The question you
No,
asked was
now,
so helpful.
yeah,
Yeah, please.
yeah, doctor. Once we discussed it here also, but
Mm.
even I wanted to ask it from Marian Mansi himself so that all of us will be benefited. Because
Mm.
Yes.
that I told you that happened when I was traveling from Kandy to Galle on the
Yes.
highway.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that was the thing. Yeah, when you
Mhm.
explained it nicely, now it became clearer actually. When
Yes.
Narayana they said those quotes from Gathas, actually Kusalanam, Papakanam, something he
Yeah,
said. No,
can't
I
remember
couldn't
those.
listen. Yeah, can't remember. Now it became clearer. So
Yes.
it
Yes.
all three levels of Marga, Chitta, and then the
Palachita.
Palachitta. Yeah,
Palachita. It's a
that's
Palachita
great.
Sudharma. Yes. Yes.
Yes, that's
Mm.
beautiful. Yes. So anyway, that is, I mean, very beautiful, no, doctor, when we experience things
Yes.
and
How good,
when we are,
Sudharma. Wonderful it is, Sudharma. Yes.
it was just a simple experience only, but what I feel is even in the second question, I said, Narayana, said, now I see a thick layer of defilements aroused like an ocean.
Uh-huh.
Actually, it's uh, yesterday also I told no uh, now gross level things we then and there we liberate from them, but
Yes.
underneath there is a thicker like concrete layer of defilements because every always the subtle uh, self perception is felt.
Mm.
That's what even Aryan Hansi said it is so. I've been telling that to you all and to Dr. Kokila also. Uh, Even during the past week, with all the experiences I told, I mean,
Yes.
that was what we were discussing. I mean,
Mm.
every day we discuss self perception, how thick, but the beauty is, it is felt, but it is not that uncomfortable. When things happen with the strong self view, we feel, I mean, we feel that it's a burden and we uneasy, some restlessness is there. But at when these subtle level defilements, I mean, sense of self uh, is felt, but it is not, what can you say? I told you once that when we feel jealous, um,
Mm.
times we don't want to show it those days. Our facial expressions change. We may say we normally say that person is having a long face. Sometimes now we feel very jealous. I mean, not the person, the system feels very jealous. Some emotion arises. So with that, our facial expression also changes, no? But
Yes.
we
Yeah.
really don't want to show it to our relative or somebody neighbor, or we don't want to show that we feel jealous, but
Mm.
still we can't hide it. No, the system goes, I mean, completely changes. Face goes blue or things. But now I'm not talking about that kind of defilements. We are not burning that much, but subtle level uh, feeling of self is there. Now, still we feel a subtle happiness when things happen the way we expect or to our advantage. Still, it's there underneath. I don't know whether I am explaining it properly.
No, I think that is what Swarnamali explained as
Yeah,
100 watt thing.
and that's right. That's
Power
right.
reducing, yes.
Yeah,
Power
yes.
reduce.
Dr. Kokila and Surangika both have joined Thiruvan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila and Therwan Saranai Surangika.
We were discussing about the today morning Sudharma's question.
Oh, yeah. Actually, it was a indirect answer. How did you understand it, Dr. Sakuntala?
Just I was talking to them, those 4 things actually I can't remember about that Pali statements, of course, just the 4 levels that a person who is having some knowledge in Darshanaya, the stepwise how that person is progressing. So the first step is that බැසගැනීම් සිදු වෙනවා, the things becoming things, the thought will become a thing, but with a time gap the person understands that something went wrong and then starts sort of analyzing, this is what happened, and then tries to understand that. And the second level is that the moment that the thing or the thing is occurring or the thought is becoming a thing, as soon as it is happening, then and there understands. I was just telling that before the baby is born, it's, it stops at that level. Whereas a previous situation, the baby is born and baby is a little older and then realizes the problem. So the third one is both those first two are active thinking, savitakka. And the third one is the whatever the stimuli or the thoughts are coming, then and there recognizes. So there's some passive thinking, මෙනෙහිවීමක්, that there's nothing worth in this thought. This thought is not true, like
But the
something
third
like,
one is kusala. Third one is actually kusala, isn't it?
yeah, kusala. Third and fourth both are kusala. So that means then and there that recognizes or මෙනෙහි වෙනවා that there is nothing in this thought.
Or is it actually
උපන් කුසල නූපන් කුසලය අඳුන ගන්නවා. නූපන් කුසලය උපදවා ගන්නවා නේ. Yes.
නූපන් කුසලය උපදවා
ගන්නවා. Yes. So that is මෙනෙහිවීමක්. Now by that time no active thinking, but I don't know whether the word passive thinking is correct. So passive thinking was a word I used. So all those 3 are in the path, මාර්ගය. And the fourth one is the one where the stable, the tithya, where it is maintaining that it's a 100% feel, and that is a state of the arhat's mind where throughout whatever the stimuli occurs, there's no fire, no current at all, and that level is maintaining. So the upan kusal පවත්වාගෙන යනවා. So that is how I understood it.
Yeah. Avitakka vichara.
Yeah, avitakka vichara. Yes. And that's a feel, yes.
Yeah. But did the question itself, he touched it in such a way that question, how did you feel, Sudharma, in that question? How did you get the answer? How did you relate that to the answer? Question and the answer.
Therwan Saranai, Doctor. Yeah. So felt was like
because you didn't actually ask a question, you were telling something.
I was giving an experience now, so he was explaining that way the Kusalanam, the four things.
No, but what was the first sentence he said?
He said it was is something that happens when you are in the path, some
Yeah,
experience.
yeah. That's
Yeah,
the marga. He
that's a,
said it's a
yeah,
marga.
he said it's the path. And yeah, so what I
What
felt
what
was
what was that answer?
that is, doctor, like we are in the path, and I don't know, the heaviness of the stimulus is going down. That's what I felt. The power that we attribute naturally,
No,
the
but
system.
there were it was not about a power. No, you didn't wake up with the power. I don't think so. Even like yesterday, breathing was not a power. If you were struggling
Yeah,
hard to breathe with a pneumonia, then it is a power. But without power, there is no anything to say about a power, right? Like power
yeah.
means there is a specific power. We talk about a
That's a
specific power.
full,
If there is no power, there is no self.
yeah.
Sorry,
One
I'm having
realization
flow.
made with,
My voice is a bit not good today, so sorry
so
about that.
what I actually, at that very instant, what I felt was, doctor, now 100% it became evident that this is a system, that if the system which runs with the previous data. Can you hear me? That
Yeah.
when prior perceptions uh, go missing, there is no existence. So it can happen. So that kind of realization came. The fact that that was what I felt at that very instant. I have discussed it here also with you. I think we talked about that. I can't remember with you or in one.
No, but what I'm
Uh,
asking is when Naran
yeah,
Hansen said that it is the path,
yeah.
what do you get from that, Dr. Sakuntala? That answer and the question. What I'm just trying to see whether there is any correlation in that answer.
I felt that I don't know whether that was the answer to her question. That I was not sure, because what she explained was that that sort of uh, well, that some kind of confusion like thing, until she realized that the proper she's coming to the proper world. That is the way she described. So I don't know what he meant was that the moment she realizes the surrounding, whether that was a point that was explained as the outside world becoming true.
Yeah,
So,
that's what. Sorry. Yeah,
yeah.
no.
So, whether it is that first step that he was explaining, I mean, that නූපන් කුසල උපන් කුසල අකුසලය මේ උපන් අකුසලය ප්‍රහාණය කිරීම, whether I don't know whether that is what he meant, but uh, in such a situation where waking up from the sleep and then realizing the surrounding, uh, I'm not sure whether that can be applied to that first level. That I wasn't sure actually.
Mm. What do you think, Surangika? Did you listen to today morning sermon by any chance?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everybody. Yes, I listened, but I actually maybe I didn't follow it properly. But I thought Sudharma's question about waking up and all those things come crowding into the mind, and then R.N. Vansa's late explanation about the Upanang Kusalanang was two separate situations. The first one, of course, what he said was everything becoming real is because of being on the path still, whereas for an arahat it doesn't happen that way. And then I think sometimes Dr. Kokida, you have said that when you ask him a question, how R.N. Vansa launches into that long explanation about how the light is formed and how the sound is formed. So like that, for Sudharma's question about the fact that she has all this maelstrom of emotions and she can feel the self-perception, she can feel all that, the heaviness. and everything becoming real intermittently or that type of experience. I think what he tried to give by giving that long explanation was that first part that Dr. Sakuntala mentioned, the
So
fact
whether
that
it
the
is
world has
relating to
become
the
real.
previous
The
Sudharma's question, is that what you're saying? Because Sudharma came up
asked
twice.
twice, isn't it? Yeah.
Ah,
Asked
okay.
two questions. One
Mm.
was, I think, Sudharma, you say, asked that moment you
Not
wake up,
actually, even in that Sudharma was telling that there's so much burning coming up, and he said it's okay, it's just Atma Sanya. And the next one, she was talking about this experience. Actually, Sudharma, what is the underlying rationale for asking or telling him that experience? What are you trying to understand? What is the insight you are trying to gain?
There, what I felt was this is completely system only. That I mean, it
So
took.
you're
I
trying to
mean,
highlight that to Aran Hansi or what?
no, I wanted to ask what it is. Why that gap? Whether it is to restart the system at that point, whether the data was zero. Is that was my question? Is it I gave like it's a. Can you hear me, doctor? There is a
Yeah,
signal
yeah,
issue.
yeah, I can hear.
Yeah. What I said was, I think,
Yeah,
yeah, I
whether
have
it was
felt it
zero and
several
then
times.
came to 100%, is that what you're saying?
No, then not 100%.
The mind,
Then the
of course.
world gets created with the sense faculties and the previous perceptions. Without previous perceptions and sense faculty there is no world. That was the experience.
Yeah.
That that it took several, I mean,
So
fraction of a
what did
second.
you get from the answer that it is a marga? When he said it is marga,
So
what did you get? What did you understand?
when he said marga, he said something that it is the realization that it is completely a system have happened. I That's how I got it. I thought he approved that, yeah, it is completely a system. It's like a computer. Takes some time to restart. There is no person. So it is 100% no, I don't say non-self. That we all, even in the previous question, I said theoretically, I know there is no self in any part of this system, but still that subtle and hidden knowing that I am there is there. And then this was a different experience, although I asked it. So that was how I got. Actually, I really don't know the meaning of all the Pali terms he used. When Dr. Sakuntala explained, now only it became clearer to me. So that's what I felt. Yeah, it is in the path with, although you are fully, I mean, you have felt that it is a system, it is the path he said. That's how I got it. I don't know.
as long as we are thinking that it is a system, yeah, there is still the path. I think that's what he was trying to say, isn't it, Dr.
Yeah,
Popi?
that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. I was trying to get this whether anyone else have any other ideas. So that's why. Because it's not the
And what, yeah, then he said, if you have it persistently, or it is static, then that is the Arahant. He went up to that, no, to explain. That is what he said. That non, it would remain a system right throughout. That's what he said, no? Anuruddha
yeah.
Thero, something, Titi. And the other thing felt is, doctor, that although the world gets created, now we know that it is perfectly the prior perceptions and the work of the system, sense faculties. So that way, that weight on the stimuli will also go down. I'm not talking about this
Yeah, it
particular
will go down.
experience.
It will
That,
go down.
yeah, since we talk about
No,
Dhamma every
because
day.
your
Yeah.
experience, there was no fire. That's the thing. Now you have to get it properly. Yesterday also you were
Yeah.
talking about the breathing, focusing on the breathing. There was no fire. When there is no fire, you can't talk about uh, a self. That was my intention of like trying to tell you. Focus is a focus. Focus doesn't mean fire. I don't know whether
Focus
I
doesn't. Yeah,
actually yesterday, I don't know whether my message is taken even that what I was trying to tell. Now, when there is a breathing difficulty, then people are struggling to breathe. You may not have personal experience, but just imagine. Then it becomes a power, right? The breathing becomes a focus as well as the power, because there is a struggle to breathe. So
yeah.
that's a different thing. Don't how do I say, mix things up. So now imagine a limousine. Now if you like a limousine, in about 100 cars on the road, and you just spot a limousine and the attention is caught, that's a different story. If you like the limousine, that's a different story, right? There is power. But just focus, there is no self. So we have to understand 100% that it is the power of the stimuli which is important to know. There is no power, there is no self. If the self view is there, everywhere we apply, it is the self. That's a different story. If the self view is gone, we just detect the power, that's all. And in Dr. Sakuntala's example previously, when she detected her daughter struggling to do something, or she thought daughter struggled, I mean, Sakuntala's view that was there, that also, that focus can be there. Even if, just imagine Aranwansi is there, Aranwansi's daughter is struggling, and Aranwansi detects that. What's the big deal? No, there's no big deal, right? But then the thing is the way you look at it. So you have to be very careful. The way you look at it is the important thing. So focus doesn't necessarily mean a self. That was yesterday thing. I just wanted to highlight it again, because you can say, so because the words, we don't know whether the actual meaning is going into specific areas. That's why I didn't let Champa talk also about the ways of ignoring breathing, because I didn't want to ignore breathing. It's about, if there is no burning, there is no self. And whatever the burning, if there is a burning, that's the self vibration. And if that is there, that is a good level. At least there's no self view. There's a detection of the power, that's all. And the power is coming down. That's the Asakshanyane. What do you think? Can you add to that? Did you all get it or not get it? Or is it a simple
Yesterday's
thing?
Dr. Kokila, yeah, that was actually now the clothes that we are unaware. But the
No. I
moment
specifically want the breathing thing, because you said you focused on
yeah,
breathing, but you were not having a difficulty
for
in breathing. It was just focus. And I
no,
told you that's normal, right?
yeah,
There is
no,
no
that's
self
what
in that.
same here. Now the clothes are not felt. even I don't know what I'm wearing. The moment uh, the sense faculties perceive it, it's a trouser, it's a t-shirt. So that way, the
No,
breathing happens.
then also, now
I'm
again,
aware of it.
trying to
But
say, even if you focus, if there is no burning, there is no self.
no, burning, I didn't use the word burning,
No,
Dr.
you
Gokul.
didn't. That's why I'm trying to highlight it.
Yeah, no burning. What I said was the stimulus gain power. Power in the sense some
No,
power,
that's the thing I'm trying to get to everyone. That is that if you think that way, this Dhamma will never turn around. So Suranka was not there yesterday, but then what I'm trying to say is, imagine my focus came to breathing now. What? So what?
So the interaction of vibrations happen and some minimal power get generated. No, so far
No,
you
that's what
didn't.
I'm saying. No, that
But
no.
doctor always.
No, what I'm trying to say, there is a message. No, every sentence of Aranansi has a message. When I try to say no, what is the message I'm trying to give? I'm wondering whether it's gone in that way or not. So when I say no, what is the message I'm trying to give?
I think they recognize the mind sensor, Sudharma, because the mind sensor would be identifying the thought, but identification of the thought, otherwise, what doctor is talking about as the focus, doesn't mean that there is a Atmiya company there. The power, the inner is not there, is what she's trying to
Self.
say.
Sorry. Yeah, not the self power, doctor, but still some power to run
So
the
who cares
system.
about the sensual things? That's the thing. Who cares
Uh,
about the now if I focus now, my eyes actually physically now I'm focusing on the fan. So what? So there's no problem.
So, no, it was not a big deal. What I said
No, but
was,
I'm trying to
now,
get this across, because otherwise all the time this mind sensor focuses on something. You might how do I say it? Not misunderstand. Feel that it is a wrong thing. It's not a wrong thing.
no, it's not a wrong thing, doctor, but there is a difference. Some knowing
That
happens.
difference
That's
is
all.
knowing is not
Yeah,
self.
it's not self, but it's a stimulus.
Who
It's
cares about the
anyway.
stimulus? Now if you keep thinking like that way, how do I say that? So this you won't be able to
Then you won't be able to transcend the mind sensor.
transcend the mindset. Oh, you are amazing in that word. Yes, you can't transcend the mind sensor if you go on like that. That word is good. Yeah, that's the message. I don't know whether Dr. Sakuntala, do
What
you get
I
the
wanted, yeah,
because
what
it's
I
a point
wanted.
I'm trying to highlight, which is difficult. Actually, it's my problem.
No, it's clear to me, doctor, what you're trying to say. It's very clear because I was actually what I wanted to tell was the mind sensor should be there for identification. Otherwise, we don't know that breathing happens. Without the mind sensor coming, we don't know that I'm wearing a t-shirt or a trouser. Actually, maybe the way that I put it, the wording was not
No,
that good,
yeah,
but
true.
that's what I wanted to actually. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, but then it
So I
became a
have,
topic for you, means you had a slight
yeah,
top point there. You had a slight point there, which I like, because that
yeah,
point is important in every aspect in Dhamma.
yes,
Aran Hanse is telling mother told something today or yesterday, I can't remember. Mother told something about a pusa. A pusa or dog? I can't remember now. I'm confused. There are so much pusas and so much dogs in the cats and dogs in this discussion. It get confused. But there was a story about a cat, I think. And then Aranwan says, like, so what? What is the big deal? Did you want to kill the cat? No. Then what is the big deal? You know, why this question and why this answer is coming is you need to actually get this right. If you don't, forever you will be, you will not go forward from there, because this mind sensor is difficult. Even for me, it is difficult. So I'm trying to talk about that. So the mind sensor, it's difficult. Mind sensor got slightly irritated with the cat, right? It was instantaneous and that's gone. Now Aranand is saying, that's okay. That's the mind sensor. So same thing with the focus. The whole, this system has to focus. Otherwise, as we discussed yesterday, we can't do anything. We can't cook. We can't do anything. We can't do work. We can't do work. So, but then imagine Gatikara making a pot. It's a beautiful pot they make, right? Otherwise, who will buy that? Will someone buy a pot which is very badly made? It's beautifully made pot. So the concentration is fully in the pot, right? But that's nothing to do with the power. So what is the sasava? That question comes back again. What this is actually the Dhamma. What is the sense power? What is the sasava power or the self? This demarcation is 100% difficult and evolving. We all are evolving in that because we all are in the path. What do you think? Can someone add to that?
Yeah,
Yes.
as you said, I think focusing is used for the word manasikara, isn't it? Am I correct?
No, not even manasikara focus. Not even manasikara, because she didn't manasikara on breathing. Just
No,
came
no,
to
no,
her.
no. Generally, you were using the word focusing. Did you use it for the word
No,
manasikara?
no.
Uh-uh. So, what should be the correct word for manasikara then?
Manasikara is thinking.
Thinking.
Manasikara
what
is
I wanted
different,
to
isn't it? Manasikara is like reflection.
Reflection. Okay,
reflection.
according to the Dhamma, yeah.
Right, okay.
The Manasikara is not the same as the focus here. By focus, I think Dr. Kokila means is when a thought arises, every thought has a subject matter. And there is no problem in there being a subject matter. There is no issue there.
Now, I think what Sudharma was trying to say was, now even at the sensor level, there is some form of power. The basic power which is there,
Yes.
even I mean that you can't get rid until this physical body is continued. Some form of basic power is there.
No,
We are not talking.
that's the thing. That's
We are
the
not
thing
talking
that
about that. Yeah.
that's the thing that we have to actually fully understand the sensual things. Now, Aranhansi always says, no, chili makes tongue to burn so much, we will be jumping up and down, right? Is that self? No. If there is a glare, we can't watch anything. Eyes will be closed. Is that self? No. There's a sound, massive sound. We can't actually listen to that. We close our ears. But is that self? No. So like that, the mind also works in that way. Mind also has some aspects into that. So mind focuses. Mind has topics. That's why mind also has to be given a topic also. Like sometimes, some I remember Samamali or Swarnamali giving that some kind of like that, because there is
There is a
mind is
maintenance.
a mind. Yeah, mind is a different thing. So we need to understand that mind, or whatever the sensory level, is not self. That is actually the Dhamma here. That is actually the Dhamma here. The truth is that there is a sensor level which will be there in an Arahant. But this is a problem in us, in all of us, because sometimes we get carried away by the mind, sometimes we don't. But then that it's a difficult area to talk, but I'm trying to just highlight differentiation between the mind sensor and the self is difficult, but you need to be vigilant. Even on Dr. Sakuntala's experience in Australia, watching daughter, I was saying the same thing, but I don't know whether the answer was taken in that way, because there is a mind sensor. We don't say this to people who haven't heard Dhamma for a long time. If it's a newcomer, we don't talk about these things. But you all are people who have listened to Dhamma for a long time. So if you don't know how this sensor system works, there is actually misunderstanding about this sensor power. Sensor power I can't even say sensor power, but sensor level and the self. Alive feel. Or actually, this, even fire, Aranasi keep changing that when he goes deeper and deeper, right? Because this fire level also changes now. Earlier, when we start listening, fire is getting angry, getting sad, or getting jealous, or stuff like that. But after that, it is feel that chair is there. So it's get deeper and deeper. But the thing is, when are you going to turn this around? There's a point that we have to turn it around. We have to understand whatsoever by experience that these are sensory faculty vibrations only. That is the problem we have. We have to get that. Otherwise, it is always viewed as separately. Can you add something to that, Suranka, or anything? Or Dr. Sakuntala?
Surangika, can you add something to that?
No, you'll have to give me 2 minutes, Dr. Sakuntala.
Okay. No, this is something that I wanted to ask actually. Now, when you use the word manasikara, the correct singular meaning is thinking. Thinking and
Reflection.
manasikara. Yeah, okay. So if you say manasikara karanawa, that means it has become a thing in that place. There is a current, isn't it? Manasikara karanawa means it's different
Mansikara
from the
Karno means the
focusing,
Dhamma has not stabilized yet.
and that means it
Arahant will
has
never
become a thing.
Manasikara as such.
Hmm.
The fourth level has not come, so there is a Manasikara.
Mansikara, and
That
so
is
that means there
Savitaka
is a value
Savichara
to the
kind of.
stimulus. There is the power
Yes.
there.
Yes. So then see, there has to be level note. This has to turn around.
Yeah.
So every day you are thinking, this my daughter is suffering. If you don't have any burning with that, that's just the sensor system. But it's totally up to you. If you get a burning, that's a different story. But this this difference is very slight. Now that mother, cat actually bitten her, right? Cat bitten her. So
yes.
So, and Haran says like, well, you didn't hit her, you didn't kill her. So it's a mind sensor. But that answer is coming from the angle that she was seeing that. But in the other way around, if she told, even though cat bite me, I didn't feel nothing. I was fantastic. Then Aranwanse would say something else. Aranwanse would definitely say, Apo, tanikara moyani nikin. So the answer is different because the way they tell that is different. But the thing is here, mother is acknowledging completely, I got angry or I got irritated by that action. And Aranwanse is saying that's the mind sensor. Because the previously also that's the action that we get. We throw away the leg so that the cat will be thrown away. And we walk from that dangerous situation it's like a trained mind. Our mind is trained in such a way if someone is fallen down, to check the surrounding, check for danger, and quickly go and try to see whether the patient is breathing. So we have like a protocol. It will just go on. Does that mean there's a burn? No. The burning has to be it has to change somewhere in the line. This mind sense is difficult though. But as soon as we get that properly, then this will start changing. What do you think?
Yeah, the
So
cat.
cat
being, that one was what he was trying to say is that's a knee-jerk reaction. If you have heard of the expression knee-jerk reaction means there is no, it's an auto reaction.
Auto reaction, and actually the learned way of things are there in our mind sensor. You will not give the leg to the animal again. You will just move from that place. There's no like කානවනම් කාලා ඉන්ඩානේ වගේ එහෙම එකක් නෑනේ සාමාන්‍යනේ. එහෙම තියෙන අවස්ථා තියෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. So it's a learned reaction in the mind that we have so many reactions in the mind. So when we buy a cream, we buy a cream to whatever the knowledge we have. If that knowledge is minimal, we will buy whatever. And if that knowledge is extensive, which I don't have, but that extensive person will buy an extensive thing. Why? Because that system is fully extensively investigated on that cream. So there is already data on that, so the hand will go to that cream. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there is a self. But this demarcation is difficult, I know. But it has to change one day. Otherwise this misunderstanding about this power will be ongoing, and the mind will be difficult to understand. What do you think, Sudharma? I mean, I'm actually not targeting Sudharma. I'm just trying to give a point.
You are trying your best, and I see increased power in your voice also, because must be thinking that I didn't get this simple thing. Actually, I was not talking
actually,
about
no.
the face, doctor. Sorry.
No, actually, no. You are actually not inquisitive about that, but I'm trying to get everyone else involved in that, because this mind sensor is difficult. And I'm sick today, so I'm actually sick with the flu.
Really So,
Yeah, I feel you making lot of effort, and doctor,
but did you
it
get the
was
point that
yeah,
mind sensor
yeah,
can
yeah.
focus
It's
anywhere doesn't necessarily mean anything?
mean there is a self. No, actually, just like this T-shirt and trouser example, and the gecko and the nail on the wall. What I was just simply telling was, doctor, if when the mind sensor combines with other sense faculty, the second cycle only that identification happens. Until then, we are fully unaware that it's happening. Breathing, although it happens throughout,
Yeah,
until the mind sensor focuses, we are unaware of it. Just like now, I'm lying on the sofa. Just now, since the mind sensor focuses on that, when I refer to that, I'm aware that it's a sofa. Otherwise, we are unaware that we are there. That's what I
yeah,
was
yeah.
trying to tell that doctor. Yeah, thank you so
Yeah,
much.
but the thing
And
is, that level has to transcend now to the next level.
yes,
That
true.
level you are talking about is fine. We are not here to stagnate in that level. To
Yeah.
transcend the mind sensor is the try. All of us try is to transcend the mind sensor. So this is not an
That is the
appreciation
biggest
of what
problem.
is
Yeah,
what is happening now. This is an effort to push the next level, right?
yeah, true.
Yeah. So
I
after
get it.
focusing on everything also, the mind sensor should be able to realize it fully. So the level we understand is fine. Whatever level we understand is fine. But the going forward is the thing, because we are not going to get just stuck on the mind sense after that. So actually,
Yes,
this forum is to try and push you forward, not to appreciate the level
yes,
that what
exactly.
you are saying.
That's what we have been, I mean, you have been doing every day. And
What do you
thank you,
think,
doctor. It's
Suranika?
clear.
You can add.
Yeah, I mean, that's where the constant challenge is, isn't it, Doctor? I mean, not that the other sensors are also something to be ignored, but we kind of all seem to be getting stuck in the mind sensor because of the almost default-like position that has been prevailing, isn't it, in this system for ever and a day. It's been taken to be almost such a natural part of this
Yeah,
system that now that the Dhamma has become so pronounced, there is a tendency to jump to the conclusion that any bad thought or any good thought is automatically put into that bucket where the I has sprung up there, and so that's the type of thinking that we naturally tend to fall into that trap. So that's the one that I mean, where the cat example for that mother also, Aryan Vasi said, if you can't understand or recognize the mind sensor, then that means you are not skillful. He said akusale there also, isn't it?
yeah, yeah. So we need to interact. In interaction of this forum is to actually understand each and every sensor level. So each and every sensor level. So the body sensor is the breathing, but the mind sensor is involved when you focus on that. So you need to actually fully get it. But there is so much more underneath than this, because transcending actually involving all the sensor levels. Actually, Aranwanse said one day beautifully, if the eye sensor is not transcended, you can't even become an non-return like that. There's so many assets to this which we are slowly understanding, right? So we have to make effort to actually fully like slowly keep understanding that the even the example that I said that to Sudharma again, I said something a few days ago that also changes. So don't take these things very straightforward answers, because to the level of the understanding, this keep changing. So if you say in a moment where the transcending can happen, actually the mind sensor is not powerful there. So if you talk about how do I say that, touching something, okay, touching a phone or touching the sofa, if you keep your hand on the sofa, mind says touching the sofa, or whether it's soft or whatever. But actually, if that mind part is transcended, it will be fully the feel. So you can't really say it is not possible, because actually this body consciousness doesn't need the mind consciousness. It doesn't need the mind consciousness. It's a very beautiful area you can actually experience without the mind consciousness. But that comes with the skill. So the more the skill, more the things that you gain. So I know Aran I'm not a master in breathing techniques, but Aran beautifully has told even Anapanasati, how can you actually change it to Nirvana, like actually understanding Nibbana. So that also the same thing, same phenomena though. In every experience, it is the same phenomena. Understanding the sensor and understanding it's a sensor function only, then the if that happens at that particular moment, you might actually feel the non-vibration, which is nivana මොහොතකට අත්දකිනවා. That is the important thing. That is the important thing in everything, kind of. So that to happen, it all these things come together, because the mind sensor is not highlighted in body sensations usually. It doesn't necessarily need to highlight. But in the seeing and the hearing, it's actually involved fully. Then it needs, it will need some kind of actual zero power in the mind to transcend the eye faculty and I mean, mind power has to come to zero in other two. That's how I feel. What do you think, Surani?
I don't have any experience on that, doctor.
Yeah. Just add on. But then my body sensor is actually you can, because body sensor doesn't necessarily need the mind sensor to fully realize that there is no self, to feel the non-vibration. Do you get it, Sudharma?
Yes, doctor, that's very clear now. And another question, doctor. Now you will be able to explain this. I know the at sense faculty level, doctor. Although we say it's just consciousness, the perception is also at once. There is no time gap between the perception and the consciousness. No, doctor, the knowing. Now, if we take the eye faculty,
If you have heard Aranwanse's long time ago sermon,
yeah,
I don't know whether you have heard them. They are very long time ago, like 5 years ago sermons. There's specific sermons talking about capturing this moment. In that, actually, the this can be done. That's what I'm saying. So you shouldn't say anything hard on anything, because even Aran says in those sermons, if your mind is too fast or too strong, it will never happen because it can't transcend. Too fast
True.
or too strong. So
Yeah.
that is why sometimes we have these the problems. But nowadays he doesn't talk much about those moments, but he has talked about those things long time ago. There are very specific sermons where he talk about how to like even do 5-minute concentration meditation and do the 4-step protocol. And
Yes.
this whole effort, why there is an effort? Why there is a walking effort? Why? Because this non-vibration has to be felt. So then only the suspicion will be gone that there is a non-vibration.
To an extent, one can experience it in the walking meditation if you keep on doing it for some time.
Yeah.
Towards sometimes, in the beginning, you're striving, isn't it? Because there is a certain amount of reflection that one does on the 4 kamatahan, like the stages, before when there's the beginning, and then you keep on doing that, and then say for after some time you get tired of it, and then even that mental reflection also stops. And when the mental reflection actually stops, you can actually feel almost the non-vibration, meaning the fact that the body sensor is functioning, the hearing is happening, the seeing is happening, the feel of the physicality of the ground can be felt. All that is felt, and the mind has ceased. Meaning or that kind of vitaka thing has ceased in that sense. So, but I think what Dr. Pokira is trying to say, and I don't know, this is my sense of it, that you don't need the mind to be, Aranvas, I think, said it today at Domagoda also, this naming convention, the mind always springs up, and tries to give a name to everything, It likes to identify things. It likes to kind of say, oh, I know it, like putting your hand up in school, in the classroom. So Dharma, you must be knowing how children sometimes like to give the correct answer.
Yes.
So if you observe it, sometimes the mind is also like that. The mind, now RN says, no, මට හිතන්න ඕනේ නෑනේ මට හිතෙනවානේ.
Yes.
මං කරන දෙයක් නෙමෙයිනේ මේක. So in
Yeah.
English, if you say, I don't want to think, but the thought is coming. No, I have no control of it. So if you take that in real life, sometimes you might think that I don't want the mind to name that thing, no, but the mind is naming it, no, isn't it?
Yes.
Have you come across that?
Yeah.
It happens all the time, isn't it?
Yes.
And
And
it's annoying, it's frustrating. It's you don't want it to be coming up with names, this one, that one, this thing, that thing, but it's giving the name. Now that giving of that name actually ceases at certain points, and that is where I think Dr. Kokila says that or RN Mahansa, if the mind is relaxed, to Swarnamali's point also, and that striving is not too much, the right effort and that balance kind of thing, then that the mind itself jumping to the naming convention also ceases. There's that relaxation, I think, and it is probably at a certain point of that relaxation only that one actually has that awakening to the moment experience.
Yeah.
Maybe Dr. Kokila can correct that further.
Yeah. No, I think that's fine. Yeah. Yeah. I couldn't listen to the Tombakota one today.
And today Aryan Vansi was beautifully explaining the existence field in detail, how strong it is. Uh, that feeling, that initial feeling of existing of the chair goes on even after death. The heavens exist or the hells exist. It goes, we feel that even after death, there are things that exist. So it is so powerful that he was explaining about the existence field. I listened to it for about 1 hour. It was like again a sermon that covers everything A to Z. Any of his sermons definitely covers, even a newcomer can catch everything, even if someone is having kusala in one sermon. So it was, I couldn't finish it, but that part really hit me, that existence feel goes on, even making us believe that there is existence after death even. That is why we feared it. We are going to leave this existing world. So he was, yeah, that's what I got from that sermon today. The thing is, we listen to things, but fact-wise, things do not remain in mind. So good that Champa writes them down. She has.
Yeah, it's actually Champa may have written something. I don't know. Did he do anything in last night's sermon? I can't remember.
Doctor, no, last
I
night
don't.
and morning there are nothing much to write. But Dombagada sermon, I think there is something, but I didn't write anything because I only heard half of it. So
Yeah, that's okay.
I'll do it. But tomorrow, I think we are meeting Aryan Vahanse. Aryan Vahanse is coming closer to our place.
Maharagama, yeah, okay.
That is Borlasgamu. Borlasgamu, Vevapar.
At the same place that you went before?
No. This is that Sussex School Principal's residence, it seems.
Ah, yeah, that's good. Yeah, okay.
Has there been a notice on that?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know that actually.
Yes,
No, it says on the top. The Sunday one says on the top that new Maharagama place.
Should I?
It doesn't say the details.
Separate one also there, doctor. Separate
one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yesterday they have put a separate one. At the same time, I called Miss Rebecca Miss, and she found out the place and told me this is the place. It's very much close to me.
So the address to get, we have to text Rebecca, no?
No, yes, number. It's not there. We have to. It's there. Only a telephone phone number is given, so we have to call and ask for it. Number 4, Weber
Yeah.
Road.
Yeah, don't say the address in this forum.
Don't say here, yeah. So we have to call Rebecca's number, I think, isn't it? Yeah, okay.
Are you in Sri Lanka, Suranika?
No, I'm not, but I have a friend close by there. I want her to go for it.
Ah, yeah.
9:30. Starting 9:30.
This Dhamma is very evolving. So always remember the answers you get, especially Sudharma. I don't think that the answer is given to clarify the point or to say it is right or wrong. Actually, the push is always for moving forward, because transcending mind is not the easy task. Actually, it is not easy at all. So if it is easy, we all will be arahants by now, right? Like we are not. So that is the thing.
Yeah,
So
doctor, even
to
Aryan Mahanse, with whoever the person asks the question, he gives the answer generally no for everyone. Even he does that. I
yeah,
mean, even, yeah.
But the last two
Yeah.
nights, I think he said he's changing the approach. Maybe you all heard of it.
Really.
So the
No,
previous night he
last
took
night
the,
I couldn't.
yeah,
last
the
night
previous,
I felt it. He has changed the approach and he's trying to find out. I mean, I thought he did it some time back and actually forgot about it, maybe because he tried to talk to mothers in depth and trying to find out why they are not transcending because the power is so much. We know kind of a little bit about that, isn't it? Why this mind is so powerful. Actually, the points that we talk even doesn't divulge that. Uh, it it was it is really intimate to the people why the mind is powerful. So that's why Aranhanse asked about the 5 children, kept asking about the 5 children, and another mother kept asking about the 3 children and was trying to find out where they are stuck, right? Isn't that Surangika?
yeah, I think that's where, because he wants to go into the depth, because I think he said, no, they don't know where they are stuck.
Yeah,
So when
yeah.
you keep on relating their family
Because
background and experience, then, yeah,
we talk about this like several stuff, but we don't really go into the depth why we are stuck sometimes. I mean, very rarely we
yeah,
do.
yeah, true. So
So
for
one-to-one
example,
talks are there. Sometimes I
mm,
have to talk with Champa, and sometimes the talks go a bit deeper.
yeah.
Or Sudharma, like that. We sometimes go a bit deeper, but we don't.
Yeah,
And
because they ask the question, they will ask a Dhamma question. And
mm,
to answer the Dhamma question, he has to go and ask from ABC about the life. It's not the Dhamma question, it's something else.
yeah,
So like that now, for example, the Dr. Sakuntala's daughter thing. Now, if we take just that interaction only with that daughter, I mean, I haven't been listening to the whole thing, but from what I heard, for example, if we just take that interaction and then give advice, it might not work because, say, for example, hypothetically, she had 3 daughters, and that particular daughter is either maybe, say, physically disabled, or she has had a bad childhood, meaning, bullying at school or something. And there could be certain situations where that child has been either singled out, or there is some kind of special bond or some special treatment, or, so
mm,
there can be
mm.
some situation like that which would trigger the response, which is not easily discernible, isn't it? So
No,
it's something
yeah,
like that. Yeah.
yeah. That's amazing the way you put it, because there are some things that we don't know they are there sometimes. Why the bond is there even sometimes? Because the bond can be with a dead child, and we might not even think that there is a bond with the dead child. You might say, I have forgotten the dead child even. But
Mm.
even though we superficially say that, uh, in the why then the mind is not transcending, why this power is still there, we never know. So that in-depth talk is actually difficult because this is a Zoom discussion, I think. I think that is a drawback of Zoom discussions. But at least in a Zoom discussion, if it is happening, maybe it is good because Lord Buddha could cater only like 500 or some monks in that vicinity in the monastery. So everyone could go daily and talk to Lord Buddha. But in this situation, anyone can actually bring up something and discuss what is happening, why why, I remember he telling me, if you lose your job, or if you lose your eyesight, or if something happens and you are near death, or something happens to your children, something like that, he was hypothetically trying to do that to me and see, and awaken me to try and find out why I'm not, basically, why I'm stuck in the mind. Basically, that's the main thing that he has as a teacher, the challenge of the teacher. Why the student is not transcending, isn't it? It's a beautiful
I think
thing.
yesterday what he said about changing the approaches also showed that R.N. Mahansha himself is, almost challenging himself, saying, what is it why is it these mothers are not progressing to the extent where, how much they should be progressing? And is there anything he can do to at least single out even 2 mothers every Zoom session? He must be thinking it's worth it to push them over the line, rather than, do it little bits and pieces of about 5-6 mother stories, isn't it? Because sometimes you feel with the other facilitators, if there are 3 facilitators, each one says a little bit and passes almost like the baton on to the other person. And then the mother at the other end might not get the full picture. I mean, I suppose in a way the
It's a
facilitator is
difficult thing.
trying to be considerate about other facilitators, true. But if you think about the mother on the other side wanting that clarification, and the problem with
And the
Andolnatmaka is
beauty,
that
Surangika, that mother's question may be not the question. Now when Sudharma asks about the question, I'm actually not answering that question. But then the person who asked the question can get actually annoyed that that's not the question I asked. So there is a problem like that. So the focus is a thing I have asked Arananse a long time ago. Long time ago. I have asked this question very long time ago. Arananse, what about the focus? And then now I can't even remember the answer, but that's a very specific thing that can come up. How about the focus? Is it okay to have a focus? So one day I don't know, very long time ago, I asked him, R.N. Hansa, suddenly I felt the coldness. I can't remember now the question, but it was about experience. And he said, that's your problem, that you're kusale. The same thing, but it was not said in that direct way. He told it in different ways, but I got the answer like I remember it like that way, because it's actually not self there. But the direct focus went on to that, and I was questioning that. So these questions can arise, which is actually not the question. Question is in the somewhere else. So the question is in the actual Dhamma, Satyajnana. Actually, the underlying question, the question itself is like somewhere gap in the Satyajnana.
Yeah, I think he touched on that also today, isn't it? Today, and maybe in the 5 o'clock. Sudham, I think you were there. Somebody, who was it? That doctor from Kalaboida spoke, and he said, when you were to think about this functioning of the senses, it's not just the terms that he uses, it's the body that's feeding it and not me type of thing, parroting out, but actually understanding the Satyajnana philosophy side of the light and the sound and so on. And then for that mother, I think with the cat episode, he talked about the Satara Satipatthana, Chitte Chittanupassana, which is that mind sensor thing. And there also he said that you can't come to that point if you haven't got the philosophy right, because the Satipatthana is in the Krutya Jnana side, the practical side. And to get to the practical side, that whatever that is there, it is a functioning of the senses, nothing else. Is not going to come in the practical side unless the philosophy has been understood. So
Yeah.
it's
And in the morning, why I joined this, actually, I was not there from 5 o'clock. When I joined on YouTube, maybe around 6 o'clock, one mother was telling first I feel with the sense faculties, then I identify that it's a woman or a man or something. Then it was not addressed, I mean. So that is why I joined and I gave this milk and ghee thing, and because I have also asked that very same question from Aryan answer so many times, even arguing Aryan answer, the wall is seen first and then only the wall, the name comes. Like that, I have got several, I mean, good scoldings from him for that. Then very confidently I said, no, nothing like that happens. You at once identify the woman. There is no once if somebody, I mean, introduce that to you, it is the woman. So that is that from that point only I was there, Surangika. I didn't hear that what you are telling about this doctor's experience. Maybe before that
that was
they
right at
talked
the
about
very end. I think Dr.
ah,
End.
Nishamani.
It was end.
end. Right. Some signal issue was also there. I didn't hear after. Maybe at the end. So
So that
last evening,
part that you
Andorra,
joined, I kind of felt that you were trying to help the mother, Sudama, the way you
yeah,
explained it. Because I think sometimes our advancer says that the person answering is not actually answering the question, or not.
yes, that,
Sometimes it could be that they don't get it, or that, like we just discussed a few minutes ago, the fact that the person asking the question is actually not the correct question. Like Dr. Kokila
yeah,
tries to probe and find the underlying
yeah,
problem. The mother
yeah.
can ask the question, but the problem must be somewhere else, type of thing. But sometimes, as you explained, it can be actually the question which has not been answered properly on this side.
Mm.
On
Yeah,
that recognition kind of thing, sometimes, of course, you can have situations where, sometimes if you're looking at a person that you haven't recognized, or somebody comes from far and you haven't, till the person actually, you take a while to recognize the person. Like, say, you haven't seen the person for
mm,
a while, they have got
mm,
really thin, or they have changed, or they've changed their haircut or something like that. That's different, isn't it?
mm.
This is you're
Yeah, that's
talking about the
different. That's
instantaneous Parasanya, Navasanya kind of thing,
yeah,
isn't it? Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, that is then the second or third thought, maybe, identifying with the name first. However, the human figure appears, no, anyway. So
Yeah,
yeah,
so that
that's
But
comes
very
that
from
is
beautiful
all the
again.
mind
Yeah,
sensor.
yeah,
Transcend
yeah.
in the mind
Hmm.
is actually when the mind sensor has no power.
Hmm.
That is this a different area. This so Surangika, remember you used to ask about 2-3 years ago, I don't know, maybe it's 2-3 years ago, but some time ago, how when you stand in front of a waterfall, how the experience would be different.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to that. there are different levels we keep understanding that actually it is the body sensor, and then after we understand the body sensor, the body doesn't become a thing. So
Yeah, true. Until
but it
such
has to
time,
be,
it is a thing, isn't it?
it is a
Until
thing.
such time, there is a question mark.
Yes. So whatever the sensors now, if it is a superficial burn, you feel the pain really bad. If it's a deep burn, you don't get any pain because the pain, the endings have also burned. So the pain is not there. It's just a deep wound. But superficial burn, you feel the burn a lot. But that doesn't necessarily mean there is a self. So these things are very intimate things. Now imagine there is a burn, superficial burn, and your whole attention is there. Does that mean a self? No. So this whole thing, through experience, uh, actually you don't need experience like 100 experience. With the insight, it will grow into such a beautiful area, whether the tongue is burning with chili or whether the skin burn is making you scream. There's no self. The whole focus can be on the tongue, right? When the tongue is burning, and or the whole focus can be on the superficial burn you have if your leg is burnt. And anyway, it will be on focused because it has to be kept under a tap for 6 minutes or something like that. I can't remember now. But whatever it says, whatever we remember, right? We'll open the
I
tap and
mean,
we'll keep it under the tap. How does
yeah, but
that
if
happen? It's
if
just
you're
in
going
this.
to have a chili and your tongue is like on fire, you're not going to now sit down calmly and put a cassette and listen to music, no? You're,
Yeah,
you're going to either drink ice water or do something, no? Quickly to get the to cool the tongue off, isn't it? So it's something like that.
yeah. So, but the whole focus on that, the word focus came because it's for a reason. Because all the time when there is a focus, we feel like it is a thing. It is not. But this has to come with the experience, especially body sensor. Body sensor is very active and what do you say? Living. It is. That is why it is difficult. It is such a beautiful area to feel the self. That's why we are like animals. Even the unicellular organism, it is that feel that is misunderstanding, right?
Yeah, I think
That
the confusion is because sometimes Aranvan says no putuva mayatme. But I mean, also he has said plenty of times that it's the ginna, the burning. So it's a case of differentiating that.
body sensor is a marvelous area which we have to figure out that whatever the focus, it is not the self. But it has to come with the insight, with the Dhamma, with the Satyajnana. And it has to be with an experience. That is where the problems can arise. Yes, Sudham.
So, Doctor, last evening Aryan Hanse was talking from one by one directly to mothers. So, the new approach, what does it like?
Yeah, she was talking,
Uh,
he was talking
uh,
bit longer.
in no, yeah, I also, even the day before, he was, when somebody was reluctant to tell, asking about how many sons and daughters your son has. It was yesterday, maybe. So, what I felt was, he was checking on the self view, the level of self view or self perception, because when they talk, uh, it is just Q&A, that is how we feel, and the person feels her focus is also on giving the answer, but Aryan Mahase's intention is something else, to get an understanding of the self view must be, I also felt, yeah, I was listening to it
It's not only
for some time.
self-view, it's not only self-view, it's to find where the actual
Person is in the past.
Vibration is,
fire
no?
is, vibration
Vibration.
is. Because if it is a chair, still the theory hasn't changed. But we definitely know it is not the chair now.
True.
Like Champa says, someone in downstairs and someone in America. The power is there. So the thing it should be, but even that can be not true. Because if the self view is not broken, it is still the same me. That's a very tricky area. Champa, how are you? What do you have anything to add?
Doctor, once I told you about this months, a small experience, because I practiced Satara Satipatthana without Darshan Samapatti earlier. Therefore, some experience, actually it's happening to me, it's wrong, I think. Sometimes the mind sensor is not there, but the self is there. It's happening. Now it's less after listening this Dhamma. Now it's less. When I go to the mental picture is coming, you go to kitchen and find this. When I go to kitchen, I don't know for what reason I came, because to a certain few seconds the mind sensor is not there. Then again it's coming. Then I know. Then only I know how did it happen. What I want, because for what I came. Then only I am coming to this natural rhythm. That is happening from very few years. It was happening. I think the self is here and the mind is not there because of the four foundations of mindfulness I practiced without darshan samapatti. Because of that only it has happened. One day I
And that
asked,
just, yeah. Sorry.
I asked long ago I asked from Aryan Vansi before 2 years time. Aryan Vansi said, your so-called guru is not an arahant. So this may be your mind may be hiding, like that he said. Mind is hiding, it seems. He gave a name, I can't remember the name. It's something, sometimes it's happening now also, not very much.
Yeah, I mean, it's the way you don't have to give much appreciation to those events. Just don't put much attention to those. It will go away.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Isn't that just like forgetfulness? Like when the mind goes blank, we call it mind going blank. When you go to the kitchen, or sometimes you open the fridge and then your mind has gone blank. You don't know why you opened the fridge. Was it something like that, Champa?
Yes, Surangika. Yes, something like
Yeah.
I mean, it can happen to anyone, I would say.
Yeah, that type of thing. That's what I was about to say. That happens to. That's just forgetfulness, isn't it?
no, not forgetfulness, because the self
I
is
mean,
there. The thinking is there. Why I came? Why, for what reason I came?
yes. So yeah,
No,
that's like the
that
mind
whole
going blank.
sentence is wrong, Champa. There is
Yeah.
no self.
Yeah, some kind of thinking is there. I don't know what.
No, again, this is the thing. The way of thinking has to be changed. Now
Yes,
you go in front of the fridge. If you take the example, Champa went in front of the fridge and opened the fridge, and you are thinking, why I open the fridge? That's just a mind lapse, yes. But the way you putting it is very, very with the
Self.
self view.
Yes.
I mean, that's what everybody, I mean, our advances scolded me also 3 months ago, Champa, same thing. Like, even if you're trying to achieve nirvana, also the self is here trying to achieve and strive for something. So that is not, it's a common problem for everybody. Then recently, 2 days ago or something, he was saying to Nikavaratiya mother also. I mean, she just spoke, but then he kind of generalized and said to a lot of people that some who are kind of coming to the path or on the path or something also is still trying to savor the experience. The Dr. Kokila, I don't know whether you heard that.
Yeah. Savor the experience. Yeah. So this system, our aim, our dhamma is this main dhamma is no self. So yesterday also the highlighting is there is no self, whether focusing or not focusing or whatever, there is no self.
Yes.
And whether you forgot something or not forgot something, there is no self. It just can happen.
Yes.
Just imagine you don't remember anything because there is so many instances which can happen. We have like in a medical way, I can say so many names. What's the use of that? But we can say so many names for such instances. But what's the big deal about that is that medically it can be a big deal. That's a different thing. But what I'm trying to say is from Dhamma point of view, this alive feel is misunderstood.
Yes.
I have told you multiple times.
Yes.
This alive feel is misunderstood. This, when we look at something, that is, if you are feeling that you are alive, that is because of the speed of the sensory organ.
Yes.
If you're hearing something, that is the speed of the sensory organ.
Yes.
If you're thinking something, that's the speed of the mind.
Yes. I put a wrong word. Sorry.
It's a habit.
Yes.
And if you are touching something, that's the speed of the sensory organ. That's
Yes.
why the alive feel is there. If you never come to that level, then this turnover is not there. Always it will be with the self view.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what level. You may be not having burning like before, but if this misunderstanding is there, even in the field level, still it is the self.
Yes, doctor. No, I'm not actually feeling. I found a word and I couldn't find a word. I just said like that.
No, you
That-
can't say that.
Because
And Dr. Kokila, no self thing also becomes a habit, no, gradually.
That experience has to come. No self perception has to come. It's not a thing that comes with thinking. It is an experience.
We once get 100% clarification through
100% clarification comes with the experience. No self experience. So the no self experience gives us the 100% idea what is no self experience.
Yeah. The self view, it is something, it's a drushti, no? So
It will
misconception.
be broken by that.
Yeah.
But that nivana mohatakata addakkinawa.
Yeah.
That's why there can't be any problem with the non-form or the form or the sensual world in a stream enterer. They have felt those levels.
And also, Dr. Kogila, the thing now, theoretically, it is 84,000 scriptures or sermons. It's so big, but practically, it is just an instant. That is the beauty of
it's an
this
instant.
Dhamma. Yeah.
I think Aranansi said that recently also.
Really?
Today, I think some mother
today
asked,
morning, yeah.
about Kusalaya and Chittaya or something.
Yes, 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 same.
And
Yeah,
then Narayana said this whole thing, whole Dharma skandha is in one thought.
one fact,
When
one
mother
moment.
asked a question, yeah. In one stimulus, chitta, one lady asked, no, what is, so that we have to see Kusalaya in each stimulus. Then Aryan once said, no, you don't have to see them, you are a person seeing it. But Kusalaya is, Akusalaya, everything is in one stimulus. Yeah, I remember.
There are gems all over to ponder or reflect, but the problem is remembering, isn't it, Sudharma?
Yeah, but now I have given up. I mean, trying to remember facts because today morning also it was like Greek to me, Kusalananda, Manang, all. I mean, I knew it's for kind of
Yes, I
chittas,
couldn't
the
understand.
levels.
Yeah.
When Dr. Sakuntala was explaining into this Champa, it became clear because uh, now even we don't want to we don't make an effort to remember anything like that, no. Those days we were like writing and trying to remember all these. Yeah, that's anyway, it was a beautiful explanation.
No, the
I
meaning
don't
should
know
be
how.
gone.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
whether you know the Dhamma part is not the necessity thing. The actual
Hmm.
thing is to understand where the
Yeah.
answer is coming from.
Hmm.
Yeah, in April he told me that if there is a issue where the self-view has come up, or the fact that this one has failed to understand the sensor, acknowledging that itself is the skill.
Hmm.
Tell that again. What is it?
He
How did you
said
put that? Mm-hmm.
he said that if you haven't understood the sensor or the self-view has come up at a particular point, acknowledging the self-view has come up and the burning has come for that reason, and also where the sensor, any kind of sensor, has not been understood, that it is a
Mm,
function of the sensor, acknowledging that you have failed to understand it itself is a skill.
yeah, yeah,
He said that's a big achievement, and take that moment, and that itself is a step forward. No, we don't
yes.
do that. No, we are rejecting. No, we are rejecting because the self, doesn't
Me
want to
rejecting.
accept a failure.
Yeah, yeah. That's a good thing about being like dropping yourself and listening to Dhamma and even participating in a discussion where if Aryan Hanse says something and trying to get where he's coming from is the most it may be difficult, but that is the most important thing, because if you actually get it, then that's so much better. If you don't understand, that's a difficult thing, but then if you
Hmm.
get it where he's coming from, then it's much better. You kind of get it. You know, this is the fault, and that's good, because that actually subsides your Dhamma power, which is great, because Dhamma power also adds to this power.
Hmm. True.
So
Yeah.
it reduces that. But the thing is, sometimes the message is not gone. It's just like falling into deaf ears. I mean, that can happen to our jeopardy. What else can
Now,
we say?
normally, Dr. Kokila, when Aryan Mahansa explains something, we go back to that and listen again. And what I have asked, like I was doing that. But today I didn't want to go back to that. Even what I got was, realized was, yeah, it's the path. And if you feel the non-self thing throughout, it's an arahant. Otherwise, if you if the contemplation happen, then they are automatically, it's another level. Then without
awareness, if you got relieved, it's another level. So that is it. And like we are not like hunting behind them, as you said now, no, doctor. Anyway, we are talking here also, no, that is also with now, that is also a fact
But
now.
our vigilance should be there,
Yeah.
like a small child trying to understand a teacher. Our vigilance should be there to understand where he's coming from, and try to say when it is Margasita. There is so many meanings in that, but I don't know. I can't even say anything because it's so complicated. So, but there are so many important things which come out of Aranwanse's mouth, which we don't understand sometimes.
Yeah, we don't understand.
I don't think we understand quarter of it
Yeah.
even actually,
No,
Dr.
I think
Gopinath.
Exactly.
He
even not
says,
Yeah.
even quarter. Yeah, not even
yeah,
quarter.
it's like that same thing, Upana Kusalanang, he gave the full
It,
explanation to me about 3 years ago.
I don't know what it is even that Pali
That long thing,
Upana.
he gave a one full sermon on that. So this is the thing. And then when he said Margasit Parasit in all the aspects, like Sovan Sakadagami, then a question that arose is how do you look at Upana Kusalanang and Upana Akusalanang in the different stages? So, that kind of, yeah, anyway, I thought that
It's
was too
separate.
much to go
It's
into.
different. It's different.
Yeah, so it has to be different.
It's different.
Exactly.
It's different.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's different. So that is the thing. If you are not vigilant enough, if you're actually it's a skill. And Sudharma, so much relaxation is not good as well.
I don't think
Because
she's relaxing, doctor.
no, the too much relaxation is not good. Too much grabbing also not good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing like
Ariana said,
Upaklesa Sutra.
how can I be relaxing? Ariana said, okay, it's like an ocean, yeah, for someone who looks for them. That was the best thing about self coming up like a Himalayan mountain.
Yes, Champa.
No, doctor, nothing to worry about. As you are there, we are protected. That's what I feel.
Not like that way, because I'm not an arahant. So
No,
the thing
no.
is,
Actually,
discussion is good.
yes, Aryan Mahanse is there, but you are the motherly figure in this path, You are opening everything and showing us. That is what.
Yeah,
I
true. But
Yeah,
then
it
each
can
one
be.
has to strive because otherwise,
Yeah, because
that
otherwise I'm going to
yeah,
get stuck here and there.
that
Doubly
inquiring mind
advantage
has to
to
be, yeah, inquiring,
actually,
not
yeah,
mind, but whatever it is. Yeah.
doubly advantage to listen to Dhamma both in Sinhala and English, no?
yes,
That is my
yeah.
Did you all listen to last Sunday, I think, 5 a.m., that Chamara from Maldives was having a good dialogue with Disna? Were you all able to listen to that? Last
no, I don't.
Sunday, 5 a.m., I think.
What did he say? Because I actually skip until I hear Aranhanse's voice, so I might miss that.
Yeah, I mean, he said quite a lot of good things. I think I listened twice, but some of it I need to listen again. A couple of things that he was saying was, observing animals in front of mirrors to see how they also have the itta sanjava, the feel of being alive, and how each of them react to their own reflection, not knowing it's their reflection. It's that same thing about the dog staring into the pool and seeing the reflection. There are like YouTube videos about how different animals. So he said he used to watch that and then you get an understanding how every living being has that feel of existence.
Yeah,
That
just
was one
imagine
thing.
even without eyes. Now this is with the eyes now.
Mm,
Even without the eyes, you can have the itta sanya.
yeah.
That has to come through with experiences. How that has happened. This existence perception. Mm.
Now,
The
even like
worm.
if a cockroach is staying still on a spot and you tap the cockroach, it scuttles away, no, into a place. The
Mm.
same thing with a little insect. Then moment you tap a worm, it starts wriggling. That kind of thing also. No? So then another thing he was saying was now
When they
if you have gone to sleep and you wake up the following day and you come to the kitchen and you realize the light was on, then it comes no saying this last night I forgot to switch off the light type of thing. So that also there, the Itta Sanya is there, that last night also was there, and that, the light was there that was forgotten to be switched off.
yeah.
So can you see how that mind operates there, the feeling of existence, feeling that the light was there, the switch was there, last night was there. All that has become real in that thought.
Mm.
So
But
like
there
that,
are
he gave a
different
lot of examples.
ways to look at that. That's the thing. Now, if because Chamara has listened to Dhamma for a long time, if he came and said that in here, I would be actually saying, Chamara, that drop that self view
No,
and look at it in a different angle. So the answers vary in different angles. Answers vary. That's the thing.
yeah, so I think there he was trying to say about her observation of the mind sensor, how the mind sensor works. And in that sense,
Yeah,
I think it was good because some of the mind sensor has to be studied, no, for you to for one to understand the mind sensor and not be affected by it, or not be affected by it means to
yeah,
transcend it. The
yeah.
full ins and outs of the mind sensor and how it operates has to be fully understood.
And no doubts. Yeah, yeah.
No doubts.
Even the
So
yesterday focus thing, why I highlighted that is it's a thing that can be doubtful. That's why I gave so much effort to clarify the focus, because I have asked that question long time ago from Maran Hanse. And he
When
said it's
the
my stupidity. Like he didn't use that word, but it's basically my stupidity in that question. And I said that, but he didn't say that in that way. He went from scratch, like from A to Z. As Surangika said, he used to do that. When he feels that I haven't understood anything, he will go from A to Z. He did that. Yes,
when
Sudhama.
when mind sensor is like pierced or understood gradually, what happens is the power of the film goes down.
No,
It
because there are
happens.
other
Yeah.
consciousnesses. So mind sensor power, when it goes down, only other consciousnesses can be understood.
Mm. The weight given to the film, that
That will go down,
even
yeah.
this moment, things exist outside. To go to school, or the neighborhood is there. I mean, sounds, I don't know, they are automatically that power goes down. And the other thing, doctor, I wanted to tell was that normally we get up every day, even we have naps in the afternoon, but I don't feel what I felt on the bus that on that day. Otherwise, that the gap and the feeling of computer restarting now, even I don't remember there was something like that when I get up in the morning, but that thing I felt kind of very special and unique. That must be the reason that I asked him in the morning if it's, yeah.
No, that's a beautiful moment of alive feel though.
Yeah. Hmm. And this, when observing animals, it also came to me. Now, when Suranga said, so by observing animal behavior, can we understand our minds? And so what is it actually? It was not clear to me. Or to see how animals react to their own reflection. I have listened in one of the sermons, Aryan Mahansi also said see how a bird picks on the mirror image.
Yeah, it is to get an idea, right? Yeah.
So
Yeah,
to get the existent feel. No?
Yeah.
Yeah.
True. And when you were telling that when their alive feel is evident, if a cockroach falls on the ground upside down, how much it tries to turn over,
Correct
like
itself. Yeah.
yeah.
But that's looking through our mind. Actual
Hmm.
feel should come with the experience.
Hmm.
Because we are analyzing another animal through our mind. We can't do it in
Yeah.
any other way.
Yeah. It's again, yeah.
Yeah, but
Because
I mean, when you say to
it's a
start
very good
somewhere, if you think
experience.
about our experimentation,
Yes.
all
Yeah.
those things are, you start with those little things, no?
Additive.
And
Yeah.
then Narayan Valsa also talked about, when you mix a few colors, how it becomes magenta.
Yeah.
And that kind of thing also. So, like, that is a good example for the light and sound becoming the chair and the book and all, isn't it? So,
And he said, remember how he draw things and how he
yeah, the
did things
dots and
on
all, no?
dots and all. Yeah. The experiment is actually one's own.
Yeah, the only problem is as he quite rightly says, we are all thinking about his examples. We are not brave enough or whatever, enough to find things on our own. So that is why everywhere we go, whether we sit down on the bench in the kitchen or outside in the garden or we sit down at the bus stop, we must do our own experimentation.
Yes.
Which, yeah.
Time is over.
Yeah, time is gone. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Aryan Mahansa. May Triple
Suranga,
Gem bless you all.
Everyone, everyone.
Aryan Mahansa. Everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 42. Fleeting thoughts are not wholesome because all fleeting thoughts consist of raga, greed, dvesha, ill will, and moha, delusion. The stanza Kusalasa Upasampada means train yourself to see the thought that arises in your mind. This seeing of the thought is a wholesome act which will help you realize the pure truth. Seeing the thought that comes to your mind is a wholesome act, a kusala. This wholesome act is also known as upasampadava. Saticcapariyodappanam means that one has to take hold of your mind, control your fleeting mind. Etang Buddhana Sasana means this is the preaching of all the Buddhas. We would like to remind you that all these teachings are only for the followers who are already on the path, and for the followers who have already realized the pure truth. We believe that you already know the Dhamma by knowledge, or you must have already realized the pure truth. We also believe that you already know the meaning of the word Buddha. Buddha means emptiness or solitude. It means that there is no thing, but what you see outside are all things. You see conventional names, Sammuti, Prajnapti, names that we assign to things that we see in this illusion. When you look outside, you see the brick wall, you see the ground, you see the sky, and you see the trees. All these, it is only a seeing, isn't it? Now, what we are going to do is we are going to teach you that all what you see is all an illusion. We are going to explain the philosophy of the Buddha, and we are also going to teach you how to realize the pure truth. You have to learn how to see what the Buddha taught us after having a deep understanding of his philosophy. When you look outside, you see things around you, don't you? You have to learn to look beyond this scenery which you see outside. Therunsan, everybody.
Therun Saranai Shani. Uh, we first of all worship Aryan Mahanse at his feet. Therun Saranai Aryan Mahanse, who is our teacher in the spiritual pathway, who is guiding us according to the true Dhamma facts which were disclosed by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago. And we also worship all the monks and nuns who have joined us via different means to listen to this Zoom. So we all pay our homage and also warmly welcome everybody who have joined the Zoom and also who are listening through YouTube. And very grateful to all our Dhamma friends who are helping us with the technical aspect of the Zoom discussions. And on behalf of our Dhamma friends, we all welcome all of you. So it's just another day, 2:45 p.m. from Sri Lankan time, English Zoom discussion, which we are going to discuss some matters from the books written under Buddothpado teaching. And thank you, Shani, for reading the 2 pages. So we will take it as the base to start our discussion. Right at the beginning of the reading,
it was mentioned Buddha means emptiness or solitude. That means there is no thing. What does it mean really? It means that the materialistic things that we experience as the world are not truly existing. They are all the feelings which are interpreted or illusions made by the sense of faculties. So once there is a story in the Buddha teachings in the history, a person asked Lord Buddha, who are you? Are you a human being? And Lord Buddha said, no. Are you a god? Are you a ghost? Are you a Brahma? So like that, he was giving all sorts of non-names and asked whether that matches with Lord Buddha's status. But Lord Buddha denied all that. He said, no, I'm no such thing. I am Buddha. So what he tried to convey was that he cannot be considered as a person or a physical person, but he has reached the status called Buddha, which means nothingness or solitude. Nothing in the sense, I think it's better to mention it as no thing there, not nothing, no thing. There are no things related to that. Even though the physical body is there, the spiritual level or the understanding of Lord Buddha was not related to that physical body, but what he tried to convey was that his spiritual understanding, the level of his understanding was Buddha, which means emptiness. So this is an important statement actually. Right now, we all as Buddhists, we are no different from the other religions who are worshipping statues. So, in other words, we use a statue as a representative, but actually we are worshipping the Buddha state, the level of that mind, spiritual level that achieved by Lord Buddha. So it is something different from the usual teachings in the other religions and also the usual belief in other language, other religions. So there are our spiritual teacher and Mahanse explained this one. Actually, until that time, we were thinking that the statues are just representatives of Lord Buddha, and we are doing the offerings to that. So it's much deeper than that. It's much more advanced, I would say, to understand what Lord Buddha mentioned, tried to convey to that person who asked, "Who are you?" So we are worshipping to the Buddha state or the advanced level of mind that he clarified and understood with internal transformation, inner transformation. So in this book, it starts actually the contents of the 2 pages that Shani read just starts to explain what is meant by this outside world and how the outside world, so-called outside world, is created in the mind. So the story is very interesting actually. The fact that we have to, we depend the systems, or I would rather use the word systems. Systems always depend on the capability of the sensor function. So it highly varies from species to species. even within the same species, there can be some variations in the sensor functions. So color blindness is one of the examples for a variation within one species, that means within the human species. So when you go deep into these facts, which we have not actually researched by ourselves, but now that we have been given some clues about how this world is created, we can research and experiment ourselves and see how the world is created due to sensor functions, and when the sensor functions are not there, that creation changes. Actually, the created world is different. So for a person who is blind, that means there is no eye faculty function, the world is different from a person who has all five sensors, sensor functions. So little by little, this book takes us deeper and deeper to the pathway and letting us do the research by ourselves. Lord Buddha used to say that you cannot depend on another person to understand this Dhamma. You can take the horse up to the water, but you can't get the horse to drink water. And also in another metaphor, Lord Buddha has said that make your own ferry or your own canoe. You cannot get onto somebody else's canoe and cross the stream. You have to make it yourself to suit your ability and to suit your knowledge and your understanding. And in Dhamma, there are four categories actually explained by Lord Buddha when it comes to understanding. There are some people who readily understand the explanations given in Dhamma. That category is in Pali called Ugatitanna. And apparently the Sariputta Thero and Mugalan Thero, who were the chief or the head disciples of Lord Buddha, they had this capability. They understood just within, two sentences of a stanza, first two sentences to one of them and the second two sentences to the other, and then they understood the truth which was hidden underneath that. Then also it's described another category called Vipatitanna. They will need a little bit more effort. They will have to listen to Dhamma and they will have to do a little bit of research by themselves. And then they will understand with a minimal effort. And then there is a further, it's described a Neya. Neya group will need much more effort to understand this Dhamma. And a fourth category is also described as Padaparama, who will have great difficulty. However much it is explained, sometimes that person cannot pick up what is disclosed or what is mentioned in the discussion. But having said that, it's not something permanent. So no, a person should not get discouraged because this Dhamma cannot be understood. So always what our Aryan Mahasi, our noble friend, has said was that these things are applicable to the individual thoughts. So in one thought, if a person cannot understand anything, the next thought, it will be completely different and will be able to understand. So there's no need to get disheartened or discouraged when you listen to this Dhamma. Always keep up with your courage and keep up with your experimenting and researching of what is mentioned, and continued listening to Dhamma discussions of Buddothpado teachings is the path, then that is what you have to do. Okay, I think Dr. Kokila, Sudharma and Surangika have joined. Theruvan Saranai, maybe you can take over from there. I just gave a little introduction along with some other additional facts. Theruvan Saranai.
We worship our Hanse before starting the song discussion every day. And what was the actual part that, what was the underlying message in what Shani read? Because I joined slightly later. What was the main message in that? Is it still about the thought, or does someone have the book?
Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, I have the book, but actually I also joined a little later and don't know the exact pages read by her.
Shani, do you remember the page? It's okay.
Page 43 and 44.
What was the main message? I just wanted to ask. What was the main? Was it
Sorry,
about the
actually,
thought?
yeah, I have spoken with my mic muted. Sorry about that. Yeah, page 43 and 44. It mentioned that when you look outside, you see the things around, but they are actually conventional names are given, but there is something beyond the scenery. That is something that beyond the scenery you have to look carefully. You see an image, but it has to be understood that it is only a thought, and the truth is it is only an image actually, but it's not something. It's something created in your mind. So examples have been given. The table means it's a thought. Window means it's a thought. So they are all
So it's about
thoughts.
the thought already.
Yeah,
Or still.
yes. Still, it's about the thought. Sorry, I have spoken with my mic
That's
muted.
okay. Yeah, I mean, we have discussed a lot about this thought. Actually, it never ends, because this mind perception, or the mind consciousness, is completely a illusion where you get hacked, basically. So yeah, we can discuss about it. Is there any specific area that we should speak?
Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. So, although initially we identify all these as thoughts, they are mere perceptions, isn't it? So, if everything that we associate with are, all are perceptions. So nowadays, in these groundbreaking revelations, also, Aryan Mahanse explains about the perception, how we have made the world real, because everything is a perception, light, sound, all these labels given to them.
Yeah, I
Nowadays,
think the main factor which is important in understanding perceptions is why we are studying about the perceptions, why we are even thinking about perceptions, why we are wondering about perceptions, what's the big deal about perceptions. What do you think? What's the big deal about perceptions? Why are we trying to get deeper and deeper into perceptions? What do you think?
That is to understand the illusion. Now, for example,
Which illusion? Which illusion? Which illusion?
Illusion in the sense that there is nothing and there is no one here. That is the absence of a self and absence of
It's
so-called
actually
entities.
mainly the
Yeah.
illusion of self.
Yes, illusion of the self.
Because
And
when we try to understand the illusion of self only, we have to understand the stimulus. Because the illusion of self has no existence other than the stimulus. It is always with the stimulus that illusion of self arises. So when we try to understand the illusion of self, we have to understand the illusion of stimuli, isn't it? So
Yes.
that is the thing, that is the point, I think, that we may miss, and which may need reiteration all the time, kind of reread or re-discussed or reiterated multiple times, so that everyone keep remembering that why we are wondering about perceptions, because we don't need to worry about perceptions if the self was not related to stimuli, but the self is actually actually the self perception is related to the stimulus. How does it relate? It is related because you feel as alive or you feel as existing when the stimulus is felt as existent. And how does that happen? That's due to the speed and the ignorance. Speed and the ignorance, it's kind of similar with the speed and the ignorance. So that is why. Anything else? Did you get the point? I mean, why we miss it on the? I think it's a good thing to discuss. Why we should reiterate here and there is, once a person starts studying Dhamma or trying to understand Dhamma, they listen to this Dhamma half-hearted or just in a, we even any one of us, if they don't listen properly, they will listen to one part and they will forget the other part. Usually that it is. So you listen to the part that there is the akna, that is outside is all the mind, outside is mind, and yes, that there's nothing. You might actually lose the plot by actually forgetting why we are trying to understand there's nothing, because what actually has happened to Mityadrushtika asanya level, but in the sense wrong vision, a Brahma who doesn't feel anything, that is the same thing. That Brahma doesn't feel anything. That's just a vibration. Brahma is just a vibration. It's a state of vibration. So that state of vibration doesn't feel anything. It means there's no vibration for a long time. But what is the problem there is there's always a chance of vibration even after whatever the 80 kalpas. So then the power comes back, because we discussed yesterday, the vibration is there, the power is there. So the power is also back. So the self vibration is back, basically. So that's why. So we have to keep reiterating this. I think we do. We try to do this for a long time now. I think with the guidance of our great noble friend, we have been, when we feel that the Dhamma can be a double-sided sword, you can cut yourself. So we can say the serpent can bite you if it is not properly handled. So that is how it can happen, isn't it? Any thoughts about that?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I can share some personal experience I had yesterday. I was waiting last evening. I was waiting to pick my daughter-in-law actually from the workplace, and I was waiting in the car, and it was late evening, and whenever a shadow appears this from this side, that I mean that perception happens that it should be this girl, and actually it was not her. So several people from the distance, the perception occurred that it's her, and ultimately she appeared and I recognized. So there, I was kind of self-experiencing that, how this illusion occurred then and there.
Well, that is actually a part of the illusion.
Hmm.
That is actually part of the illusion, but the actual self, illusion of the self is also there. Did you see that?
On this side, no, I actually, what I saw was the perception. Yeah, the big
Oh my God.
mistake. Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny, isn't it? Yeah, that's the
And Dr.
thing.
Kokila, another beautiful thing, another thing that I was someone who is really scared of darkness because of the ghost stories related to me in my childhood by my cousins. And when I step into the darkness, always the dead people's faces appear, and it, it I visualize them and I get really scared. But you wouldn't believe, now by 1 o'clock, 1 a.m., I all by myself, I go out to pick my daughter-in-law, and actually if somebody hears, it's so scary because roads, no one is there on the roads. But at once it comes, this darkness is also a perception, nothing but I used to penetrate through those perceptions couple of months ago. Now, without any fear, I open the doors and go. Like so, such changes in my behavior I experience. It may definitely it should be due to this some impact of the true Dhamma. So
Yeah, but that is something you had and you
yes,
thought abnormal.
yes.
But every human
Hmm.
is feeling that the self perception is normal.
Um,
What you explained was, considered to be abnormal. No, you know definitely that it was a shadow, but you get scared. You know that definitely there is no dead people, but you kind of there's kind of an imaginary illusion. But imagine that 24/7 we have a self perception, isn't it?
yes.
Yeah, that is what we are fighting in. Isn't that beautiful? To
Yeah,
note
and
that.
Dr. Kokila, at that time I was thinking if I happen to walk on the roads by in the midnight,
Now, even
the,
without
yeah.
getting scared, now
Hmm.
this is a bit tricky when I try to say this.
Hmm.
Even without getting scared, so getting scared is 35,000 watts. We'll say
Yeah, yeah.
it's just an explanation. So you don't get it now,
Hmm.
but still, the what about the 2,000 when you walk around without fear?
They are.
Can you get it?
Yeah, and I was trying, that's quite true. And doctor, I was trying to say if I happen to walk on the road, I wouldn't do that. Still, I'll be scared.
Self-perception is there, of course. It's
Yeah, but
there.
it is very nice to actually get this properly, because self-perception is not zero until you become an arahant. So self-perception can be there in different ways. Self-perception can be in the so imagine the darkness. So when you see the darkness, you get so many thoughts about it. That is completely the Kamaloka. What is that? Sensual world. You know,
Sensual.
it's like the, you know, the, if you like, if you have, you know, imagine as a thing, I take 5,000 rupee thing. If you have a value for that, and you can use this for that all that story is in the sensual world. Like that, likewise the darkness, we have a like a very big story now. I see this and that. You know, we can say a lot of stories, but the the value of the story is in the sensual world. Now you don't feel that value, but there is still the drama, isn't it? Still the
Yes.
dream.
Yes. Dream is there.
Still inside the dream. If you are awakened from the dream, that is slightly different to the being in the dream. That is something interesting to feel, actually. Yeah, I mean, anyone else to add something to this discussion? I mean, it's just a discussion that going on with Sudharma's experience, which is, I think, beautiful, because we are talking about perceptions today, and we are actually talking about real perceptions. We are not even imagining things. So we are actually talking about perceptions. I can remember vividly, really well, how I used to faint for every, you know, if someone is crying in pain, I used to faint. And now I don't do that. But I don't do that in the sense, I don't do that after about, you know, when I grew bigger, I stopped doing that. But both times I'm uh, like a wrong view person. I'm a person with a wrong view. But what happened? I got used to that. Kind of, I reason out in my understanding my mind, and I got so, you know, upset about me doing that, because people have to like get me out of that faint. So things keep changing. But what about the wrong view? What about the right view? What about the self-perception? It has persisted, and the self vibration, it has persisted. How long? We don't know. We don't know. Can we? I mean, Lord Buddha has told Sarasankhya Kalpalaksha. Can we even have an understanding about that? Not really, can we? So you have so much experiences, and you know, you get all the experiences again and again. Whatever you get in the future is the vibrations you had before. So, like the frequencies. So it is very interesting, isn't it? Anyone to add to this story? Did you get anything from that things, Dharma? Did you understand anything, or do you have anything to add? Your mic is mute. I don't know, anyone is talking with the mic mute, because I can't hear anyone talk, as Dr. Sakuntala did just before.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, the pattern of perceptions, as you mentioned, changes, isn't it? Now, if a person feels scared of anything, basically, not only the darkness, even fear of illnesses or whatever, it indicates the self-perception, isn't it? I mean, the self-feeling of existence.
And even
Uh,
without that fear, there's
mm,
again there is the self-perception.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's what
Actually,
I was trying to tell.
mm, mm,
Even when I was fainting, I had the self-perception. Even I'm not fainting, I'm still having the self-perception.
yeah,
Only this truth can change you. Only Satyajnana can change you. Only Darshana, what is Darshana in English? I don't know. Like this truth can change you. Nothing else. No concentration, meditation, nothing. You just have to
Philosophy,
understand that.
Dr. Poppy.
Yeah, the
Buddhist
philosophy.
philosophy.
Yeah. So only this real Buddhist philosophy about this self-vibration can change you. That's the importance of understanding. Not halfway, not midway, not 3/4. You have to understand the full thing. Why we are trying to understand this full thing. That also has to be felt. If someone is not feeling any sadness, and actually they don't feel any other person's sadness, how come they are going to go for a resolution? Lord Buddha felt everyone's sadness, including his, and he went to find a resolution. He did the research by himself. He didn't wait for someone to come and do the research for someone else. But at least now the truth is out there. We invite everyone to do the research, to try and understand. It's a bit difficult. I don't think this Dhamma can be heard by everyone, or Dhamma will reach everyone. They will try to find the flaws, and like whether this person talk correct English, or whether this person talk proper grammar, or whether this person talked nicely with some manners, or whether this person talk with too much humor or less humor, or an attractive voice. The truth has none of these. If someone is actually attracted by those factors, you won't hear the truth, because there will be so much vitakka behind. Like subconsciously, you'll be having so much thinking. Oh, this person's voice is too much. Oh, this person laughs too much. Oh, this person is not knowing how to tell anything. Oh, is he loud? Because then you don't get the message anyway, isn't it? So there's so much barriers for anyone to listen to this Dhamma, and these are only few people who have listened to this Dhamma. And actually, if someone is understanding this no self angle, that is so amazing. I mean, that's the word I can use here. Not exactly, but it's really important to understand this no self angle. And why, if you have felt the suffering, the answer is with you. If you haven't, you won't seek happiness. You won't seek this super happiness. You won't seek the tranquility if you haven't been flustered. If you haven't understood that you are flustered even. So people out there, if they feel that there may be something that would help you, we'll hope that this will reach you in one way or another, isn't it? Surangika, are you able to join the discussion today?
Yes, Teran Sanai, Dr. Kokila, Teran Sanai Dhamma friends. Yes, that was the whole perception-related discourses from yesterday have been, I think, turning people's, even with Darshana, 360 degrees, isn't it? I don't think people fully appreciated, and this is the beauty of having a noble spiritual teacher, constantly almost shaking us to the point of wake up, meaning if you have been contemplating, that is nowhere near the contemplation that is required to be done on the path, because every aspect, every facet is being opened up in a way that is almost beyond comprehension. And I think the experience on the perception related discourse last morning, the 5 a.m. Zoom, I think there are no words to describe it. The way it was almost as if there was a readiness on the part of the followers, depending, of course, on the different stages they are at. But there was a readiness for everyone on the Zoom to grasp it and understand it, and almost allow the wisdom even to kind of arise, because there was a readiness. I think that is why Aryan Vahans explains things at certain times and holds back at certain times, because back in the day I didn't understand it, because I think I have mentioned in the Zoom that I have listened to earlier Paramartha Dharma by other teachers, and things that have been said very directly by those teachers have been said in stages by Aryan Vahans. And I think I now fully understand, or at least to a great extent understand, why he does it. Because he also mentioned it, and we also discussed that point in yesterday or day before in the discussion, that certain aspects, particularly the deep aspects of the Buddhist philosophy, the Darshana Jnana, can only be understood as you go on the path. Meaning the initial knowledge is gained, and then there is a great amount of understanding, true, but then the practicality of it has to be well traversed, well understood, and that practical, making this philosophy closer to one's daily routine and understanding it through that way, only brings out the asavakkhaya jnana, the wisdom, and then the fading of the defilement. And as the defilements start to fade, that feel arises, and with the feel that there is nothing here, that there is no thing, as we call it, it is only at that point, as that wisdom starts arising and the inner transformation occurs, that this additional insights that Aryan Mahansa reveals can be actually absorbed. Now, if you take an example of, this is a very basic example, because they say, when you have a hot shower or a warm bath or something, the pores of the skin are cleansed, and it is at that time that you can put either oil or cream or something so that it can seep into the skin, to the cells. I know that's a poor example or what, but what I'm trying to say is, after a hot shower, when the skin is kind of pure and cleansed, it is at that time that any nutrients by way of oil or something can be actually absorbed. So in that way, there needs to be that initial cleansing, there needs to be a traversing on the path through the practical program. And as those defilements start to fade and the feel arises, you're almost ready for acceptance of further insight and the ability to penetrate deeper and deeper, as we discussed yesterday about penetrative insight and vidarshana. So that perception talk and the continuation of the talk, I think last night as well, took that insight meditation deeper and deeper. I'm sure most of the followers felt it, and there were certain mothers on the Zoom discussion this morning also who echoed the same thoughts, saying that the perception was understood in a deeper light. But then, as you said, Dr. Kokila, end of the day, all that was said about the perceptions by R.N. Mahansa led to the aspect that the two key aspects really. The perception of existence is also a perception, and just like there was no sound in the sound perception, there was no light in the light perception, there is no existence in the perception of existence. And then the final culminating thing is that there is no self in the self-perception. So all that has been done and all that is there in this whole samsaric cycle of existence that we have, or living beings have due to ignorance thought existed, was purely due to ignorance, but just perceptions being given power by believing that those were true, believing those were real. And if you don't have to go out in the sun to feel the sun, if you don't have to actually go up the mountain to feel the solidity of the mountain, the earth of the mountain or the hill, and if you don't have to go and touch a tree to feel the texture of the bark of the tree, then all that has been experienced is a perception, isn't it? You don't need any of that. And those patterns of vibration were also perceptions. So end of the day, there wasn't anything to perceive even. And if there wasn't anything to perceive, then who was there to perceive as well? So yes, it was an incredible talk, and there was lots and lots. I think there is still lots to reflect on this path, I think. Yes, Dr. Kopila.
Yeah, actually, now imagine the thing I told to Sudharma changes then. So imagine that someone feels this, that non-vibration, at least temporarily, it's okay. But then this self-view is completely shattered because you didn't feel that at that particular moment. You didn't feel any vibration, and this duality is broken. So in that perspective, then that person walks in the dark, even if she is frightened or whether she is not frightened, that person has no self-will. That is the importance. That is the importance. So what I said just before changes, the story changes now. If someone actually feels this, the self-will is broken, that person will open the door, start walking in the darkness, will be feeling the frightened feeling, or not feeling the frightened feeling, doesn't matter, whatever. Or you will be singing a song and going, you don't feel anything. Children, some children, they don't care. They just, they don't even have that perception that darkness is bad. Someone will have, someone will not. It's all due to past experiences. It need not be this birth. So whatever that happens, that person, there's no self-will, so that those defilements are not actually taken as a self thing, but that person is fully aware. Yes, this is the self vibration. Yes, whether you are not scared or whether you are scared, there's self-perception. How do you know? Because you know that how it is without the self-perception. That's what the trick is. That's what the trick is. Can you explain this now? No more than that? No, because it's a feeling. It's something you have to feel, like the salt. Even though we have so much things to tell about the salt, we can say eat chips, it's very salty. I can say maybe mother has put too much salt today. We can say that. And the other person also will taste and say, yeah, so very bad, can't eat today. But then actual taste, the thing that the person felt can't be explained. But likewise, how one would know whether the self-perception is there or not is due to the experiences. That's where the challenging part, isn't it? What do you think? Any thoughts about that? Did you get the point I was trying to say? Did you get the point, Sudharma?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, your constant reminder. Couple of months ago, so you, very strictly told it to me in good faith that you have to understand this perception until and unless you get rid of that, you penetrate through one stimulus, you cannot understand what it is. Knowledge will be there, and you might think that it is so, but still the self-perception will be there quickly. And I came across a similar sermon of Aryan Vahanse, Dr. Kokila, last evening. He was explaining to a certain monk the need of active contemplation. Actually, what came telepathized into my head was your message that you have to seriously penetrate through at least one perception, because it's like a mantra. You always mention that. What Aryan Vahanse was telling is, now, Hamuduruvane, it is not easy. While seeing a mountain, you have to understand that it is not a mountain. It cannot be a thought. So you have to, involve in active, penetrative insight with commitment, not through mind, not through thoughts, but to self-realize that it is just a perception. And he also said, Dr. Kokila, even Lord Buddha, after attaining Buddhahood, he involved in active contemplation for some time as forward progression, anuloma, and reverse progression, pratiloma. This part is, so for some time he mentioned that also. And he explained the need of penetrating through one single stimulus until it becomes self-evident to you that it is just a perception. So,
but
it's
Sudharma, the main point is the kamatahana for persons differ.
Yeah, true.
So you can't really take it from that. You can't, but because just imagine a village amma, like a village mother, very simple mother, or a child, just very simple child. If you tell things like that, that mother will collapse. Actually, that mother will not understand anything. That mother will just quit the Zoom and go away, because it's so complicated. I don't know what they're talking about, like that. So the complicated mind only needs the complicated stuff.
Yes.
So we can't go, but it's really different, like that's the thing, that's the trick, that's the challenge. Because if you talk to a 18-year-old and try to say this, or if you try to talk to a 70-year-old and try to explain this, or if you try to talk to a scientist, or if you try to talk to a actual monk who has studied this Dhamma for a long time, this all changes.
Yes.
The aspect that they see. So it's mainly understanding how thick their defilements are and what aspect they know. You know that Lord Buddha once tried to teach something and he understood that person likes music or something. Is it music or the gold? Oh, I can't remember the story. If anyone can help me, if they can remember,
I think
because
it was music and something about the violin, I think.
yeah, and there was a gold man also. I can't remember now. There was a
Might have
gold
been
man.
both, yes.
Yeah, and so he took examples from them because that's all you can do. Because their perceptions are, again, it comes to the perceptions. So their perceptions are, so imagine me listening to me as having so much useless perceptions about medicine and all this science. If I listen to something and if that sermon doesn't talk sensible science, I might not listen to that. It's my kind of attitude, in my habits, my perceptions that has tailored me to be the self, the self that's so I mean, you have to say that the bunch of perceptions are the self, kind of the habits. So that is where that ends. But the village mother who would listen, she doesn't care about the light, she doesn't care about the sound, she doesn't even, may not even need how the eye works. It might go to her perceptions may change through subtle example. We never know. That is the tricky part here. What do you think, Surangika?
Yeah, I mean, it's very tricky as well, but you have to be able to, I think, understand that aspect, Dr. Kokila. What you said was true.
Yeah, because if you talk about the how did you see, like, Arananse is trying his best, I think, in trying to tailor this in a Zoom discussion where you don't know much of the background. Because if you come to one place and you feel the person and like this person can't handle this anymore, he can stop. Oh, this person will not feel this, he can stop. It's very difficult. The main factor here that someone is in the Zoom discussion, we have a slight understanding that they are keen. That's the main thing. That's what I told Sudharma that day. If you are actually doing a sermon where the people have come to listen to R.N. Mahanse's sermons or some follow of R.N. Mahanse, then they have an understanding that how difficult those sermons would be, how there would be a lot to contemplate, a lot to kind of feel, I would say. Because the main thing is feel, not the contemplation. So the gold person, the one who was the gold man, Lord Buddha used something related to that so that person could feel this, the no self dhamma. And the violin and the music was used in some way or other to let that person feel the no self dhamma. So that is the important thing. And
as
yeah,
you say, Dr. Kokila, that is why the role of the spiritual teacher matters. No, it is essential for someone to go in this path. The only a spirit, fully awakened one knows the suitable examples and how
yes,
to,
we make
yeah.
mistakes all the time and we correct ourselves, but we make mistakes. So we are getting better in that aspect. But I once remember I was telling that very firmly to a mother, and the Aranwansi came and told, Amme, don't worry about it. And yes, that was the correct thing to do. And other way around, Aranwansi might blast at one point too. It happens from, I mean, you can't really predict. and he might actually do it purposefully. So to feel that maybe he felt that he must do. Everything is just an occurrence, but we put much more effort into that, and if the self is there, it is very difficult. The spontaneity, we have lost the spontaneity, didn't we? As a child, I remember my mother saying how spontaneous I was. I will talk so openly that my mother sometimes has told that they get ashamed. And now I'm thinking that spontaneity, what has happened now, actually we are trying to get that back, isn't it? in a way,
That's
it is
honesty. Yes, that's
like we are actually no, even not honesty, because that's not that's from our point of view that the honesty story comes. To the child, it is that then and there the just occurrence. Because
feel, isn't it,
it's a
doctor?
feel.
Yeah.
It's a feel. So the child feels something. Child tells that. They are basically close to the what thing the
Nature of the
no kind of the childhood mind, the radiant mind.
Radiant mind, yeah.
So they are close to that. So there's no underlying mind. It just goes on. But with the mind, we have lost the spontaneity. We can call it honesty, yes, because we have so much words about these things now. But the basic thing is why? Why is because of the views. We have so much views. So much views means that person might get hurt. That person. But Lord Buddha has reiterated, give Dhamma. So that is the main task that was given to all the Arahat venerables. So that's all in their system now, because it's a system now. And they will do that. And that will be the only thing that is going to work, isn't it? Any different kind of adding to this, because it's very important to, I think, understand different aspects, and every person has their own basically perceptions, yes. And it is okay. The self-perception is actually self-perception, understanding self-perception is the biggest task in this whole samsaric journey, I think. I don't think it's a natural thing that we may have tried before, but I think it is the most difficult thing. Yes.
And as Ms. Surangika explained, Dr. Kokila, in yesterday's Zoom discussion, when Aryan Mahansa was explaining this illusionary nature of the perception, now from a distance, something appears. We don't go closer, we don't touch it, or nothing happens, but from a distance, we get the kind of feeling that we cannot penetrate through it. It's a concrete wall or something, but it may be a design, it may be a wallpaper with the design of of a rough wall, but the perception makes us think that it is a wall made of concrete. So that is, I don't know whether you
that's a
get.
metaphor, though.
Yeah.
All these metaphors are used to remind you about the self-perception.
Yeah.
Because self-perception is related to the stimuli. Stimuli has to be understood to understand the self-perception. It's just one. If the stimulus is felt as a thing, that is where the self-perception is. Because self-perception didn't come from nowhere. It came because of some vibratory nature, something. Because if you felt the chair as something, yes, that is the same thing as you misunderstood as. That is why Aranwan says telling, he has told this like for a long time. Nothing, I don't think they are all new kind of, but I think he's coming back to it. He has done this for a long time, comes back to all these things again and again. And this self-perception has no self. Then what does it have? It's actually the stimulus which was taken for granted, that's all. And stimulus will not go away until you stop the respiration. So that is why an arahant will have a skanda, like they will still feel they will still feel, they will still see, they will still hear, they will still think. But that power or the power will not be there. So there's something, a difference to be felt. And that would be the challenge. But even when we talk about I try to reiterate that as Sudharma said, it becomes a bit trickier now, because even that is by-hearted. Kind of, yeah, I can feel it. There is a trick in everything, we when a professor tells something, we usually by heart it first. But if you can actually feel what he was trying to say, that's a different thing, isn't it? And the amount of, I will take an example. How can you say? We feel some people can feel others more than others. Like some people feel imagine a nurse managing 60 people in the ward. Very difficult, managing 60 people at night. That nurse, if that nurse is actually a person who is used to feel, would be so kind and so open to everyone's changes. It can be exhausting to that nurse though. It's just an example, because she will walk around, she can feel everyone. This is just an example. Do you get my point, Surangika?
Yeah, Dr.
Yeah, the difference of people. Some won't, some would. Likewise, this Dhamma also, someone would completely feel it, and someone will take time to feel it. It's kind of similar, but not similar, because we can't really think like that, because the person who killed 1,000 people didn't feel anything at all, because he was clouded by that thought. Once that thought subsided, then he started to feel even that mother who is trying to give labor. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the person's, we can say heartless person, or feelingless person who was trying to kill 1,000 people and even kill mother. When that thought subsided of, the killing and getting the daughter and all that subsided, now the drive is gone. Now he's feeling everything. He's feeling that woman's labor pain, isn't it? What do you think? Anyone's thoughts? Yeah, Surangika, you can add something.
So I think even the issue even with different societies also that can happen, isn't it? Because
COVID. How did the COVID change people?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It's,
so they didn't feel any problem.
Exactly.
So they didn't even know that there is a problem. They thought that the oxygen is free, the air is free, everything is like, taken for granted. Suddenly everyone has to wear a mask and be scared, can't touch anyone, can't talk to anyone, can't go to a pub, can't go to a club. Then you feel so agitated and they're like, what am I going to do now? This would happen if you just imagine, this is just imagination, don't think too much about it, but one day just imagine all this internet is gone for maybe 1 hour. All the bank system will be gone, or all the phone systems will be gone. People will feel it to the, I think, to the core. They will get scared. How, you know, I recently read about an article where they were talking about young girl being stalked by someone in the beach, and that person killed that girl. In Australia, I think, Mesuramika may have seen, but as soon as I saw that article, I was like, that how fearful that can be. It's really interesting, you know, this how self can go to the 35,000 level. We can catch it when it goes to 35,000 now after hearing a lot of Dhamma. But yeah, but it was there anyway. That was the point I was trying to say in the beginning. But later, when you understand Dhamma, you will see as normal, you will hear as normal, you will talk as normal, you will do things as normal, you will think as normal. Nothing is going to change, but without self-perception. Yeah, anyway. Are we running out of time again? I think time runs.
2 minutes more. And
Yeah,
in
yeah.
Angulimala's story, Dr. Kokila, it is the power of the initial thought
Yeah.
that made him go on killing, and so that
It becomes a habit.
more
It becomes a
habit,
habit.
more and more powerful.
And it's a normal thing for him for after some time, because the first few fingers got rotten. He had to find another way to keep it counting. How can you imagine? The whole mind, you know, people start earning money. That's the same thing. What do you think? You think that killing 1,000 people and getting a necklace of that is funny, but it's the same thing as earning money. You get that perception into the head and you go like crazily into that. And at the end of the day, when you start understanding that you are dying, you are like, what am I going to do with that money? You know?
Chasing goals, isn't it? Whatever the context, that
same
is the
thought.
scenario.
The perception. It's a perception. It's a perception coming from anywhere. It's a perception from anywhere. It could be, you know, you were very poor in the beginning and you get that perception, I should have some money. You can, you know, some people will be like feeling very hungry. They might feel the food is the best thing to have. And some people might feel very controlled and, you know, being under an authoritative family, that child might feel the best thing is to run away. Anything. The perceptions are, I mean, we will never stop talking about perceptions, so we'll worship Parananse for his guidance, and we'll stop the discussion for today, and we'll continue the discussion tomorrow, isn't it? Anything else to add?
We run out of time, I think. So thank you, Dr. Kokila, and
thank you very
friends.
much.
We had a good discussion on perception, I think. the subject is, I suppose there is no end to it, but
No end to it,
definitely
yeah.
well worth the discussion and continuation, of course, tomorrow.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි, තෙරුවන් සරණයි, friends.
Tervasana, friends.
Good afternoon, everybody. Everyone, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 38. But what if you see the pure truth in that thought? Then the book ceases to exist, and you will realize the pure truth in that moment. Seeing the truth in every thought is the way to go on the path to attain nirvana. Seeing the truth in each thought is our path. Now we have to learn to apply some effort to focus and be on the path to nirvana. Our goal should be to study and understand the Dhamma very well. Then we should apply the Dhamma to each thought and realize the pure truth ourselves. When you apply some effort and realize the Dhamma or the pure truth, your wisdom begins to increase automatically. You will realize the pure truth only through wisdom, which you develop from a deep and clear understanding of the Dhamma. This realization of the pure truth through the wisdom of the Dhamma is called Sankitena Nibbidaya. It is with wisdom that you can realize the pure truth. You have to apply a lot of effort to go on the path and to realize the pure truth. One of the most important things you need to do is to listen to many sermons as possible. The Buddha preached many sermons so people at various levels of understanding could easily understand the Dhamma. If you study the Dhamma very well and follow the path of the Buddha, you can become an Arahant, the fourth stage of attainment on the Supramundane plane, Lokottara Bhumi. To analyze the Dharma that nothing exists, you can be in any of your four body postures, Sakara Iriya. You need not necessarily be in a seated position or the lotus position. Actually, analyzing your thoughts could be considered as the only meditation which will help you to be on the path. You should learn to see the Dhamma that nothing exists. In all the four postures, while doing your day-to-day work, that is, while standing, walking, sitting, or lying down. Stand, everybody.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. Triple Gem bless you all. May worship our වහන්සේ. and start the discussion. So Shani was reading about the thought and actually said a very important thing in that, where Atar Hanse has talked about is what even Lord Buddha has told, is that if we have to understand Dhamma, we need to listen to Dhamma as much as possible, yes. And because in the beginning, you might not even catch the depth of it. But you go on listening, you will realize that it's not as superficial you think, and will continue to catch the depth of this Dhamma, because it goes on to non-vibration. Aran Hanse's explanations have never stopped in the middle, and that is the beauty of this Dhamma as well. So if you can understand how this went on, how thought has this additional power, or has this feel of existence or life feel, how this has happened. And when you keep understanding that, you keep understanding that it has things that you have to feel too, and that is also part of the things that you will actually learn from the sermons from the beginning as well, because Aran Hanse never stops talking about Dhamma, which you have to be feeling, that you have to feel this Dhamma. He has been talking about this every day in kind of every sermon, and as well as recently he is talking about it a lot. So when we talk about this Dhamma or the truth, that is the most important thing, the truth, because non-Sinhala speaking countries, specifically English speaking countries, they have different beliefs, different ideas, different attitudes towards any religion. So they might say it is a religion. Why do we have to listen to a religion? We have a religion already. But the main message here is not about a religion, not about a thing, not about a country, not about even this world, not about even this world of humans. This is about existence. This is about consciousness. This is about every being. So that is the truth. I mean, if it is only relevant to humans, that can't be just the truth. If it's just relevant to only one type of humans, that can't be true either. Can it be? Can it be just the truth? Can it be only true to Buddhists, or only true to Christians, or only true to Muslims? That can't happen, because truth is truth. Truth can't change according to the groups, according to the anatomy of the world. Can't change like that. So truth doesn't change. Truth is the same. So what is the truth? Truth is about how consciousness has come to this, has this extra power, and how we feel that it has a thing. How this self-perception has begun. How this extra power has made this self-perception, and how that has brought this self-view. In self-view, we have the view that there is something. And of course, if there is something, there's always the idea that the viewer or the person who feels it will be there. So if you're seeing something, definitely you are there, even though you don't have to even tell that, because that is the perception. You just see the tree, but if you feel you are seeing a tree, then definitely you are there, but you don't have to even think about it or talk about it. It's just a perception that you have unknowingly, unconsciously, we can say, actually, or we can say subconsciously. These are just words used in English vocabulary to say a few other things, but you can use it. We have to be careful in using words because someone can argue, what is that, what is this, but we are just using it to actually extrapolate how these work. Because self-perception, when it is a self-view, we can openly talk about it. We can say, I am so and so, I'm doing this work, I have these things for me, and I have a family, I want to do this in my my future plans are this, and yeah, I want to die like this, and I want to be reborn like this. Or you even can say, I don't want to be reborn, I'm not having a rebirth. It is according to beliefs, you keep saying these things. So it is very easy to get carried away by your thoughts. Very easy. I mean, very easy in the sense it is like our bread and butter. It is very easy thing to get carried away by your thoughts. So what are the thoughts? Anything. It can be tree, it can be chair, it can be mother, it can be father, it can be river, it can be moon. You name it, you have it. Every thought. The thought is not the problem. Thought is, but from the sensory organs you have, in the sense a human have. Human will have the eyes, the ears, the touch sensory receptors, and the nose and the tongue. And the skin has this touch as well as the temperature and stuff. So when these act together, they actually performing as another organ together, and that gives you the best illusion in the world. Lord Buddha has actually told about that. That's the best illusion. Is not films. In that time, he was talking about Chalnachitra, but I think it is similar to the best film ever. But he is talking that the mind is much better film than that because it's so vivid. At one time, it gives you the colors. At one time, it gives you the, the sense of thickness, sense of fluidity, sense of tallness, shortness, sense of length, sense of what else? Sense of sadness, sorrow, sense of happiness, sense of being okay with that. Everything is happening. This dream or this illusion is the best illusion ever because it maintains that illusory world. Imagine looking into like a film which captures your attention, and you start being in that. With the 3D glasses, you would understand that, sometimes with the 3D glasses, you see the film, you feel like everything is coming to your body, even though you are sitting in a film hall. That's how they have built those goggles. So when you put the goggles on, whatever you feel, whatever you see is quite different to what you see without the goggles. So easily you can understand it is here that is changing, not there, because nothing changes there in the projector. Nothing changes there, but here, if you change something here, it changes the whole output. So likewise, you understand that the eyes how does the eye work? Eyes actually, when you call eyes, it's actually the output we call the eyes. We have an idea about eye because there's an output from that eye. But the output, if we talk about the output, if we say it is light, again, we can't separate eye from the light because it's the same thing. But for us, it is like a big deal, you know. But the understanding of light, you can understand it's only the vibration of the eye that we call the light. Because when we try to separate them, when we try to think about these things, we have to separate them. It's a nature that we separate each and everything that we feel differently. So the feel is the first thing to happen. Feel is the first thing that is happening. Do you know it? Can you understand that? So the feel happens first, and the mind separation is happening automatically. There's nothing, no one is doing that. Just it happens. So you definitely feel some difference in the chair and the table, yes. But then we have a great idea after some time. You feel like chair is existing and the bed is existing and the table is existing. Everything is existing because you forgot that how this has happened even, and you don't even think about it. At the same time, some people start thinking about this dream. How this dream come true? Only few people, like for an example, started to wonder about these experiences, started to wonder about the sadness and the drive. This drive, how does this drive happen? You know, drive to live, drive to do stuff, drive to see stuff, drive to hear stuff, drive to feel stuff, drive to think stuff. Where does this drive come from? The drive comes from the ignorance. Drive comes from the misunderstanding about this whole construct. The dream is a construct. Can you feel it? It's very important. If you can feel it, it's very good. Trying to communicate in English language may be different, but still we are trying our best. And if you can feel it, can you feel that this construct, whatever the film you are in, from the day that you started to understand the mind, the day that you started to realize that this world is full of things that is a construct of the mind. It's a mental construct. The chair, the table, the country, village, home, family, children, anything. It's a dream or a film which is ongoing, and we feel like we are part of it. That is a big deal about this. We feel we are part of it. And whatever the Dhamma you talk about while feeling part of it is a bit tricky, because you still feel you're part of it, but you know that you are not part of it. Kind of like that. So imagine someone actually understands this Dhamma and feels it too. You know that there is no self-perception. In the sense, there is no self. The view is wrong. Because view is this I, me, mine. That is a view. And all the other things are separated from that I, me, mine. I am here, you are there. I'm here, chair is there. That's how you feel. Even if you talk about your own foot, that is how you feel. I'm here, my foot is there. What's that? Where is you? It's a bit tricky, isn't it, when you try to think about it. I am here, my eye is this one. If you can touch your eye. This is my eye, so where is mine? And it's complicated when you start thinking, and usually people Just stop thinking about it because it's too complicated to think about it. Because when people are having things to think too much or getting complicated thoughts, they just, forget about it. Oh, it's too complicated to think. Even this Dhamma might sound too complicated to hear. Oh, let it go. You just you can't understand that. Some might say that. But don't let it go. Just let's keep listening. Just keep listening. You might feel it one day. You might actually start feeling it even though you don't understand anything also. Because this is kind of the mind is a vibration. Mind is actually kind of the production of the everything you hear as well. Because you think in your own language. And if you know another language, you might be able to think in that language too. But can you think in Spanish if you don't know Spanish? You can't. Can you? No, can't. So what does that mean? So actual mind is kind of the reproduction of or re-vibration of the ears. So when you understand that, when you keep understanding this mind, which is the trickiest part to understand because it's such illusion, you can feel how this mind works. Mind brings you sadness, happiness. It sometimes brings equanimity as well. But most importantly, what happens is it gives you the alive feel. You had it even if you were in the early baby life, like in neonate or even infant. You had that because infant is under 1 year of a child. So the infant has this feel. The mind has not properly formed because he's still catching up with these things, the sounds and because to form an idea about the chair, you need to hear about it, you need to see it, you need to touch it, and then you have a complete idea about that. Even if you haven't touched something, you might get an idea from a picture, and you might not know anything much about it, but you will have an idea about it from the photos. And when you go there, you might say, oh, no, this is not what I expected. It's okay though. Yeah, it's fine. But this is not what I expected from the photos. So you kind of feel something. You have a output from whatever the things you see and whatever the things you hear. And you can imagine about that too. So if someone says, Niagara Falls, which I have never seen in myself, specifically I haven't gone there, but I have an understanding it's a fall, like a waterfall. And now I can automatically get an idea of how a waterfall works. The waterfall is not like a mountain. Waterfall is falling down like with water. So you have an idea, isn't it? Even though you haven't been there. Even mesmerizing thing is like understanding if you go there, because even if you go there, that is again slightly your mind, your view or your thought about this Niagara Falls might change because you're getting this is slightly different to what I imagined. But no, this is Niagara Falls, and you update your imaginary figure. So where's this imaginary figure? It's a kind of in the mind. So it has all the touch, all the 5 sensory outputs there. It's kind of a mixture, but is it actually a mixture? No, it's kind of, you feel like that. And it is a new vibration kind of. It acts as a new vibration. It acts as a new sensory organ as well. And this new sensory organ is so confusion. So brings up so much confusion, so that you don't know even that you are in a illusory world. You just keep living, and you in that. The most damaging part is you feel as you are living, and you feel like others are living, and you feel like others are dying, and you feel like you are surviving. And or in the other way around, you might feel I am dying, but others are surviving. Or I am ill, others are not ill. Or the other way around, my child is ill, I'm okay, but my child is sick. So this is all in the dream. So if someone can actually understand this dream, or the mind sensor, which has brought us so much stuff, and how it evolves, but our dream at year 5 is not the dream I had in year 10, and it keep evolving, but how does this evolve? It's all kind of attitudes and habits that you get from your friends, from family, from what? From wherever you live, whatever the country. If it's a European country, whatever you learn from that country is according to that background. And it's not their problem, it's how it is. Because everything, the environmental things, this genetic things, and this self-vibration all matters. Even with the same, so if you do a research and you put two animals in same environment, same genetic material, still the vibrations are not similar. In the sense their attitudes are different. The way they act, what happens to them is different. So how does that happen? That is because of this self vibration which started your or anyone's being. This activity, this what happens here is explained by dependent origination as well, because dependent origination explains very well. Lord Buddha has explained very well that it is the way to understand how you are arising in this cycle of like the mind, and how it is arising, how is perception or the self view is happening, how self perception basically arising with the stimulus, because the dependent origination is actually talking about the stimulus. In the sense, it can be chair, it can be tree, it can be your daughter, whatever. If whatever this thought you have at that particular moment, and if it is felt as a thing, or in the sense, if you feel that it is true, and if you don't know whether that is a construct, you will definitely have that underlying power. So you will feel the you as living as well. So the alive feel, the feel of existence brings up the alive feel, and it keeps happening. And when this keeps happening from the eye, from the ear, from the touch, from the mind, when this keep happening, it feels as this reinforces the alive feel, and you feel like you need to be alive. That's a great scenario here. You feel like you need to be alive. You feel like you have to have the eye. You feel like you have to have the ear. You feel like you have to have the touch. You feel like you have to have the mind. Because you don't know anything else other than that. And that's all you know, and that's all you want, because it makes you to imagine that is your life. And that is, if the organs are working, I'm living. That's how you feel. So you are in a great fight to maintain this life. great fight to maintain the sensory organs. The main problem is with the mind, because in the mind, your fight will extend to kill someone, extend to steal from someone, extend to attack a whole city. It can extend to anything, because your attitude or your view is wrong view, because you feel that I'm the controlling figure, I'm the one who knows, I know everything, I have some power, I need to exert power on others, and if they don't listen, they just have to die or just go to jail or whatever. So this keep happening. It's not just in one form. It can be any form. Even animals, they feel alive too, even though they don't have borders. But they might have imaginary borders. Actually, they might, some dogs mark the border, and fight ferociously if some other dog comes to his area. And there are fights for the partner too, even in the animal world. So how does that happen? So there is, even though there's no mature kind of mind like humans, they still have their feels and have their problems in their own way. So this alive feel is to know even that it is a problem is really good. And if you keep understanding how this alive feel has happened, or how this consciousness has become a thing, you keep understanding that it is actually due to the speedy occurrence of the sensory organs. But the question is, do you really think that is existent? It's actually existing when it is happening. You feel like it is existing, but it doesn't. It's just a construct as well. So it's a construct. Everywhere it's a construct. You can't say you don't. You can feel something. You can see something. But can you? Yeah, until your sensory organs work. Yeah, but without that extra power, also it can continue for some time. So what is the problem with this extra power, or the feeling like alive? What's the problem with that? The problem with that is actually this never-ending samsaric cycle. If you learn about near-death experiences and the people who talk about the rebirth, there's right, really 100% matching stories that has come. That when some damage has happened suddenly, another person who is born far away from that incident might talk about that incident even before he has understood anything in the world. That there's no way that child can know about anything about that incident. But they start talking about that. How come all the scientists are actually aware that there is a problem that they haven't solved? They don't know how to actually understand this birth or rebirth or whatever. They can't understand the concept of this self-vibration, because they look at it with the concept of the self, in the sense wrong view. So when you look at a question through wrong view, you feel as I am here and I'm going to die. Okay, what is going to happen to me after death? So that's how you look at it. But actually, that is the notion that we are actually trying to understand. Who is here? Who is thinking that I'm here? That's a thought. I'm here is a thought. So who is thinking like that? It's a mind sense, isn't it? and you are telling I'm seeing, and that's a thought too. But who is actually saying that's a thought? I'm seeing is a thought. I'm eating is a thought. I'm hearing is a thought. I'm thinking is another thought. You think that I'm thinking, it's another thought. But what really happens is, not any of these things. There's a vibration happening in these sensory organs. That's all that happened. But we have an idea. We have a like a big concept. We have a whole great idea about me, mine, myself. So when you put that thought into everything, it gets complicated, and you think, okay, if that is the case, I'm here now. So when I die, I must be going somewhere. That is how you look at it. But that's not the truth. That's not the truth. What is the truth? That's for you to find. Actually, you have to feel this, that this self-feeling, or the life feel, or the feel of existence is occurring in each and every stimulus. How do you know? At one particular point, if you feel that you are not born, you will definitely understand this. Because this duality is absent there, and you feel like that the two ends are gone. Because if any of the ends are there, it gets complicated. Actually, you feel like the both ends are gone. The stimulus will be there, but the actual power will be not there. So you understand that even though I thought I'm existing, or I thought that I'm alive, and this is me, this is my eye, this is my ear, this is my skin, this is my nose, this is my tongue. And you might say to imaginary something like, this is my mind, this is my family, this is my country, so on and so forth. You can keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. When will you stop? No, you won't stop. Because you can go on adding stuff to this. So understanding overall that light is not the thing that is there. Actually, it's a production of the eye. That's all. It's not I am seeing is a thought attached to that. That's a misunderstanding. And sound. You feel the sound. No, you don't feel the sound. The ear production is a sound. I feel the water. No, you don't feel the water. The perception, it's a perception of the skin. It's a production of the skin. Likewise, you have an idea about water. It's a thought. It's a production of this mind sensor, which originates after these five senses. So where am I? You can't really locate an I. And that brings you so much super happiness, I would say. So much tranquility, I would say. Because the whole burden was me. I, me, mine was the whole burden. You go to somewhere, and if you are going there, you can feel how much trouble is there because you are going there. But if you're not going there, in the sense you are really physically going there, but if you don't feel that power behind you, this power, then actually there's only tranquility. I think Surangika is also here. Is it possible for you to talk about that, Surangika? About the topic Shani was reading?
There was online, Dr. Popila, friends. Yes, I can just add a few observations, and that was a really beautiful explanation, Dr. Popila. I think you mentioned that basically, all living beings, particularly mankind, they are living through the thoughts, isn't it? But they don't know that it is the thoughts that are keeping them alive or giving that sense of alive feeling. Because as long as there is breath coming in and out of the body, the sensations occur through the sensor faculties, and the vibrations and the speed of vibration give rise to the manifestations. And that initial sensation, or the field as you call it, is the place where the deception begins. But in the conventional world, lay people, without the access, without knowing the truth, without the access to the true Dhamma, just believes whatever they feel, and they don't understand, obviously, the mechanics of the mind, so they don't understand how the sensation occurs to begin with, that occurs only through the sensor faculties and the vibration occurring at speed. So none of that is known. The mechanism is not known. And therefore, all they feel is a sensation. All they feel is then the thoughts occurring, and how the mind objects came about. When did the mind objects get learned? When did they start to become real? And when did all that then culminate collectively to become this so-called world and sense of existence and the alive feel and the feel that there is a person here experiencing it? All these are not distinguishable aspects that is even known or fathomed by any normal human being without access to the truth. They just think they're born to parents, and there's a certain way babies go about, and the sense faculties get formed, and there's a growth period, and then there's a childhood, and things develop, children learn. There is a world outside, we learn, and then we understand things, we get an education, and so on and so forth. So they don't understand the fact that the whole sense of being alive is coming through the thought process, and that the thoughts themselves are a spontaneous activity occurring due to the sensory perceptions and the vibration occurring. Even the fact that, one person is different from the other, one person's values and traits are different from the other, they just don't think too much about it. They just think that, okay, my parents gave me good values, my parents gave me a good education, good upbringing. They taught me to be kind, they taught me to be considerate towards elderly people, so on and so forth. And therefore, I'm in a civilized society where there's law and order and things are done in a particular way, type of thing. And so various concepts, assumptions and concepts and values are taken in and absorbed, and even the fact that there are other people in different cultures, even that they learn as if it's something to be learned, that, there are nationalities and there are cultures that are different. So therefore, we must be tolerant about another culture and so on. So again, all this is just made up artificially, but they don't know due to ignorance that it is artificial. They don't know that the thoughts are the thing that keeps them alive, that the thoughts themselves is a construct, and it is something that is being constructed, and the world that they think and believe to be real is also being constructed in this very moment. None of that is unfortunately known. And because of that, the whole dependent origination, the Paticcasamuppada, the way the whole thought gets constructed, the me gets constructed, the sense of alive feel, and the self and the ego, and how that gets propagated is unknown to them. And due to that, they get caught in that vicious cycle of believing and mind object believing a stimulus to be true. And with the stimulus being true, like this, it says in the book on the pages that was read out, the stimulus is taken as real, and then the sensations of craving or aversion or ill will or delusion occurs, and then they get caught up in the suffering that rises from that, and invariably gives rise to birth, death, sorrow, lamentation, and so on and so forth, continuing through on this path, on this samsaric cycle. So the blessed thing about this true Dhamma is that it shines the light onto these hapless people who are, meandering in their way across in this so-called existence, not knowing, where they go, where they are coming from, but they are just following a religion, but showing through this true Dhamma that there is a truth that everyone is entitled to know. There is a truth that can put an end to the suffering, even to understand that the so-called living is suffering, because every thought that is considered real is only going to invariably end up in suffering, is such an eye-opener that only if one accesses it through the true Dhamma will one be able to realize it. If you just, read it off somewhere, it wouldn't probably make sense. They might have heard it, but if it is not delivered properly or they are not in a correct frame of mind, that message could be easily obscured. That message could be easily not understood. So that is why these type of discourses, that is why the revelation of this true Dhamma is so important in this context, in these days, and what we are trying to do through these Buddothpado English discourses as well, particularly for the English-speaking countries, because whilst we have a lot of Zoom discussions in our Sinhalese native language for Sri Lanka, there are not many discussions in the English language based on the pure Dhamma or the pure truth. So we invite everyone to come and listen. This is a Dhamma that is understood, and the realization comes through the understanding and the inner reflection. This is not something that one needs to sit down in a cross-legged posture and embark on concentration meditation. It is something that can be practiced in all postures, whether it's walking, lying down, sitting, and so on. It is a vidarshana, a penetrative insight practice, because what is being done is understanding the mechanics of the mind, understanding the process, and that can be done in any posture. So that is also a remarkable part of this practice. But the practice is absolutely important, along with the acquisition of the knowledge, the Dhamma philosophy at the beginning. We say beginning because initially you do need a certain amount of knowledge of what the true Dhamma is, how the mind works, but and then it has to be coupled with the practical program that we have spoken several times in these Zoom discussions. However, the pure Dhamma philosophy, or the true Dhamma, the aspects of it, needs to be continuously understood, because the more one is engaged in penetrative insight, the more one engages in the practical program, and there is a awakening of the inner transformation that by itself gives rise to a deeper understanding of the true Dhamma philosophy, isn't it? And it is with that practice, it is with that gradual awakening and coming to the right view that we even spoke of yesterday, and dissolving that initial sakkaya drushti, or the misconception of self, can one then further gain an understanding, go further or deeper into the understanding of the Dhamma philosophy, which is going to help towards the continuous dissolving of the defilements, which is the thing that needs to continue to happen until the point of the final liberation and freedom, which is the Arahathood. So it's a continuous journey, and there is an insurmountable amount of help and support and guidance of our spiritual teacher that is available through these discourses. So I think it is incumbent on all human beings, as our spiritual teacher always says, this birth in this human life is for one purpose and one purpose alone, and that is to attain nirvana, and that is to attain this liberation from this suffering by understanding the truth. Yes, Dr. Popina.
Yeah, that's very good. Actually, this the truth, as we talk, the truth is out there, just that we don't pay much attention. But when a noble friend directs you towards that, you are like, wow, yeah, actually, what is tree, and what is share, and what is me, and what is this consciousness, what is this alive feel, what is this feel of existence, then why it is there if there's no self, why, what are you telling, there's so many questions out there. But don't keep the questions to you, just keep searching about these questions. If these questions have ever arisen in your mind, that is a sign to say that you actually have thought about it before as well. What is happening here? Why do I feel sadness? Why do I feel happy sometimes? Why do I have this kind of fluctuating moods? Why do I have these bodily reactions? What is this body? What is this mind? And what is the alive feel? Are they all real, or are they all constructs? How has this happened? And suffering had a deeper meaning when Lord Buddha said that. Actually, it is not the suffering when you are hungry. We can call I'm suffering because I'm hungry. That's one form of suffering, yes. Yes, it is one form of suffering, but it's not the deeper meaning. There are much deeper versions of suffering too. So the actual deeper meaning or deeper suffering is the feel of existence, because the feel of existence is there. You have the ability to telepathize into any system, any being, and that has happened already to a human zygote. That's why we are talking here. And this has brought about this whole scenario, whole dream. We definitely know, because someone might say, oh, I'm happy with my dream. Okay, leave me alone. Someone might say, leave me alone. I'm happy with my dream. Nothing has happened to my dream. I'm okay. One of the mothers said that actually recently in the night Zoom as well. I'm okay. I have no problems. So are you waiting for the problem to happen? You know definitely that your life is going to end. So are you prepared for that? You definitely know that your loved ones are not going to survive that long. and you definitely know that you are not going to survive that long. In that sense, when you take that you are there's definitely some suffering, and we have seen our parents go through that. We have seen our grandparents go through that. We have seen our patients go through that. We know everyone going through that, even though they talk loud when they are young and well. They will talk well about, oh, who cares? I just want to enjoy this life and die. It's okay to die. I'm okay to die. Let me live now. I don't care what happens next moment. I just want to live now. Okay. If that is the case, that is the case. But are you prepared? Are you aware about underlying things here? What is this burning? What is this burning from when you feel like you're dying? What is the driving force? As I said, what is the driving force that we have this suffering? So it is nice to think about these things. And if someone is actually thinking about this out there, we invite you to come and talk to us. And there's always questions. There's always questions. There's always misunderstandings. There's always different ideas, One idea is, definitely I know this because I have even, I know people who believe in this idea, that they believe that the Nibbana or the non-vibration should be achieved by concentration meditation. And I know that one which actually originates in works from Australia, they definitely believe that. They believe that the Nibbana happens in concentration meditation. But nowadays they are also talking about insight meditation, which is good. Everyone is changing. No one is actually static. So the whole world is changing into insight meditation, because I keep track with these things here and there. I don't listen to them very often because I know I can't even follow Aran Hanse's sermons these days because there's so much. But if I get chance, I can get the idea. Even the topic can give me the idea that slowly everyone is changing. They are starting to talk about insight meditation and trying to say that if you incorporate insight meditation to concentration meditation, you might win. So they are expecting something to happen. They are going into concentration meditation, sit there and expecting something to happen. How can you believe that? Can you believe that when you are expecting something that nirvana will fall into your lap? Something like that. That is the main problem there is you are expecting something, and how on earth that non-vibration is to happen when you are expecting something. That is very tricky. This is even tricky even to our listeners as well, because they expect things to change. The expectation itself is you, and you are expecting Nibbana. So that expectation is still in the mind. This mind is very tricky, as I told you. The mind is tricking us all the time. In the sense, mind is an illusion, which is beautifully there out there. So if you are in need of something, even imagine when this world, in the sense this dream, or this whatever, the 65 or 45 or whatever your age, in that time, that dream that you are thinking about, that dream that you have the parents, you have the family, you have this and that and all that, and your death, that is also in your dream when you think about it. So that dream is this world, isn't it? If you actually understand that this is your mind, you can liberate from mind. You can liberate from mind. But there is underlying kind of vibration too. That is very subtle. That's not like when you talk about vibration in sensual world. That's very subtle, but still it is there. So even that, we understand that's only due to speed. It's only due to speed that you feel anything like that, the consciousness. But that if you actually get that in one particular way, because Lord Buddha says this is an angle that you have to catch in one particular way, and which is very rare. So when you catch it, you feel it. You feel that you are not there. That is the breaking point. Breaking point of what? Breaking point of the will. It's a self-will. Self-will is broken. Self-will is shattered because you felt as continuous something forever. Now suddenly that self-will is broken. Because you know that the self is actually in this mind bubble. In this dream. But we have a field too, underline that. That field. Yeah, now you know what is that driving force, that driving force. This is all in one stimulus though. That is the best part of it. You get the chair is the dream. But underlying that chair there is a field as well, which is very subtle. Which is covered by the thought. So when you feel that the thought, chair, is not real, even the perception of chair is not real. Why? Because it is just a formation from the sense faculties. It's just a mental production. Mind consciousness production. It's just mind consciousness. Is that true? No, it's not true. So if you understand the mind perceptions are not true, you actually get this feel and the feel of chair. Do you know the chair has a feel? It's weird, isn't it? Yeah, it is weird. And this feel is also, if you're touching the chair, it would be like the feel in the skin, or if you're looking at the chair, it will be the feel of the eye. It would be the if you're hearing about something about the chair, it would be the sound of the chair in that sense. Because even if you're in the other room, if the chair fell down, you know that, oh, chair fell down. Chair fell down. So all these things, you keep understanding, it's a vibratory speed is why you felt the feel of existence. Feel of existence is the main culprit for a life feel. A life feel is the main culprit or the cause for self-will. Yeah, it's very nice to understand all this. Do you do any change while understanding this? No, you just keep understanding that this is how this drama is going on. And will the drama stop? Not really. Not really. The drama will be ongoing. You will continue to see, you will continue to hear, you will continue to feel, you will continue to think. Does that matter? No, you just get rid of this extra power, because the extra power came from taking it for granted, or taking it as actually happening, or taking it as real, or taking it as a thing, or due to ignorance. So the ignorance goes down, the power also goes down, and what you are left with is just tranquility and the lightness. And even in a calamity or in a dangerous situation, you will be so calm. We have heard so much beautiful stories about arahants, so we can relate to that. You know, an arahant who said, I'll leave the 500 venerables alone. If you want someone to kill, just kill me, it's fine. How calm he would be when he says that. I mean, we can just imagine. Our imagination is not good though, because imagination is at the best if you actually become this state, Buddha state, or the Arahant state. Life is can be so complicated to some, so okay for some, and very well for some. But at the end, everyone has to die in their own opinion. Death is actually happening in each stimuli, but in their opinions, in their idea, in the with the mundane world, that is how they feel. I have to die. Why do I have to die? My life is so good. I don't want to die. Or someone might actually feel so scared about death. They might feel like, oh, I don't want to die this year. I just want to finish my life. You know that it is a thing now? Yeah. If you don't want to suffer, you can. The two doctors has to sign it, and they can just finish the life too if they want. So the things are like moving that fast that people are doing these things, you know. I don't want to suffer, okay? I am not here to suffer. I can control my life. So I'm going to die. You just have to sign. Someone has to sign, and then I'm going to die. Yeah. And you feel happy about it? Maybe. And you might continue this vibration with that false idea of me, mine. And you can think about if you really feel it, definitely know there will be a rebirth, and in some way or other. It's not because just there is someone to die and someone to be born. It's how this vibration works. Because this vibration, the self-vibration, is just a vibration. But it gets so complicated with this thinking process that I don't like suffering. That is the word that a lot of patients use. I don't want to suffer. But they have idea that I am not going to suffer, so I want to die this way. But they don't even go that far. Sometimes one might. It's very interesting. And do you have anything to add? I think our time is also running out, actually. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, I think it's about time now.
Yeah, we'll continue our discussion tomorrow. Thank you everyone for coming for this English Zoom discussion, and we all invite for you to come and join if anyone is happy to talk, happy to contribute, happy to be in the discussion. We all invite everyone, and we worship our Advanced every day with so much gratitude, and it's a never-ending gratitude actually, and we continue to evolve into non-vibration, I would say. Thank you so much. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Everyone's online, Dr. Popula, worship our answer. As always, we are deeply grateful for his guidance and noble spiritual teachings. Everyone's online, our answer. Everyone's online.
Good afternoon, everybody. Teron Sanai Aryan. Teron Sanai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 36. First, applying the wisdom of Ubbe Nivasanusati Jnana means analyzing how the thoughts were formed right from the beginning of our birth. Second, Chutupati Jnana means understanding the arising and the cessation of a thought and knowing that a thought does not exist. The wisdom of the Asavakya Jnana means understanding and feeling your pains getting dissolved little by little. These pains are Lobha, Dvesha, and Moha. You also realize that you get less affected by the six senses too. The Shunyatavaya, the nothingness, can be realized or experienced by thoroughly studying and understand the teachings of the Buddha. The teachings are the Four Noble Truths, Chaturarya Satya, the Four Foundations of Mindfulness, Satara Satipatthana, the Noble Eightfold Path, Arya Ashtangika Marga, and by analyzing and studying the deep Dhamma of the dependent origination or the Paticca Samuppada, you can very closely study any of the above teachings and realize the pure truth in one thought. All the above teachings can help you to analyze and realize the truth about a thought. Now, let us learn how to analyze each thought so we can realize the pure truth, the Dhamma, the nothingness, in one fleeting moment or in one fleeting thought. Ekshanika Sitaka. Now, let us understand how all our suffering began. It all starts from a thought. When a thought arises, it is called samudaya. The thought that arose could be a thought of a book. The arising of a thought of a book can bring you happiness or sorrow. Happiness or sorrow are both suffering. Both happiness and sorrow give rise to feelings or Vedana. These feelings are either good feelings or bad feelings. The reason for your suffering is this appearance of an illusion, or the appearance of this fantasy. The appearance of the book is your illusion. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everybody.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. We worship Aryan Hanse and may Triple Gem bless you all Dhamma friends. And we will start the Dhamma discussion today as usual. I think is it possible, Sudharma, you to elaborate on a bit more on what Shani was reading?
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Yes, I can try to speak a bit about the key points. So she started, it's a continuation of the yesterday's explanation itself regarding seeing the truth in the stimulus and the thought formation. So the first, the three key wisdoms that one should achieve, in the sense to understand the nothingness was brought to light at the beginning. The wisdom of Pubbenivasanusati Jnanaya, wisdom of Chutupapata Jnanaya, or wisdom of Asavakya Jnanaya. And so they were like, as we know, Pubbenivasanusati, going back to see having the wisdom to see that nothing was real unless and until at some point that object or that phenomenon was introduced to one in the past. So to see that the stimulus, the thought is also not true. The moment the thought occurs, one should be able to go back to the first occurrence of that stimulus, then to see it's that there is no substance in that. And Chutupapata Jnanaya, as explained in the True Dhamma, is the ability to understand the arising and cessation of the thought then and there. And Asavakya Jnanaya is the one's discernment of diminishing of defilements. So then the focus was on the Buddha's teachings, the Four Noble Truths, Four Foundations of Mindfulness, Noble Eightfold Path, and the Dependent Origination. So the beauty of this true Dhamma is all of these can be seen in one stimulus. And then Dr. Kokila further went on. It also mentioned that how the suffering occurs. Suffering is the key word here, because ignorantly people, when somebody experiences certain sensory input, if it might create some happiness in the mind, but due to ignorance we take it as a positive thing. One cannot see that there is also suffering, because the sadness, happiness and equanimity, all three are taken as forms of suffering when we go into, because the moment the stimulus becomes real, the suffering occurs, because the duality occurs. If, for example, if one perceives a flower, the moment the flower becomes real, on the other side the person who experiences that comes
and some value is also attributed to that flower. So the flower may bring joy uh, as per in this mundane world, but the thing is, the moment it becomes real, there is suffering, though it is taken as that power is attributed as happiness. So that's all, Dr. Kokila. It's basically about suffering. One may not be able to understand suffering in certain emotions. That is the end of the reading today. Theron Saranai.
Yeah, Theravada. Actually, when we call Shunyatave or emptiness, there are so many caveats in these things like pitfalls where one can feel the emptiness while you're there. But the understanding of emptiness here is emptiness of the power or the feeling of existence or feeling alive feel. So that is the main importance of emptiness we talk about here. But when we try to understand that anyway, it would be empty outside as well as inside, because you understand there's no outside or inside, so everything will be empty. And when you keep understanding that there's nothing here, in the sense that the self feeling of existence is due to the stimulus only. And when we understand that, so that when we understand that the stimulus is causing the feel of existence comes from the stimulus, when the stimulus is true, this changes the whole life. And then we keep understanding how the stimulus is actually not true. So this is the Dhamma, and when we try to understand the stimulus is not true, actually that helps you a lot, because when the three Chattopadhyaya Jnana and the Chattopadhyaya Jnana and the I forgot that one. The Nivasanusajnana. Yeah, in that one we keep understanding how this stimuli became as a thing, and how this whole thing, this power, was augmented or magnified within this birth, or kind of within this the human realm. So when we keep understanding that stimulus is the reason, yes, but not just the stimulus. It's a stimulus taken as true, like existing. Then the feel of existence will be there. So when we understand how the stimulus has occurred, that is the Pubbeniwana Sanusajnana, how the stimulus has occurred. And that has the Chattopadhyaya as well, because that is how it is happening now. And Asavaksha would be the one where you understand. So that is a bit tricky, the Asavaksha, because even after you feel that how the all the stimuli, when we feel that it is as real, we get this power. And this has to be distinguished properly to understand this power, feel this power, actually feel this power, not understand this power. Understanding is okay, but we have to understand that first. And then you have to feel that too. If you feel that power, which happens when the stimulus is taken for granted or taken as true, then we know that what power we are actually getting rid of. That is the Asvakshenyana, because to know that Astrava sure is when we have these very even tiniest amounts of the defilements, they should go to zero. So this is that kind of Dhamma we are listening. So it can be complicated in the beginning, but that's okay. Just keep listening and try and see what you can understand. So when we go back to the thought, we keep understanding how come this stimulus become a thing? How come the stimulus has done this damage throughout the samsara journey? How a stimulus can be different from realm to realm, or kind of how this frequency, the frequency of this vibration or the power can bring about a different world. So the ant has a different kind of world, and worm has a different kind of world. These are very easy examples we take. If we take a dog, it has a different kind of world, and human has a different kind of world. And we don't know what kind of world one cell organism would have, but that would be a field. Definitely it's a field. It's a field of vibration. So that field, can you even imagine how that would be? So that is the thing. The worlds are different when the vibration frequency is different. But does the actual vibration differ? Not really. It just changes the frequency. So this samsari journey we were talking about, first the baby would have like a vibration which will be the force which will make the baby to grow up, fetus to grow up as a baby. That power, and that power is going to maintain or augment that in that system. If the system has enough power, because sometimes we can't even imagine how this kept happening. But if you understand through Dhamma, you can understand how I became the you. This is about the actual alive field, or the beginning of this world. Can you feel that this world? What is this world? This world is full of your mother, father, siblings, family, husband or wife, or partner, or kids, or job. What else? Dhamma. Yeah. So this world, whatever the world you are in, someone's world in America would be different to someone's world in a jungle, and someone's world in Alaska would be different to someone's world in Africa. But there are similarities if it's a human. Why? Because there's only 5 sensory organs, and the thinking pattern, thinking happens same. It's kind of the same way. Even though the different, even the twins, their 2 worlds are different. The way they see the The vibration is different. The patterns are different. Attitudes, the way they handle everything, it's different. And stuff happening to them, that is also different. Can you see? Yes. And how come? Yes, it is like that. Then we understand that the different vibrations. So Aranwanse explains how all the humans have different phone numbers. Similarly, how these vibrations differ. And even though it is a six sensory organ system, how these 8 billion peoples have 8 billion systems, 8 billion worlds. And my world is different to Sudharma's world, and Sudharma's world is different to Surangika's world. Surangika's world is different to some like Dr. Sakuntala's world. So everyone was the outlook or the way they look at the life. Everything is different. The way they feel is different. That is the main important thing. But when you hear Dhamma, what you understand is, yes, the worlds look different, but there's one thing that is not different. What is that? That is Nibbana. So what is everything? If it is a construct, that can differ. But if there is a non-construct, that is only Nibbana, or the emptiness that we talk about. When there is no that power. When the power is not there, in the sense when you are not there, that is emptiness. And that is the main thing about this Dhamma. How do you become that? How do you get rid of that power? Can you get rid of that power? That's a good question, actually. Can you get rid of that power? Well, I think we discussed this yesterday. You can't get rid of that power. You can only understand how this happens. And if you try to do something, it is just you. What does that mean? This power has that unique ability to survive. And this has happened for kalpas, according to Lord Buddha. He has explained how this power has come a long way. In different worlds, it can be, we were talking about the humans, 8 billion humans, but it can be in different perspectives, like it can be an animal, it can be a deva, it can be anything. But this vibration has changed its manifestation. The vibration itself hasn't changed. And this when you are born, and in a modern day, when we talk about birthday, we talk about the day the baby comes out of mother's womb. But is that the day that you are born? Actually, no. The day that you are born, what Lord Buddha says is when your sensory organs start to live. How does the sensory organs start to live? That is when you get this new world, new perception. Eye starts to work. It has a perception. Ear has a perception. How does the perception happen? And then you have a new perception, mind perception. So this world, when we keep understanding how this power was evolving, there was evolution of that power, keep changing, and keep changing in such a way that your vibration, when you when your system stops working, when your sensory organ stops working, this additional power is not going to go away. Why? It was additional from the beginning. It was a power which comes not from the actual sensory organs, but when it is taken as real. It's that power, and that power was the one which made you to think that or have a perception